Chapter 1. I go to Styles. People were once very interested in what everyone called the Styles case, but now it is not talked about much. Still, because the story became famous around the world, my friend Poirot and the Cavendish family asked me to write down exactly what happened. We hope this will stop the strange stories people still tell. So I will explain how I became part of the affair. I had come back from the war because I was hurt. After spending many months in a hospital for soldiers, I was given 1 month to rest. I had no close family and few friends. I was trying to decide where to go when I met John Cavendish. I had not seen him for many years, and I never knew him very well. He was much older than I was, 15 years or so, but he did not look 45. When I was a boy, I often stayed at his mother's house called Styles in Essex. We started talking about old times, and then he asked me to visit Styles during my holiday.
Mother will be very happy to see you after all these years.
Your mother is well?
Yes, fine. But did you know that she married again?
I was very surprised. Mrs. Cavendish had married John's father when he was already a widower with 2 sons. I remembered her as a strong, active woman, interested in many social events. She liked helping people and giving money to good causes. She was also rich. Her husband had bought Styles Court many years before, and after his death he left almost everything to her for her lifetime. It was not very fair to his 2 sons, but she was always kind and generous to them. The boys were very young when she married their father, and they always thought of her as their own mother. The younger son, Lawrence, had been weak and thin as a boy. He studied medicine and became a doctor but soon stopped and began writing poems instead. His writing was never successful. John, the older brother, worked as a lawyer for a while but later decided to live quietly as a country gentleman. 2 years ago, he married and brought his wife to live at Styles. I thought John might have preferred if his mother gave him more money so he could have his own home, but Mrs. Cavendish liked controlling her plans. She liked doing things her own way, and she had the money, so people usually followed her wishes.
He's a nasty little man. He makes everything hard for us. And Evie, you know Evie?
No.
Oh, she came after your time. She helps Mother with everything. Evie does all kinds of work and is a good sort, not young or pretty, but very brave.
You were going to say something?
Yes, about this man. He just appeared one day, saying he was Evie's second cousin or something. But Evie didn't really seem to believe that. He's not one of us. He looks strange, with a big black beard, and he wears shiny leather boots all the time. But Mother liked him at once and took him as her secretary because she's always busy with so many societies.
Of course, the war has made her even busier.
Yes, and the man helped her a lot. But you can imagine how shocked we were when, 3 months ago, she said she was going to marry him. He's at least 20 years younger than she is. He's only after her money, that's clear. But we can't stop her. It's her life, and she married him.
That must be very hard for you all.
Hard? It's terrible.
So, 3 days later, I got off the train at Styles St. Mary. It was a very small station in the middle of quiet green fields and country roads. John was waiting for me on the platform and took me to the car.
Still have a little petrol left. Thanks to Mother's many activities.
We drove toward the village of Styles St. Mary lived about 2 miles from the small train station. Styles Court was 1 mile farther on the other side. It was a quiet, warm day in early July. The flat green fields of Essex looked calm and peaceful under the sun. It was hard to believe that a big war was happening not far away. I felt as if I had come to a different world.
I'm afraid it's very quiet here, Hastings.
That's just what I want.
It's pleasant enough if you like a slow life. I train with the volunteers twice a week and help on the farms. My wife works outdoors too. She gets up at 5 every morning to milk the cows and works until lunch. It's a good life, except for that man Alfred Inglethorp. I wonder if we have time to pick up Cynthia. No, she'll have left the hospital by now.
Cynthia? She's not your wife?
No. Cynthia is a young woman my mother helps. Her parents died when she was still young. Her father was a lawyer who lost all his money. My mother took care of her, and Cynthia has lived with us for about 2 years now. She works at the Red Cross Hospital in Tadminster, 7 miles away.
As he finished speaking, we stopped in front of the old house. A woman in a thick skirt was bending over a flower bed. She stood up when she saw us.
Hello, Evie. Here's our brave soldier. Mr. Hastings, Miss Howard.
Weeds grow fast. Can't stop them. You'll have to help soon. Be careful.
I'll be happy to help.
Don't say that. You'll be sorry later.
You're a cynic, Evie. Where's tea today, inside or outside?
Outside. It's too nice to stay in.
Come on then. You've done enough gardening for one day.
Well, maybe you're right.
She walked around to the back of the house. Tea was ready under a big sycamore tree. A woman stood up from a chair and came toward us.
My wife, Hastings.
I will always remember my first look at Mary Cavendish. She was tall and thin, standing in the sunlight. Her eyes were golden brown and full of life. She looked calm but strong, gentle yet proud. I could not forget her. She welcomed me kindly and spoke in a soft, clear voice. I sat down feeling very happy that I had come. She poured me tea and listened with interest. I told some funny stories about my time at the hospital, and she laughed. She was clever and friendly. I could see that John was not a man of many words, but he smiled and enjoyed himself. Just then, I heard a voice from the open window nearby.
Then you will write to the princess after tea, Alfred? I'll write to Lady Tadminster myself. Or should we wait to hear from the princess first? If she says no, Lady Tadminster can take the first day, and Mrs. Crosby the second. And then there's the Duchess about the school festival.
Yes, dear, after tea will be fine. You are so thoughtful, Alfred.
The window opened more, and an old lady with white hair came out onto the lawn. She looked proud and sure of herself. A man followed her politely.
How wonderful to see you again, Mr. Hastings, after so many years. Alfred, darling, this is Mr. Hastings, my husband.
I looked with curiosity at Alfred Darling. He seemed very strange. I understood why John did not like his beard. It was very long and very black. He wore glasses with gold frames and had a serious face with no expression. I thought he would look normal if he were on a stage, but in real life he seemed out of place. His voice was deep and smooth. He gave me his wooden hand and said politely,
This is a pleasure, Mr. Hastings. Emily dear, I think that cushion is a little wet.
She smiled at him lovingly while he carefully changed the cushion. It was strange to see such love from a sensible woman.
When Mr. Inglethorp came in, the mood in the room changed. Everyone seemed a bit tense and uncomfortable. Miss Howard looked especially displeased. She did not hide her feelings at all. Mrs. Inglethorp, however, acted as if everything was perfectly normal. She talked a lot, just as I remembered. Most of her talk was about the bazaar she was planning. Now and then she asked her husband a question to check a date. He always listened and watched her closely. I felt an instant dislike for him. My first impressions are usually right. Soon Mrs. Inglethorp spoke to Miss Howard about some letters, and her husband turned to me with his careful tone.
Is soldiering your usual job, Mr. Hastings?
No. Before the war I worked at Lloyd's.
And will you go back after the war?
Maybe. Or maybe I'll try something new.
What work would you really want to do, if you could choose anything?
Well, that depends.
Do you have a secret interest? Something you really feel drawn to?
You'll laugh if I tell you.
Maybe.
I have always wanted to be a detective.
The real kind like Scotland Yard? Or the story kind like Sherlock Holmes?
Oh, Sherlock Holmes. But honestly, I love the idea. I met a famous detective once in Belgium. He made me feel so excited about it. He was very smart and said that good detective work is only a matter of method. I follow his ideas now, but I think I've learned a bit more. He was a funny little man, very neat, but extremely clever.
I like detective stories, said Miss Howard. But many are silly. The criminal appears in the last chapter and everyone is surprised. Real crimes aren't like that. You'd recognize the guilty person right away.
There are many crimes that are never discovered.
I don't mean the police, she replied. I mean the family, the people in it. They could never be fooled. They would know.
So, I said with a laugh, if you were part of a crime, perhaps a murder, you think you would know who did it right away.
Of course. I might not be able to prove it, but I would feel it. I'd know if the person came near me.
It could be a woman.
It could. But murder is a hard thing. I think of men more than women. Not if it's poisoning, said Mary Cavendish suddenly. Dr. Bauerstein told me yesterday that many poisons are not well known by doctors. So there might be many cases of poisoning that people never suspect.
Oh, Mary, that's a dreadful talk. It gives me chills. Oh, look, there's Cynthia.
A young girl in a VAD uniform ran across the lawn.
Cynthia, you're late today, said Mrs. Inglethorp. This is Mr. Hastings, Miss Murdoch.
Cynthia Murdoch looked bright and full of life. She took off her small cap, and I noticed her soft red-brown hair and her small white hand as she reached for her tea. If her eyes were darker, she would have been truly beautiful. She sat down on the grass beside John. I gave her a plate of sandwiches, and she smiled at me.
Sit here on the grass. It's much nicer.
I sat down happily. You work at Tadminster, don't you, Miss Murdoch?
Yes, I do.
They treat you badly.
I'd like to see them try, said Cynthia proudly.
My cousin is a nurse, I said. She's afraid of the sisters.
I'm not surprised, said Cynthia. The sisters are terrible. You've no idea. But I'm not a nurse, thank goodness. I work in the dispensary.
How many people do you poison?
Oh, hundreds.
She said.
Cynthia, called Mrs. Inglethorp, can you write some notes for me? Of course, Aunt Emily, Cynthia answered at once.
She stood up quickly. The way she moved made me think she knew her place in the house well. Mrs. Inglethorp was kind, but she made sure Cynthia remembered she was not her equal.
Mrs. Inglethorp turned to me. John will show you your room. Supper is at 7:30. We stopped having late dinner some time ago. Lady Tadminster, the wife of our Member of Parliament and daughter of the late Lord Abbotsbury, does the same. She agrees that we must show others how to save money. We live as a war household. We waste nothing. Even used paper is saved and sent away in bags.
I said how wise that was, and John took me inside. We went up the wide staircase, which divided halfway to lead to two parts of the house. My room was in the left wing, looking over the park. John left me. A few minutes later, I saw him from my window walking slowly on the grass with Cynthia Murdoch. Then I heard Mrs. Inglethorp call Cynthia, with impatience, and Cynthia hurried back to the house. At that moment, a man stepped out from behind a tree and walked toward the house. He looked about 40 years old, dark, and had a serious, clean face. He seemed upset or troubled. When he looked up at my window, I knew him at once, though 15 years had passed since our last meeting. It was John's younger brother, Lawrence Cavendish. I wondered what had made his face look so strange. Then I stopped thinking about it and turned to my own concerns. The evening was pleasant, and that night I dreamed of the mysterious woman, Mary Cavendish. The next morning was bright and sunny, and I felt happy about my visit. I did not see Mrs. Cavendish until lunchtime. Then she offered to take me for a walk, and we spent a lovely afternoon in the woods. We came back to the house around 5 o'clock. As we entered the big hall, John called us into the smoking room. I could see from his face that something was wrong. We followed him, and he shut the door.
Listen, Mary, he said. Things are bad. Evie had a quarrel with Alfred Inglethorp, and she's leaving.
Evie. She's leaving? Mary asked.
John nodded sadly. Yes. She went to Mother, and, oh, here she is now.
Miss Howard came in. Her lips were tight. She carried a small suitcase. She looked upset and strong-willed. Well, she said quickly, at least I said what I think. My dear Evelyn, cried Mrs. Cavendish, this can't be true. Miss Howard nodded firmly. It's true. I said some hard words to Emily. She won't forgive me soon. But maybe she should think about them. I told her, you are an old woman, Emily, and there's no bigger fool than an old fool. The man you married is 20 years younger than you. Don't think he married you for love, he married you for money. Don't give him too much of it. Ask him how much time he spends with Farmer Rakes's pretty young wife. Emily was angry, of course. I warned her anyway. I said, that man could hurt you, Emily. He's not good. You may not believe me, but remember what I said. What did she answer? Mrs. Cavendish asked. Miss Howard smiled bitterly. She said, dear Alfred, darling Alfred. She called me a liar and said I was wicked to accuse her husband. She told me to leave her house. So I'm leaving.
You mean right now? Asked John.
Yes, right this minute.
We stared at her in silence. John tried to change her mind, but she wouldn't listen. Then he went to check the train times. His wife followed, saying she would talk to Mrs. Inglethorp and try to calm things down. When they left, Miss Howard's face softened. She looked at me and spoke quietly. Mr. Hastings, you're honest. I can trust you, can't I? I was surprised. She put her hand on my arm and whispered, please watch over Emily. Poor woman. Everyone around her wants something, money. I know what I'm saying. None of them can be trusted. I tried to protect her, but now I'm gone. They will take advantage of her. Of course, Miss Howard, I said, I'll help however I can. But you are upset now. Try to rest.
She shook her finger slowly. Young man, listen to me. I've lived longer than you. All I ask is that you keep your eyes open. You'll understand soon enough.
Chapter 2. The 16th and 17th of July. The sound of the car engine came through the open window. Miss Howard stood up and walked to the door. I heard John speaking outside. She put her hand on the door handle. Then she looked back at me and made a sign with her hand.
Most important, Mr. Hastings, watch that man, her husband.
She had no time to say more. Other voices spoke loudly with goodbyes and complaints. Miss Howard disappeared into the crowd. The Inglethorpes did not come out. When the car drove away, Mrs. Cavendish suddenly left the group. She crossed the drive and walked onto the grass. She went to meet a tall man with a beard. He was walking toward the house. Her face became red as she gave him her hand.
Who is that? I asked quickly. I did not trust the man.
That is Dr. Bauerstein, John said.
And who is Dr. Bauerstein?
He is staying in the village to rest after a bad illness of the nerves. He is a doctor from London. He is very clever. People say he knows a lot about poisons.
And he is a very good friend of Mary, Cynthia added at once.
John Cavendish looked unhappy and changed the subject.
Come for a walk, Hastings. This has been a very unpleasant business. She spoke sharply sometimes, but Evelyn Howard is one of the truest friends in England.
He took a small path through the trees. We walked down toward the village, through the woods beside the estate. As we came back through one of the gates, a young woman with dark looks walked past us. She bowed and smiled.
She is very pretty, I said.
John's face became hard.
That is Mrs. Raikes.
The woman that Miss Howard.
Yes, John said shortly.
I thought about the old white-haired lady in the big house. Then I thought of the bright and sharp face that had just smiled at us. I felt a cold feeling inside me. I tried not to think about it.
Styles is a beautiful old place, I said.
John nodded, but he looked sad.
Yes, it is a fine house. One day it will be mine. It should be mine now, if my father had made a better will. Then I would not have so little money.
Do you have money troubles?
My dear Hastings, I am in great difficulty. I do not know what to do.
Can your brother help you?
Lawrence? He spent all his money on printing bad poems in fine books. No, none of us have much money. My mother has always helped us. At least, she did before. Since her marriage, he stopped and frowned.
For the first time, I felt that something had changed since Evelyn Howard left. When she was there, everything felt safe. Now that feeling was gone. The air felt full of doubt. I thought again of Dr. Bauerstein's dark face, and I did not like the thought. I began to feel unsure about everyone and everything. For a short moment, I felt that something bad was coming. I came to Styles on the 5th of July. Now I speak about the events of the 16th and 17th. I will tell them as clearly as I can. Later, these events were talked about in court, with many long questions. A few days after Evelyn Howard left, I got a letter from her. She said she was working as a nurse in a big hospital in Middlingham. It was a factory town about 15 miles away. She asked me to tell her if Mrs. Inglethorp wanted to make peace with her. My days were quiet, but one thing troubled me. Mrs. Cavendish seemed to enjoy the company of Dr. Bauerstein very much. I could not understand why. She often invited him to the house. She also went on long walks with him. I could not see why she liked him. The 16th of July was a Monday. It was a very busy day. The charity bazaar had been on Saturday. That evening there was to be a show in the village hall. Mrs. Inglethorp was going to read a war poem there. All morning we worked hard. We prepared and decorated the hall. We had a late lunch. In the afternoon, we rested in the garden. I saw that John was acting strangely. He looked excited and could not sit still. After tea, Mrs. Inglethorp went to her room to rest before the evening. I asked Mary Cavendish to play a game of tennis with me. At about 6:45, Mrs. Inglethorp called us. She said supper was early and we would be late. We hurried to get ready. Before we finished eating, the car was already at the door. The evening show went very well. Mrs. Inglethorp's poem was received with loud clapping. There were also still scenes, and Cynthia took part in them.
She did not come back with us. She was invited to a dinner. She stayed the night with friends who acted with her in the show. The next morning, Mrs. Inglethorp stayed in bed for breakfast. She was very tired. But at about 12:30, she felt full of energy again. She quickly took Lawrence and me to a lunch party.
It is such a lovely invitation from Mrs. Ralston. She is Lady Tadminster's sister. The Ralston family is very old.
Mary did not come. She said she had an appointment with Dr. Bauerstein. We had a nice lunch. When we left, Lawrence said we should go through Tadminster. It was not far away. He wanted to visit Cynthia at her workplace. Mrs. Inglethorp liked the idea. But she said she had letters to write. She dropped us there. She said we could come home later with Cynthia in her small cart. At the hospital, the porter stopped us. He did not trust us at first. Then Cynthia came and said we were friends. She looked calm and kind in her long white coat. She took us upstairs to her small workroom. She introduced us to the other worker. This person looked serious and strict. Cynthia smiled and called her Nibs. There are so many bottles. Do you really know what is in all of them?
Please say something new. Everyone says that. We want to give a prize to the first person who does not say it. And I know what you will say next. You will ask how many people we have poisoned.
I laughed and agreed.
If people knew how easy it is to make a mistake, they would not joke. Now let us have tea. We keep food in that cupboard. No, Lawrence, not that one. That one is for medicine. The big cupboard, yes.
We had a happy tea together. After that, we helped Cynthia wash the dishes. When we put away the last spoon, someone knocked at the door. Cynthia and Nibs suddenly looked very serious.
Come in.
A young nurse came in. She looked nervous. She gave a bottle to Nibs.
I am not really working today.
Cynthia took the bottle. She looked at it very carefully.
This should have come this morning.
Sister is very sorry. She forgot.
Sister should read the rules on the door.
The nurse looked scared. I felt sure she would not tell this to Sister.
So now it cannot be done until tomorrow.
Could you please do it tonight?
We are very busy, but if we have time, we will do it.
The nurse left. At once, Cynthia took a jar from the shelf. She filled the bottle and put it on the table outside the door. You must keep strict rules.
Yes. Come outside to our small balcony. You can see all the wards from there.
I went with Cynthia and Nibs. They showed me the different buildings. Lawrence stayed inside at first. After a short time, Cynthia called him to join us. Then she looked at her watch.
Is there anything else to do?
No.
Good. Then we can lock up and go.
That afternoon, I saw Lawrence differently. He was not easy to understand. He was very shy and quiet. He was not like his brother at all. But he had a gentle charm. I felt one could care for him deeply. I had always thought he felt shy with Cynthia, and she with him. But that day they were cheerful. They talked and laughed like children. As we drove through the village, I remembered I needed stamps. We stopped at the post office. When I came out, I bumped into a small man who was going in. I stepped back and said sorry. Suddenly, he cried out loudly. He hugged me and kissed me warmly.
My friend Hastings. It is really you.
Poirot. I turned to the cart. This is a happy meeting. This is my old friend, Monsieur Poirot. I have not seen him for many years.
Oh, we know Monsieur Poirot, but I did not know he was your friend.
Yes, I know Miss Cynthia. I am here because of the kindness of Mrs. Inglethorp.
Then, as I looked at him with a question in my eyes.
Yes, my friend, she was very kind. She gave help and a home to 7 people from my country. They had to leave their own land. We Belgians will always remember her and say thank you.
Poirot was a very unusual little man. He was not tall. He was a little over 5 feet. Still, he stood very straight and proud. His head was round like an egg. He often held it a little to one side. His moustache was hard and very neat, like a soldier's. His clothes were always perfect. He cared very much about being clean. Even a tiny bit of dust would upset him greatly. This small, well-dressed man now walked with pain in his leg, which made me sad. Long ago, he had been one of the best officers in the Belgian police. As a detective, he had a special talent. He solved many very difficult cases. He showed me the small house where he lived with the other Belgians. I promised to visit him soon. Then he lifted his hat in a polite way to Cynthia, and we drove away.
He is such a sweet little man, said Cynthia. I did not know you knew him.
You have been kind to a famous man without knowing it, I said. On the way home, I told them many stories about Hercule Poirot and his great successes. We came back feeling happy and relaxed. When we went into the hall, Mrs. Inglethorp came out of her small sitting room. Her face was red, and she looked worried.
Oh, it is you, she said.
Is something wrong, Aunt Emily? Asked Cynthia.
Of course not, said Mrs. Inglethorp in a sharp voice. Why should there be? Then she saw Dorcas, the maid, going into the dining room. She called her and asked her to bring some stamps into the sitting room.
Yes. The old servant paused. Then she spoke softly. Do you think you should go to bed? You look very tired.
Maybe you are right, Dorcas. Yes, no, not yet. I must finish some letters before the post goes. Did you light the fire in my room, as I asked?
Yes.
Then I will go to bed just after supper.
She went back into the sitting room. Cynthia watched her and looked surprised.
Oh dear. I wonder what is wrong, she said to Lawrence.
He did not answer. Without saying anything, he turned around and walked out of the house. I suggested we play a quick game of tennis before supper. Cynthia agreed. I ran upstairs to get my racket. Mrs. Cavendish was coming down the stairs. Maybe it was just my feeling, but she also looked strange and upset. Did you have a nice walk with Dr. Bauerstein? I asked, trying to sound calm.
I did not go, she said quickly. Where is Mrs. Inglethorp?
In the sitting room. She grabbed the handrail tightly. Then she seemed to give herself courage. She hurried past me, went down the stairs, crossed the hall, and entered the sitting room. She closed the door behind her. A few minutes later, I ran outside to the tennis court. I passed the open window of the sitting room. I could not help hearing part of their talk. Mary Cavendish spoke in a tight voice, trying hard to stay calm.
So you will not show it to me?
Mrs. Inglethorp answered, "My dear Mary, this has nothing to do with that problem.
Then show it to me.
I tell you, it is not what you think. It does not concern you at all."
Mary Cavendish replied, her voice full of hurt and anger, "Of course. I should have known you would protect him."
Cynthia was waiting for me. She spoke fast and with excitement. "Listen. There has been a terrible argument. Dorcas told me everything."
What kind of argument? I asked.
"Between Aunt Emily and him. I really hope she has seen the truth at last."
Was Dorcas there? I asked.
"No, of course not. She just happened to be near the door. It was a very big fight. I wish I knew what it was about."
I remembered Mrs. Rake's strange face and Evelyn Howard's warnings. I decided not to speak. Cynthia went on guessing many reasons. She ended by saying happily, "Aunt Emily will send him away and never talk to him again." Chapter 3. The night of the tragedy. I felt worried because I wanted to find John, but he was not anywhere. It was clear that something very important had happened that afternoon. I tried to push the words I had heard out of my mind. But I could not forget them. I kept thinking about them. Why was Mary Cavendish part of this? Mr. Inglethorp was in the drawing room when I came down for supper. His face showed no feeling, as always. Again, he seemed strange and unreal to me. Mrs. Inglethorp came down last. She still looked upset. During supper, no one spoke much. The silence felt stiff and uncomfortable. Mr. Inglethorp was very quiet. Usually, he showed much care for his wife. He placed cushions for her and tried to please her in small ways. After supper, Mrs. Inglethorp went back to her boudoir at once.
"Send my coffee in here, Mary. I have only 5 minutes before the post goes."
Cynthia and I sat by the open window in the drawing room. Mary Cavendish brought us our coffee. She looked excited.
"Do you want the lights? Or do you like the half-dark? Cynthia, will you take Mrs. Inglethorp her coffee? I will pour it."
Do not trouble, Mary. I will take it to Emily.
He poured the coffee and carried it out of the room with care. Lawrence followed him. Mrs. Cavendish then sat down near us. The three of us sat quietly for some time. It was a beautiful night. The air was hot and still. Mrs. Cavendish slowly moved a palm leaf to cool herself.
"It is almost too hot. We will have a storm."
Sadly, this calm time did not last. My piece ended when I heard a voice in the hall that I knew well and did not like.
"Dr. Bauerstein, what a strange time to visit."
I looked at Mary Cavendish with jealousy. But she seemed calm. The pale color of her face did not change. Soon, Alfred Inglethorp brought the doctor into the room. The doctor was laughing and saying he was not dressed for a visit. He looked very untidy. His clothes were covered with mud.
"What have you been doing, doctor?"
I am sorry. I did not plan to come inside, but Mr. Inglethorp asked me to.
Well, Bauerstein, you look in a bad state. Have some coffee and tell us what happened.
Thank you, I will. He laughed in an unhappy way. He told us he had found a very rare fern in a hard place to reach. While trying to get it, he slipped and fell into a pond. The sun dried me later, but I know I look very poor now.
At that moment, Mrs. Inglethorp called Cynthia from the hall. Cynthia ran out quickly.
Carry my case upstairs, dear. I am going to bed.
The hall door was wide open. I stood up when Cynthia did. John was near me. So there were 3 people who saw that Mrs. Inglethorp was holding her coffee. She had not drunk any of it yet. The rest of my evening was completely ruined by Dr. Bauerstein. It felt like he would never leave. At last, he stood up to go, and I felt relief.
I will walk to the village with you. I need to see our agent about the estate papers. No one needs to wait up. I will take the key.
To help explain what happened next, I had a plan of the first floor of Styles. The servants' rooms are reached by door B. They do not connect to the right wing, where the Inglethorpes' rooms were. It felt like the middle of the night when Lawrence Cavendish woke me. He held a candle. His face showed fear, and I knew at once that something was very wrong.
What is wrong?
I asked. I sat up and tried to wake fully.
We think my mother is very ill. She looks like she is having a bad attack. She has locked herself in her room.
I will come now. I jumped out of bed, put on my dressing gown, and followed Lawrence down the passage and into the right wing of the house. John Cavendish joined us. Some servants were there too. They looked scared and confused.
What do you think we should do?
I saw clearly how unsure Lawrence always was. John shook the handle of Mrs. Inglethorpe's door hard, but it did not open. It was locked from the inside. By now, everyone in the house was awake. Loud and frightening sounds came from inside the room. It was clear we had to act.
Try going through Mr. Inglethorpe's room, sir. Oh, poor mistress.
Suddenly I saw that Alfred Inglethorpe was not with us. He was the only one who was missing. John opened the door of his room. Inside, it was very dark. Lawrence came after us with a candle. The light was weak. We saw that no one had slept in the bed. The room looked unused and empty. We went at once to the door that joined the rooms. This door was also locked from the inside. We did not know what to do.
Oh dear, sir, cried Dorcas. She twisted her hands in fear. What can we do now?
We must try to force the door open, John said. It will be hard. One of you go and wake Bailey. Tell him to fetch Dr. Wilkins at once. Wait a moment. Is there not a door to Miss Cynthia's rooms?
Yes, sir, said Dorcas. But that door is always locked. It is never opened.
We should still try, John said.
He ran quickly along the passage to Cynthia's room. Mary Cavendish was there. She was shaking the girl and trying to wake her. Cynthia slept very deeply. After a short time, John came back.
It is no use. That door is locked too. We must break one door. This one looks a little weaker.
We pushed and pulled together. The door was strong and did not move for a long time. At last, it began to bend. With a loud noise, it broke open. We went in together. Lawrence still held the candle. Mrs. Inglethorpe was on the bed. Her body was shaking badly. She must have knocked over the small table beside her. When we came in, her shaking slowly stopped, and she lay still on the pillows. John went across the room and turned on the gas light. He told Annie, one of the maids, to go to the dining room and bring brandy. Then he went to his mother. I went back and unlocked the door to the passage. I turned to Lawrence. I wanted to say that I should leave now, as they did not need me anymore. But I could not speak. I had never seen such a terrible look on a man's face. His face was very pale. His hand shook, and candle wax fell onto the carpet. His eyes were wide with fear. He stared over my head at the far wall. It was as if he had seen something very frightening. I looked where he was looking. I saw nothing strange. There were only the dying ashes in the fireplace and small ornaments on the shelf. They looked harmless. Mrs. Inglethorp now seemed calmer. She could speak, but only in short breaths.
I feel better now, she said weakly. It came so fast. It was silly of me to lock myself in.
A shadow came over the bed. I looked up and saw Mary Cavendish near the door. Her arm was around Cynthia. She was holding the girl to help her stand. Cynthia looked confused and not like herself. Her face was very red. She kept opening her mouth as if she was very tired.
Poor Cynthia is very scared,
Mrs. Cavendish said in a quiet, calm voice. I saw she was wearing her white work dress. That meant it was later than I thought. A weak light of morning came through the curtains. The clock on the shelf showed it was almost 5 o'clock. Suddenly, a broken cry came from the bed. The poor old lady was in great pain again. Her body shook hard. It was terrible to see. Everything became noisy and confused. We all moved close to her, but we could not help her. Her body lifted in a strange way. Her back bent high, and only her head and heels touched the bed. Mary and John tried to give her more brandy, but it did not help. Time passed very fast. Again, her body bent in the same strange way. Just then, Dr. Bauerstein pushed into the room with force. He stopped for a moment and stared at the woman on the bed. At the same time, Mrs. Inglethorp cried out in a weak, broken voice. She looked straight at the doctor.
Alfred! Alfred!
She cried. Then she fell back and did not move. The doctor stepped to the bed at once. He took her arms and moved them strongly to help her breathe. I knew he was trying to save her life. He gave short orders to the servants. With a sharp move of his hand, he told us all to leave the room. We stood at the door and watched. I think we all knew it was already too late. I could see from his face that he had little hope. At last, he stopped and shook his head slowly. At that moment, we heard steps outside. Dr. Wilkins came in. He was Mrs. Inglethorpe's own doctor. He was a small, round man who moved in a busy way. Dr. Bauerstein quickly explained that he had been passing the gate when the car came out. He had run to the house, while the car went to get Dr. Wilkins. He pointed with his hand to the still body on the bed.
Very sad. Very sad. Poor dear lady. She always did too much. I warned her many times. Her heart was weak. I told her to rest. But she would not listen. She worked too hard. Her body could not go on.
I noticed that Dr. Bauerstein watched him closely. He kept his eyes on Dr. Wilkins as he spoke.
The shaking was very strong. I am sorry you did not see it. It was most unusual.
Ah.
I would like to speak to you alone. He turned to John. Is that all right?
Yes.
We all went out into the hall. The two doctors stayed behind. I heard the key turn in the lock. We went slowly down the stairs. I felt very nervous and excited. I am good at guessing things, and Dr. Bauerstein's behavior made me think many strange thoughts. Mary Cavendish touched my arm.
What is it? Why did the doctor act so strangely?
I looked at her. Do you know what I think?
What?
Listen, I said. I looked around to be sure the others were far away. I spoke very quietly. I think she was poisoned. I am sure Dr. Bauerstein thinks so too.
What? She whispered. She moved back against the wall. Her eyes opened wide in fear. Then she cried out loudly. No, no, not that, not that. She pulled away from me and ran up the stairs.
I followed her because I feared she might fall. I found her leaning on the railing. Her face was very pale. She waved her hand at me.
No, leave me. I want to be alone for a moment. Please go back to the others.
I did as she asked, though I did not want to. John and Lawrence were in the dining room. I joined them. We were all quiet. At last, I spoke. Where is Mr. Inglethorp?
He is not in the house.
We looked at each other. Where was Alfred Inglethorp? It was strange that he was gone. I remembered Mrs. Inglethorpe's last words. What did they mean? What else did she want to say? Soon, we heard the doctors coming down the stairs. Dr. Wilkins looked serious and important. He tried to look calm, but he seemed pleased inside. Dr. Bauerstein walked behind him, quiet and serious as before. Dr. Wilkins spoke for them both.
Mr. Cavendish, he said, I would like your permission to examine the body.
Is that really needed?
Chapter 4. Poirot investigates.
Do you really mean that? Asked John in a serious voice.
Pain showed on his face.
Yes, completely, said Dr. Bauerstein.
You mean that?
I mean that neither Dr. Wilkins nor I can sign a death paper in this situation.
John lowered his head.
Then I see no other choice. I agree.
Thank you, said Dr. Wilkins quickly. We suggest it should happen tomorrow night, or rather tonight. He looked at the daylight. Sadly, there must be an official inquiry. These steps are needed, but please do not worry too much.
They were silent for a moment. Then Dr. Bauerstein took 2 keys from his pocket and gave them to John.
These are the keys to the 2 rooms. I have locked them. I think it is best to keep them locked for now.
The doctors then left the house. I had been thinking about an idea for some time. Now I felt it was the right moment to speak. Still, I felt unsure. John hated attention from others. He was calm and liked to avoid trouble. It might be hard to make him agree with my plan. Lawrence was different. He was less strict and had a more open mind. I thought he might support me. I knew I must act now. John, I said, I want to ask you something.
Yes?
You remember my friend Poirot? The Belgian man who is here? He is a very famous detective.
Yes, I remember.
I want to ask you to let me call him. I want him to look into this matter.
What, now? Before the medical exam?
Yes. Time matters if something bad was done.
Nonsense, Lawrence said angrily. This whole idea comes from Bauerstein. Wilkins did not think of it first. Bauerstein just filled his head with it. Like many experts, he only sees what he likes. He loves poisons, so he thinks everything is poison.
I was surprised. Lawrence was usually calm and quiet. John thought for a while.
I don't feel the same as you, Lawrence, he said slowly. I think Hastings should decide. Still, I would rather wait a little. We do not want gossip.
No, no, I said quickly. There is no danger. Poirot is very careful and quiet.
All right, said John. Do as you wish. I trust you. But if we are wrong, may God forgive me.
I looked at my watch. It was 6 o'clock. I did not want to waste time. Still, I waited 5 minutes. I used the time to search the library. I found a medical book. It explained the effects of strychnine. The house where the Belgians lived was very near the park gate. There was a small path through tall grass. It was shorter than the main road. I took this path to save time. I was almost at the lodge when I saw a man running toward me. It was Mr. Inglethorp. I wondered where he had been. I wondered how he would explain it.
He spoke to me at once. This is terrible. My poor wife. I have just heard.
Where have you been? I asked.
Denby kept me late last night, he said. We finished at 1 o'clock. I had forgotten my key. I did not want to wake the house, so Denby gave me a bed.
How did you hear the news? I asked.
Wilkins woke Denby to tell him, he said. My poor Emily. She always cared for others. She was too good. She worked too hard.
I felt strong dislike. He sounded false and cold. What an actor he was. I must go now, I said. I was glad he did not ask where I was going. Soon I reached Leastway's cottage and knocked on the door. There was no answer. I knocked again, harder. A window upstairs opened slowly. Poirot looked out and seemed surprised to see me. I told him quickly what had happened and asked for his help.
Wait, my friend, he said. I will open the door. You can tell me everything while I get dressed.
A few moments later, he opened the door. I followed him upstairs to his room. He asked me to sit down. I told him the whole story. I did not leave out anything, even small details. I spoke while he calmly washed and dressed. I told him about waking up. I told him about Mrs. Inglethorpe's last words. I told him about her husband being away. I told him about the argument the day before. I told him about the short talk I heard between Mary and her mother-in-law. I told him about the old quarrel with Evelyn Howard and about her hints. I was not very clear. I repeated myself. Sometimes I had to go back and add something I forgot. Poirot listened and smiled at me with kindness. He made a funny face and blew the air, as if pushing things away.
The mind is not clear, yes? Take your time, my friend. You are upset and full of strong feelings. That is normal. Soon, when we are calm, we will put the facts in order. We will look at them one by one. We will keep the important ones. We will throw away the unimportant ones.
That sounds fine, I said, but how do you choose what is important and what is not? That is always hard for me.
Poirot shook his head with force. He carefully fixed his moustache.
It is not hard. Look. One fact leads to the next. We ask, does it fit? If yes, good, we go on. If not, we stop. Then we see something strange. A small fact does not match. Something is missing. We look again. That small detail, the one that seems unimportant, we keep it here. He moved his hand in a big way. That detail is important. It is very important.
Yes?
Poirot pointed his finger at me. He looked very serious.
Be careful. A bad detective says, this is too small. It does not matter. Then he forgets it. That brings only confusion. Everything matters.
I know, I said. You always say that. That is why I told you every detail, even the ones that seemed useless to me.
And I am happy with you, he said. You remember things well. You told me the facts honestly. The order was very bad, but I understand. You are upset. Because of that, you forgot one very important fact.
What is that? I asked.
You did not tell me if Mrs. Inglethorp ate well last night.
I looked at him in surprise. I thought the war had harmed his mind. He was brushing his coat with care and did not look at me.
I do not remember, I said. And I do not see.
You do not see? But it is very important.
I do not understand why, I said, a little angry. As far as I remember, she did not eat much. She was upset. She had no appetite. That is normal.
Yes, said Poirot slowly. That is normal.
He opened a drawer and took out a small case. Then he turned to me.
Now I am ready. We will go to the house and look at things there. Excuse me, my friend. You dress too quickly. Your tie is crooked. Let me fix it. He fixed it with quick fingers. There. Shall we go?
We walked quickly through the village and entered the gate. Poirot stopped and looked sadly at the wide park. The grass was bright with morning dew.
So beautiful, he said. And yet this poor family is full of sadness.
He looked at me closely. I felt my face grow red. Was the family truly so sad? Was the grief very deep? I felt something was missing. Mrs. Inglethorp was not a woman who inspired love. Her death shocked them, and it hurt them, but they did not love her deeply. Poirot seemed to know my thoughts. He nodded.
You are right, he said. She was kind and gave them much. But she was not their real mother. Blood is strong. Always remember that.
Poirot, I said, please tell me why you wanted to know if Mrs. Inglethorp ate well last night. I keep thinking about it, but I do not see the reason.
He walked in silence for a short time. Then he spoke.
I will tell you, though I usually wait until the end. The idea now is that Mrs. Inglethorp died from poison. It was likely put in her coffee.
Yes?
What time was the coffee served?
About 8 o'clock.
So she drank it between 8 and 8:30. Not later. This poison works fast. Its effects usually begin in about an hour. But in her case, the signs did not appear until 5 in the morning. That is 9 hours later. If she had eaten a big meal at the same time, the poison might work more slowly. Not so slowly, but it is possible. But you say she ate very little. And still, nothing happened until morning. That is strange. The body examination may explain it. Until then, remember this detail.
As we came close to the house, John walked out to meet us. He looked very tired and worried.
This is a very bad matter, Monsieur Poirot, he said. Hastings has told you that we do not want people to talk about it.
I understand this very well, Poirot said.
You see, it is only a suspicion now. We have no clear proof.
Yes, said Poirot. We are only being careful.
John turned to me. He took out his cigarette case and lit a cigarette.
You know that man Inglethorp is back, he asked.
Yes, I said. I met him. John threw the match into a flower bed. Poirot did not like this. He picked it up and put it under the soil.
It is very hard to know how to act with him, John said.
That problem will soon end, Poirot said softly.
John looked confused. He did not understand what Poirot meant. He gave me the 2 keys that Dr. Bauerstein had given him.
Show Monsieur Poirot everything he wants to see, he said.
The rooms are locked. Poirot asked.
Yes. Dr. Bauerstein thought it was best.
Poirot nodded slowly.
Then he is very sure, he said. That helps us.
We went upstairs together to the room where the death happened. For ease, I had a plan of the room and the main furniture. Poirot locked the door from the inside. Then he began to look at everything very carefully. He moved fast from one thing to another. I stayed near the door. I was afraid to destroy any signs. Poirot was not pleased with this.
What are you doing there, my friend? He said. Why do you stand like a frozen animal?
I told him I was afraid of ruining footprints.
Footprints, he said. What an idea! Many people have already been in this room. There will be no footprints now. Come and help me. I will put my little case down.
He put it on the round table by the window. But the tabletop was loose. It moved and the case fell to the floor.
Ah, what a table, cried Poirot. A big house, but no comfort.
Then he went on with his work. A small purple case on the writing table caught his eye. There was a key in the lock. He took the key out and gave it to me. I looked at it, but saw nothing strange. It was a normal key with a small wire in the handle. Next, he checked the door we had broken open. He made sure the bolt had really been fastened. Then he went to the other door, which led to Cynthia's room. That door was also bolted. He unlocked it and opened and closed it many times. He did this very quietly. Suddenly, he stopped. He looked closely at the bolt. Then he took small tools from his case. He pulled out a very tiny piece of something. He put it into a small envelope. On the chest of drawers there was a tray. On it were a small lamp and a saucepan. Inside the saucepan was a little dark liquid. Near it were an empty cup and saucer. I was surprised I had not noticed this before. It looked important. Poirot touched the liquid with his finger and tasted it a little. He made a face.
Cocoa, he said. With, I think, some rum.
Then he looked at the mess on the floor. The small table by the bed was turned over. A lamp, some books, matches, keys, and broken pieces of a cup lay everywhere.
Ah, this is strange, said Poirot.
I do not see anything strange, I said.
You do not, he asked. Look at the lamp. The glass is broken in 2 pieces, just as it fell. But look at the cup. It is crushed into fine powder.
Well, I said, feeling tired. Someone must have stepped on it.
Exactly, said Poirot in a strange voice. Someone stepped on it.
He stood up and walked to the fireplace. He touched the small objects there and made them neat. He did this when he felt uneasy.
My friend, he said, turning to me. Someone stepped on that cup and crushed it on purpose. They did this either because it had poison in it, or, which is much worse, because it did not have poison in it. I said nothing. I felt confused, and I knew it was useless to ask him to explain. After a short time, he woke from his thoughts and started to work again. He picked up the keys from the floor. He turned them in his hand and chose one that was very bright. He put it into the lock of the purple case. It worked, and he opened the box. He paused, then closed it again and locked it. He put all the keys, including the one from the lock, into his pocket. I have no right to read these papers. But someone must do it soon. Then he carefully checked the drawers of the washstand. After that, he walked to the left window. There was a small round mark on the dark carpet. It was hard to see, but it caught his attention. He knelt down and studied it closely. He even smelled it. At last, he poured a little cocoa into a test tube and closed it well. Then he took out a small notebook. In this room, we have found 6 important things. Shall I list them, or will you?
You.
Very well. First, a coffee cup that has been crushed. Second, a case with a key in the lock. Third, a mark on the floor.
That could be old.
No. It is still a little wet and smells like coffee. Fourth, a small piece of dark green cloth. It is only a few threads, but I can see what it is.
Ah. That was in the envelope.
Yes. It may be from one of Mrs. Inglethorp's dresses, and maybe it means nothing. We will see. Fifth, this. This must be new. A good maid would have cleaned it yesterday. I once lost a good hat this way, but never mind.
It was likely done last night. We were all very upset. Or maybe Mrs. Inglethorp dropped her candle.
You brought only one candle into the room?
Yes. Lawrence Cavendish carried it. He was very shaken. He seemed to see something over there. It stopped him completely.
That is interesting. But it was not his candle. This wax is white. His candle, which is still on the table, is pink. Mrs. Inglethorp had no candle here. She only had a lamp.
Then what do you think?
Think for yourself.
And the 6th thing? Is it the cocoa?
No. I could have added that, but I did not. I will keep the 6th thing to myself for now. He looked around the room again. There is nothing more to do here unless fire burns and destroys. But sometimes it leaves something. Let us see. He went down on his hands and knees and carefully moved the ashes. The metal tool, Hastings.
I gave it to him at once. He used it to lift out a small piece of burned paper.
There, my friend. What do you think of this?
I looked at it closely. It was very thick paper, not like normal writing paper. Then I had an idea. Poirot. This is part of a will.
Yes.
You are not surprised?
No. I expected it. I gave the paper back to him. He put it away in his case with great care. My head was full of questions. Why was there a will? Who burned it? Was it the same person who spilled the candle wax? And how did that person get in? All the doors were locked from inside. Now, my friend, we will go. I want to ask a few questions to the maid. Her name is Dorcas, yes? We passed through Alfred Inglethorpe's room. Poirot stopped for a short but careful look around it. Then we left and locked both doors again. I took him to the small sitting room he wanted to see. Then I went to find Dorcas. When I came back with her, the room was empty.
Poirot. Where are you?
I am here, my friend.
He stepped out through the French window. He stood still and looked at the flower beds. He seemed happy as he looked at them.
Wonderful, he said softly. Very wonderful. Everything is in the right place. Look at that curved shape. Look at those diamond shapes. They look so clean and tidy. The space between the plants is very good. This work is new, yes?
Yes. I think they worked on it yesterday afternoon. But please come inside. Dorcas is here.
Ah. Let me enjoy this view for one more moment.
Yes, but this matter is more important.
And how do you know these beautiful flowers are not just as important?
I lifted my shoulders. There was no use arguing with him when he thought like this.
You do not agree. But such things can matter. Still, let us go inside and speak to Dorcas.
Dorcas stood in the small sitting room. Her hands were together in front of her. Her grey hair was neat under her white cap. She looked like a kind, old-style servant. She did not trust Poirot at first, but he soon made her feel calm. He pulled a chair forward.
Please sit down, miss.
Thank you, sir.
You have worked for your lady for many years, yes?
10 years, sir.
That is a long and loyal time. You cared for her very much, did you not?
She was very kind to me, sir.
Then you will not mind answering some questions. Mr. Cavendish agrees to this.
Oh yes, sir.
Then I will ask about yesterday afternoon. Your lady had an argument.
Yes, sir. But I am not sure I should. Dorcas stopped.
Poirot looked at her closely.
My good Dorcas, I must know everything about this argument. You are not telling secrets now. Your lady has died. We must know the truth. We want to understand what happened. If someone did wrong, we want justice.
Amen to that, said Dorcas strongly. And without saying names, there is one person in this house we never liked. It was a bad day when he first came here.
Poirot waited until she was calmer. Then he spoke in a firm, quiet voice.
Now, about the argument. What did you hear first?
Well, sir, I was walking along the hall yesterday.
What time was that?
I cannot say exactly, sir. It was long before tea. Maybe around 4 o'clock, or a little later. As I was walking, I heard loud and angry voices in this room. I did not plan to listen, but I stopped. The door was closed, but my lady spoke very clearly. I heard her say, "You have lied to me." I did not hear what Mr. Inglethorp said. He spoke more quietly, but she answered him and said, "How dare you? I have given you food, clothes, and a home. You owe everything to me. And this is how you repay me. You bring shame to our family." I did not hear his reply again. Then she said, "Nothing you say will change my mind. I know what I must do. I am not afraid of talk or trouble between husband and wife." Then I thought they were coming out, so I walked away quickly.
You are sure it was Mr. Inglethorpe's voice?
Yes, sir. Of course.
What happened after that?
Later I walked past the hall again. It was quiet. At 5 o'clock, my lady rang the bell. She asked for a cup of tea, no food, in the sitting room. She looked terrible. She was very pale and upset. She said, "Dorcas, I have had a great shock." I told her the tea would help her. She held something in her hand. I do not know if it was a letter or just paper, but it had writing on it. She kept looking at it, like she could not believe it. She spoke to herself and said, "Just a few words, and everything is different." Then she said to me, "Never trust a man, Dorcas. They are not worth it." I went to get the tea. When I came back, she thanked me. She said she would feel better after drinking it. She said, "I do not know what to do. Trouble between husband and wife is terrible. I would rather keep it quiet if I can." Then Mrs. Cavendish came in, so she said no more.
She still held the paper in her hand.
Yes, sir.
What do you think she would do with it later?
I think she would lock it in her purple case, sir.
Is that where she kept important papers?
Yes, sir.
She carried it downstairs every morning. She took it upstairs again every night. When did she lose its key?
She saw it was missing yesterday at lunch, sir. She asked me to look for it. She was very upset.
But she had another key.
Yes, sir.
Dorcas watched him with great interest. I did the same. We did not understand why the key was so important. Poirot smiled. Do not worry, Dorcas. It is my job to ask questions. Is this the key that was lost? He took a key from his pocket. He had found it in the lock of the case upstairs.
Dorcas opened her eyes wide. That is the one, sir. But where did you find it? I looked everywhere.
It was not in the same place yesterday as it is today. Now let me ask something else. Did your mistress have a dark green dress?
Dorcas looked surprised. No, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Does anyone else here have a green dress?
Dorcas thought for a moment. Miss Cynthia has a green dress for the evening.
Is it light or dark green?
Light green, sir. It is thin cloth.
That is not the one I mean. No one else has anything green.
No, sir. Not that I know.
Poirot showed no feeling. He spoke calmly. Very well. Let us go on. Do you think your mistress took a sleeping powder last night?
No, sir. Not last night.
How do you know that for sure?
Because the box was empty. She took the last one 2 days ago. She did not get any more.
You are certain?
Yes, sir.
Good. That is clear. Did your mistress ask you to sign any paper yesterday?
No, sir.
When Mr. Hastings and Mr. Lawrence came yesterday evening, your mistress was writing letters. Do you know who the letters were for?
I am sorry, sir. I was out last evening. Annie may know, but she is careless. She even left the coffee cups on the table last night. That happens when I am not here.
Poirot raised his hand. Please leave the cups for now, Dorcas. I want to look at them.
Yes, sir.
What time did you go out last evening?
About 6 o'clock, sir.
Thank you, Dorcas. That is all. He walked to the window. The flower beds are very nice. How many gardeners work here?
Only 3 now, sir. Before the war, there were 5. It was a fine place then. Now there is old Manning, young William, and a new woman gardener who wears trousers. These are bad times.
Good times will come again, Dorcas. We hope so. Please send Annie here.
Yes, sir.
When Dorcas left, I asked Poirot, how did you know about the sleeping powders? And about the lost key? One thing at a time. I knew about the powders because of this. He showed me a small paper box.
Where did you find it?
In the drawer in her bedroom. It was number 6 on my list.
But if she took the last powder 2 days ago, does it matter?
Maybe not. But do you see anything strange about this box? I looked at it.
No, I do not.
Look at the label. I read it. 1 powder to take at bedtime, if needed. Mrs. Inglethorp. I saw nothing strange. Do you see there is no name of the chemist?
Oh. Yes, that is strange.
Have you seen a box like this without a chemist's name?
No, never.
I felt excited, but Poirot spoke calmly. The reason is simple. Do not worry. Then we heard footsteps. Annie was coming. Annie was a strong young woman. She looked very excited and also a little pleased by the sad event. Poirot spoke at once. I asked you here, Annie, because you may know about the letters Mrs. Inglethorp wrote last night. How many letters were there? Do you know the names?
Annie thought. There were 4 letters, sir. 1 was to Miss Howard. 1 was to Mr. Wells, the lawyer. I cannot remember the other 2, Oh yes, one was to Ross's, the food company in Tadminster.
I cannot remember the other one.
Please try to remember, said Poirot.
Annie tried hard to think, but she failed.
I am sorry, sir. It is gone from my mind. I do not think I noticed it at all.
That is not important, said Poirot. He did not look upset. Now I want to ask about something else. There was a saucepan with cocoa in Mrs. Inglethorp's room. Did she have this every night?
Yes, sir. It was taken to her room every evening. She warmed it at night if she wanted it.
What kind of cocoa was it? Just cocoa?
Yes, sir. It was made with milk. It had 1 spoon of sugar and 2 spoons of rum.
Who took it to her room?
I did, sir.
Every time?
Yes, sir.
At what time?
When I went to close the curtains, sir.
Did you bring it straight from the kitchen then?
No, sir. The gas stove is small. Cook made it early before supper. I brought it up and put it on the table by the swing door. Later I took it into her room.
The swing door is in the left wing, yes?
Yes, sir.
And the table, is it on this side of the door or the servant's side?
It is on this side, sir.
What time did you bring the cocoa up last night?
About 7:15, sir.
And when did you take it into Mrs. Inglethorp's room?
When I went to close the house, sir. About 8 o'clock. Mrs. Inglethorp went to bed before I finished.
So from 7:15 to 8 the cocoa was on the table in the left wing?
Yes, sir. And if there was salt in it, sir, it was not me. I never put salt near it.
Why do you think there was salt? Asked Poirot.
I saw it on the tray, sir. Yes, sir. It looked like rough kitchen salt. I did not see it when I first brought the tray up. But when I took it into my mistress's room, I saw it at once. I think I should have taken it back and asked cook to make fresh cocoa. But I was in a hurry because Dorcas was out. I thought the cocoa might still be fine and the salt was only on the tray. So I wiped it off with my apron and took it in.
I could hardly hide my feelings. Annie had given us a very important clue without knowing it. She did not know that the kitchen salt was really a very strong poison. I was surprised by Poirot's calm face. He showed no feeling at all. I waited eagerly for his next question, but it surprised me.
When you went into Mrs. Inglethorp's room, was the door to Miss Cynthia's room locked?
Oh yes, sir. It always was. It had not been opened.
And the door to Mr. Inglethorp's room? Did you see if that was locked too?
I cannot be sure, sir. It was closed, but I do not know if it was locked.
When you left the room, did Mrs. Inglethorp lock the door after you?
No, sir. Not then. But I think she did later. She usually locked it at night. I mean the door to the passage.
When you cleaned the room yesterday, did you see any candle wax on the floor? So if there had been a large mark of candle wax on the floor, you would have seen it?
Candle wax? No, sir. Mrs. Inglethorp did not use candles. She only had a reading lamp. Yes, sir. I would have cleaned it with paper and a hot iron.
Did your mistress ever have a green dress? Or a coat or a cape or a sports coat? And no one else in the house? You are sure? Good. That is all. Thank you.
No, sir. Not green, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. Very sure.
Annie laughed nervously and left the room. At once I spoke. Poirot, I must congratulate you. This is a great discovery.
What discovery?
That the cocoa was poisoned, not the coffee. Now everything is clear. The poison worked late because she drank the cocoa in the night.
So you believe the cocoa, said Poirot slowly, the cocoa had the poison in it?
Of course. That salt on the tray. What else could it be?
It could have been real salt, said Poirot calmly.
I lifted my shoulders. There was no point in arguing. For a moment I wondered if Poirot was becoming too old. I even thought it was lucky he had me with him. Poirot looked at me with a quiet smile in his eyes.
Chapter 5. It isn't strychnine, is it? You are not pleased with me, mon ami?
My dear Poirot, I said in a cold voice, I do not tell you what to think. You have your opinion, and I have mine.
A very good idea, said Poirot. He stood up quickly. Now I am finished with this room. Tell me, whose is the small desk in the corner?
It belongs to Mr. Inglethorp.
Ah. He touched the top and tried to open it. It is locked. But maybe one of Mrs. Inglethorpe's keys will work. He tried many keys. He turned them with skill. At last he smiled with pleasure. Voile. It is not the right key, but it opens the desk. He pushed back the top and looked quickly at the papers inside. They were neat and in order. To my surprise, he did not read them. He closed the desk again. He is a man who likes order, this Mr. Inglethorpe, he said with approval. For Poirot, calling someone a man of order was the highest praise. I felt that Poirot was not acting like himself. He spoke in a strange, loose way. There were no stamps in his desk, he said. But maybe there were before, eh, mon ami? Maybe there were. His eyes moved around the room. This room tells us nothing more. It gives us very little. Only this. He took a dirty, old envelope from his pocket and threw it to me. It looked strange. It was plain and worn. Some words were written on it in a messy way, without clear sense. Illustration?
Where did you find this? I asked with interest.
In the wastepaper basket. Do you know the handwriting?
Yes. It is Mrs. Inglethorpe's. But what does it mean?
Poirot lifted his shoulders. I do not know. But it makes one think. A strange idea came into my mind. Was Mrs. Inglethorpe not thinking clearly? Did she believe in dark spirits or strange powers? If so, could she have harmed herself? I was ready to tell Poirot these ideas. But he spoke first. Come, he said, now we look at the coffee cups.
My dear Poirot. Why do that? We already know about the cocoa.
Oh, that poor cocoa. Poirot said lightly. He laughed and lifted his arms in a silly way. I thought it was in very bad taste.
And anyway, I said coldly, Mrs. Inglethorpe took her coffee upstairs. What do you expect to find? Do you think we will see poison on the tray?
Poirot became serious at once. Come, come, my friend, he said kindly, taking my arm. Any vows fashes pa. Let me care about my coffee cups. I will not speak of your cocoa. Is that fair? He was so funny that I had to laugh. We went together to the drawing room. The coffee tray and cups were still there, just as before. Poirot asked me to tell the story of last night again. He listened very carefully. He checked where each cup had been. So Mrs. Cavendish stood by the tray and poured the coffee. Yes. Then she went to the window, where you sat with Miss Cynthia. Yes. Here are 3 cups. The cup on the shelf, half full, was Mr. Lawrence Cavendish's. And the cup on the tray?
That was John Cavendish's. I saw him put it there.
Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But where is Mr. Inglethorpe's cup?
He does not drink coffee.
Then all is clear. One moment, my friend. With great care, he took a little liquid from each cup. He put each drop into a different small tube. He tasted them one by one. His face changed. He looked confused, but also calm. Bien, he said at last. It is clear. I had an idea, but it was wrong. Yes, I was wrong. Still, it is strange. But never mind. He shook his shoulders and pushed the thought away. I could have told him from the start that his interest in the coffee would lead nowhere. But I said nothing. Poirot was old now, but he had once been a great man.
Breakfast is ready, said John Cavendish, coming into the room. Will you eat with us, Monsieur Poirot?
Poirot agreed. I watched John. He was almost back to his normal way. The shock from the night before had upset him for a short time. Now he was calm again. He was a steady man. He did not imagine many things. His brother was very different and thought too much. Since early morning, John had been very busy. He sent many telegrams. One of the first was to Evelyn Howard. He wrote notes for the newspapers. He did all the sad work that comes after a death.
May I ask how things are going? Do you think my mother died from natural causes? Or do we need to expect something worse?
I think, Mr. Cavendish, that you should not give yourself false hope. Can you tell me what the other family members think?
My brother Lawrence thinks we are worrying too much. He says it was only heart failure.
He thinks that? That is very interesting. And Mrs. Cavendish? A small shadow crossed John's face.
I do not know what my wife thinks.
For a moment, the room felt tense. Then John spoke again, with some effort.
I told you that Mr. Inglethorpe has come back, didn't I?
Poirot nodded.
It is uncomfortable for all of us. We must treat him normally. But it is hard to sit and eat with someone who may have done something terrible.
Poirot nodded with understanding. I see how hard this is for you, Mr. Cavendish. May I ask one question? Mr. Inglethorpe said he did not return last night because he forgot his door key. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you sure the key was truly forgotten? Are you sure he did not take it after all?
I don't know. I did not check. We always keep it in the hall drawer. I can go and look now.
No, no. It is too late now. I am sure you would find it there. If Mr. Inglethorpe took it, he has had enough time to put it back.
But do you think?
I think nothing. If someone had looked this morning before he returned and saw the key there, it would have helped him. That is all. John looked confused. Do not worry. You do not need to trouble yourself. Now, since you are so kind, let us go and eat breakfast. Everyone was in the dining room. Because of what had happened, we were not cheerful. After a shock, people often feel weak and tired. I think we all felt that way. We tried to behave as usual, because good manners demanded it. Still, I wondered how hard this was for everyone. No one cried. No one showed open grief. I felt that Dorcas was the person who felt the loss most deeply. I will say little about Alfred Inglethorpe. He acted like a grieving husband, but to me it felt false and unpleasant. I wondered if he knew we suspected him. It was hard to believe he did not feel it. The feeling in the room must have warned him. Did he feel afraid? Or did he feel safe and sure he would not be blamed? It seemed clear that many eyes were on him. But did everyone suspect him? What about Mrs. Cavendish? I watched her as she sat at the head of the table. She looked calm and elegant. She wore a soft grey dress with white cuffs at her wrists. She was very beautiful. Her face, when she wished, showed nothing at all. She spoke very little. Yet I felt that her strong presence filled the room and affected us all. And Cynthia? Did she suspect anything? She looked very tired and unwell. Her movements were slow. She seemed weak. I asked her if she felt ill.
Yes. I have a terrible headache.
Would you like another cup of coffee, mademoiselle? It will help you feel better. He stood up and took her cup.
No sugar, Cynthia said, watching him as he picked up the sugar tongs.
No sugar? You stopped using it because of the war?
No. I never take sugar in coffee.
Ah. Poirot murmured softly to himself as he brought back the cup. Only I heard him. I looked at his face and felt curious. His eyes were bright with excitement. He had noticed something important. But what was it?
I do not often think I am slow, but I must admit that I noticed nothing strange. A moment later, the door opened and Dorcas came in. She spoke to John.
Mr. Wells is here to see you, sir.
I remembered the name. He was the lawyer Mrs. Inglethorp wrote to last night. John stood up at once.
Please show him to my study.
Then he looked at us.
He is my mother's lawyer, he said. Then he spoke more quietly. He is also the coroner. You understand. Would you like to come with me?
We agreed and went with him. John walked in front. I moved closer to Poirot and spoke softly. So there will be an official inquiry.
Poirot nodded, but he looked far away. He was thinking hard.
This made me curious. What is wrong? I asked. You are not listening to me.
You are right, my friend, he said. I am very uneasy.
Why?
Because Miss Cynthia does not take sugar in her coffee.
What? You cannot be serious.
But I am very serious. There is something here I do not understand. My feeling was right.
What feeling?
The feeling that made me look at the coffee cups. Quiet now. No more.
We went into John's study. He closed the door. Mr. Wells was a friendly man, not young and not old. He had sharp eyes and a serious mouth. John introduced us and explained why we were there.
You understand, Wells, John said, this must stay private. We still hope there will be no need for any inquiry.
Of course, said Mr. Wells in a calm voice. I wish we could avoid an inquest. It brings pain and attention, but without a doctor's paper, it cannot be avoided.
Yes, I see.
Bauerstein is a clever man, said the lawyer. He knows a great deal about poisons.
Yes, said John stiffly. Then he added, a little unsure, will we all need to speak as witnesses?
You certainly, said Mr. Wells. And also Mr. Inglethorp. He paused, then went on gently. Any other facts will only support the main story. It is only a form.
I understand.
John looked a little relieved. I did not know why.
If there is no problem, said Mr. Wells, I suggest Friday. That gives time for the doctor's report. The body exam is tonight, I believe.
Yes.
Is Friday all right for you?
Yes, that is fine.
I want you to know how sorry I am, said the lawyer. This is a very sad event.
Can you help us understand it, monsieur? Poirot asked. This was the first time he spoke in the room.
I asked Mr. Wells.
Yes. We heard that Mrs. Inglethorp wrote to you last night. You must have received the letter this morning.
I did, said the lawyer. But it tells me nothing. She only asked me to visit her today. She said she needed my advice on an important matter.
Did she say what the matter was?
No, sadly she did not.
That is a pity, said John.
A great pity, said Poirot seriously.
There was silence. Poirot thought for some minutes. Then he spoke again to the lawyer.
Mr. Wells, I would like to ask one thing, if it is allowed. If Mrs. Inglethorp has died, who gets her money?
The lawyer stopped for a moment. This will be public soon, he said. So, if Mr. Cavendish does not mind.
Not at all, said John.
Then I will answer, said Mr. Wells. In her last will, made last August, she left small gifts to servants. The rest of her money went to her stepson, Mr. John Cavendish.
Was that, asked Poirot, not unfair to her other stepson, Mr. Lawrence Cavendish?
I do not think so, said the lawyer. Under their father's will, John received the house. Lawrence would receive a large sum of money when his stepmother died. Mrs. Inglethorp knew John would need money to care for Styles. I believe it was fair.
Poirot nodded slowly. I see. But under English law, that will ended when Mrs. Inglethorp married again. Is that correct?
Mr. Wells bowed his head. Yes, he said. That will is no longer valid.
Ah, said Poirot. He thought for a moment. Did Mrs. Inglethorp know this?
I'm not sure. She may have known. She did know, said John suddenly. We talked about wills ending after marriage only yesterday.
Ah, said Poirot. One more question, Mr. Wells. You say her last will had Mrs. Inglethorp, then, made several former wills?
Yes. On average, she made a new will about once a year. She often changed her mind. Sometimes she left money to one person. Sometimes she chose another family member.
Suppose that she made a new will without telling you. Suppose she left her money to someone outside the family. For example, Miss Howard. Would that surprise you?
No, not at all.
Ah. He seemed to have no more questions.
I moved closer to him. John and the lawyer were talking about looking through Mrs. Inglethorpe's papers. Do you think she made a will that gave all her money to Miss Howard? I asked quietly.
Poirot smiled. No.
Then why did you ask?
Hush.
Will you come with us, Monsieur Poirot? We're going to look through my mother's papers. Mr. Inglethorpe is happy to leave it to Mr. Wells and me.
That makes things much easier. He stopped before finishing his thought.
We will start with the desk in the small sitting room, then we will go to her bedroom. She kept her important papers in a purple case. We must check it carefully.
Yes, there may be a later will than the one I have.
There is a later will.
What? John and the lawyer looked at him in shock.
Or rather, there was one.
What do you mean, there was one? Where is it now?
It was burned.
Burned?
Yes. Look at this. He took out a burned piece of paper. I found this in the fireplace in Mrs. Inglethorpe's room. He told the lawyer where and when he found it.
But maybe this is an old will?
I do not think so. I am almost sure it was written no earlier than yesterday afternoon.
What? That is impossible.
Poirot looked at John. If you let me call the gardener, I will prove it.
Of course, but I don't understand.
Please do as I ask. You can ask questions later.
Very well. John rang the bell.
Dorcas came in.
Dorcas, please ask Manning to come here and speak to me.
Yes, sir.
Dorcas left the room. We waited in silence. Everyone felt tense. Only Poirot looked calm. He quietly brushed dust from a corner of the bookcase. Soon we heard heavy boots on the gravel outside. Manning was coming. John looked at Poirot. Poirot nodded.
Come in, Manning. I want to speak to you.
Manning came in slowly through the French window. He stood close to it. He held his cap and turned it again and again in his hands. His back was bent. He did not look young, but his eyes were sharp. He spoke slowly and carefully.
Manning, this gentleman will ask you some questions. Please answer them.
Yes, sir.
Poirot stepped forward quickly. Manning looked at him with a small sign of dislike. Yesterday afternoon, you were planting flowers on the south side of the house, were you not?
Yes, sir. Me and William.
And Mrs. Inglethorp called you to the window?
Yes, sir.
Tell me exactly what happened after that.
Well, sir, not much. She told William to ride his bicycle to the village. He was to bring back a will form, or something like that. She wrote it down for him.
And then? He went, sir. What happened next? We kept working on the flowers. Did Mrs. Inglethorp call you again? Yes, sir. She called both of us. And then? She asked us to come inside. She told us to sign our names at the bottom of a long paper under her name. Did you see what was written above her name? No, sir. There was blotting paper over it. And you signed where she told you?
Yes, sir. First me, then William.
What did she do with the paper after that?
She put it into a long envelope. Then she placed it inside a purple box on the desk.
What time was it when she first called you?
About 4 o'clock, sir.
Not earlier. Could it have been around 3:30?
No, sir. I don't think so. It was more likely after 4, not before.
Thank you, Manning. That is enough, Poirot said kindly. The gardener looked at his master. His master nodded. Then Manning touched his head with one finger, spoke very softly, and moved back out of the window. We all looked at each other.
My goodness, said John quietly. What a strange chance.
What chance? Someone asked.
That my mother made a will on the same day she died.
Mr. Wells cleared his throat and spoke in a calm, dry voice. Are you sure it was a chance, Cavendish?
What do you mean?
You told me your mother had a very angry argument with someone yesterday afternoon.
What do you mean? John cried again. His voice shook, and his face turned very pale.
After that argument, Mr. Wells went on. Your mother suddenly made a new will. She did it very quickly. We do not know what was in it. She told no one. This morning, she would have talked to me about it, but she did not get the time. The will is now gone. She took it secret with her when she died. Cavendish, I fear this is not a simple chance. Monsieur Poirot, I believe you agree that these facts are important.
Important or not, John said quickly, we thank Monsieur Poirot for clearing this up. Without him, we would never have known about the will. May I ask, Monsieur, what made you think there was a will?
Poirot smiled. An old envelope with writing on it and a flower bed that was planted very recently.
John wanted to ask more, but just then we heard the sound of a car engine. We all turned to the window as it passed by.
Evie! John cried. Excuse me, Wells. He hurried out into the hall.
Poirot looked at me with a question in his eyes. Miss Howard, I said.
Ah, I am glad she is here, said Poirot. She is a woman with a strong mind and a kind heart, Hastings. God did not give her beauty, but he gave her strength.
I also went into the hall. Miss Howard was trying to free herself from many thick veils around her head. When she saw me, I felt a sharp pain of shame. She had warned me so strongly before, and I had not listened. I had pushed her words away very quickly. Now events showed she had been right in a terrible way. I felt ashamed. She knew Alfred Inglethorp very well. I wondered if things would have happened like this if she had stayed at Styles. Maybe he would have been afraid of her sharp eyes. I felt better when she shook my hand with her old strong grip. Her eyes were sad, but she did not blame me. I could see she had been crying. Her eyes were red. But her rough, direct way was the same as always.
I came as soon as I got the message, she said. I just finished night work. I hired a car. It was the fastest way.
Have you eaten anything this morning, Evie? John asked.
No.
I thought so. Come on. Breakfast is still there, and they will make you fresh tea. Then he turned to me. Look after her, Hastings. Wells is waiting for me. Oh, here is Monsieur Poirot. He is helping us, Evie.
Miss Howard shook hands with Poirot. Then she looked sharply at John. What do you mean, helping us?
Helping us to look into what happened.
There is nothing to look into. Have they taken him away yet?
Taken who away?
Who? Alfred Inglethorp, of course.
My dear Evie, please be careful, said John. Lawrence believes my mother died from a heart problem.
Lawrence is a fool. Miss Howard said loudly. Of course Alfred Inglethorp caused poor Emily's death. I always said he would.
Evie, please don't shout, said John. Whatever we think, it is better to say little right now. The official meeting is not until Friday.
Friday? Nonsense. Miss Howard made a loud sound of anger. You are all mad. The man will leave the country before then. If he is clever, he will not stay here and wait.
John looked at her and did not know what to say.
I know what is wrong, she went on. You have been listening to the doctors. You should never do that. What do they know? Very little. My own father was a doctor, so I know. That young Wilkins is one of the biggest fools I have ever seen. A heart problem. That is just what he would say. Anyone with sense could see that her husband harmed her. I always said he would do it while she was in bed, poor woman. Now it has happened. And all you can say is silly words about a heart problem and waiting until Friday. You should be ashamed, John Cavendish.
What do you want me to do? John asked. He could not stop a small smile. Evie, I cannot drag him to the police myself.
Well, you could do something, she said. Find out how he did it.
He is a clever troublemaker. I think he used sticky paper. Ask the cook if any is missing. At that moment, I clearly saw the problem. Keeping Miss Howard and Alfred Inglethorp in the same house would be very hard. Keeping peace between them would be even harder. I did not feel sorry for John. His face showed that he understood this very well. For now, he chose to leave. He went out of the room quickly. Dorcas came in with fresh tea. When she left, Poirot walked from the window. He sat down across from Miss Howard.
Miss, he said in a serious voice, I want to ask you something.
Go on, she said. She looked at him with dislike.
I want to know if I can depend on your help.
I will gladly help you punish Alfred, she said roughly. Simple punishment is too kind for him.
In that case, we agree, said Poirot. I also want the guilty person to be punished.
Alfred Inglethorp.
Him, or someone else.
There is no other person, she said. Poor Emily was safe until he came. Other people wanted her money, yes. But they did not want her dead. Then Mr. Alfred Inglethorp arrives, and soon after, everything changes.
Please believe me, Miss Howard, said Poirot with feeling. If Mr. Inglethorp is guilty, I will not let him go free.
That is better, said Miss Howard with more warmth.
But you must trust me, Poirot said. Your help is very important. I will tell you why. In this sad house, you are the only one who has truly cried.
Miss Howard blinked. Her voice became softer. If you mean I cared for her, yes, I did. Emily was selfish in some ways. She was generous, but she always wanted thanks. She reminded people of what she gave them. Because of that, she missed real love. I do not think she knew this. I hope not. My place was different. From the start, I made it clear. I said, this is my pay each year. That is all. I did not take gifts. Not even small ones. She did not understand. Sometimes she was upset. She said I was too proud. That was not true, but I could not explain it. Still, I kept my respect for myself. Because of that, I was the only one who could truly care for her. I watched over her. I protected her from the others. Then a smooth-talking man comes, and all my years of care mean nothing.
Poirot nodded with understanding.
I understand you, miss, he said. Your feelings are natural. You think we are too calm. You think we lack strength. But trust me, that is not true.
At that moment, John came to the door. He asked us to come upstairs. He said that he and Mr. Wells had finished checking the desk in the small sitting room. As we went up the stairs, John looked back toward the dining room. He spoke quietly.
What will happen when those two meet?
I shook my head. I did not know.
I told Mary to keep them apart if she can, he said. Can she do it? He asked.
Only God knows, I said. One thing is sure. Inglethorp will not want to meet her. You still have the keys, Poirot, don't you? I asked, when we reached the locked door. John took the keys from Poirot and opened the door. We all went inside. The lawyer went straight to the desk. John followed him.
My mother kept her important papers in this case, he said.
Poirot took out a small set of keys. Please allow me, he said. I locked it this morning, to be careful.
But it is not locked now, said John.
That cannot be, said Poirot.
Look, said John. He lifted the lid.
Poirot cried out in surprise. This is impossible. I have both keys in my pocket. He rushed to the case. Then he stopped suddenly. This is serious, he said. The lock has been broken.
What? We asked.
Poirot put the case down. Who did this? Why? When? The door was locked, we all said at once. Poirot answered calmly, one by one. Who? That is the main question. Why? I do not know. When? Since I was here an hour ago. As for the door, the lock is simple. Another key from this hallway could open it.
We looked at each other in silence. Poirot walked to the fireplace. He looked calm, but I saw his hands shaking as he moved the small vases. At last, he spoke.
Listen, he said. This is what happened.
There was something inside that case. It was a small thing, but it mattered. It could link the killer to the crime. The killer had to destroy it before anyone found it and understood it. So he took a big risk and came here. The case was locked. He had to break it open. That showed he had been here. If he took such a risk, the thing inside must have been very important. But what was it?
Ah! Cried Poirot, with sudden anger. That I do not know. It was some kind of paper, for sure. It may have been the small paper Dorcas saw in her hand yesterday afternoon. And his anger grew strong. I am so foolish. I saw nothing. I acted like a stupid man. I should not have left that case here. I should have taken it with me. Oh, how stupid I was. And now it is gone. It is destroyed, or is it? Maybe there is still a chance. We must try everything.
He ran out of the room very fast. I followed him when I could think clearly again. But when I reached the top of the stairs, he was already gone. Mary Cavendish was standing where the stairs split. She was looking down into the hall where he had gone.
What has happened to your strange little friend, Mr. Hastings? He just ran past me very fast.
He is very worried about something, I said weakly. I did not know how much Poirot wanted me to say. I saw a small smile on Mrs. Cavendish's face. I tried to change the subject. They have not met yet, have they?
Who?
Mr. Inglethorp and Miss Howard.
Do you think it would be so bad if they did meet?
Well, don't you? I asked, surprised.
No. She smiled calmly. I would like to see a strong argument. It might help everyone. Right now, we think a lot and say very little.
John does not agree, I said. He wants to keep them apart.
Oh, John.
Something in her voice made me speak quickly. Old John is a very good man.
You are loyal to your friend. I like that.
And you my friend too.
I am not a good friend.
Why do you say that?
Because it is true. One day I am kind to my friends. The next day I forget them.
But you always seem kind to Dr. Bauerstein. At once I knew I had made a mistake. Her face became cold. It felt like a wall came down and hid her true self. She said nothing. She turned and went quickly up the stairs. I stood there, feeling very foolish. Then I heard loud voices below. Poirot was speaking very loudly. I felt annoyed. My effort to be careful had failed. Poirot seemed to be telling everyone in the house. I did not think this was wise. Again, I wished my friend could stay calm when he was excited. I went down the stairs quickly. When Poirot saw me, he became calmer at once. I took him aside. My dear friend, I said, is this a good idea? Do you really want everyone to know about this? You are helping the criminal.
You think so, Hastings?
I am sure.
Very well, my friend. I will listen to you.
Good. But sadly, it is a little late now.
Yes.
He looked ashamed and unhappy. I felt sorry for him, even though I still thought I was right.
Well, he said at last, let us go, my friend.
Are you finished here?
For now, yes. Will you walk back to the village with me?
Yes, gladly. He picked up his small suitcase. We went out through the open window in the drawing room. Cynthia Murdoch was coming in. Poirot stepped aside for her.
Excuse me, miss, one moment.
Yes, she asked.
Did you ever prepare Mrs. Inglethorpe's medicines?
Her face turned a little red. She answered carefully.
No.
Only her powders?
Her face became more red.
Oh yes. I once made sleeping powders for her.
These?
Poirot showed her the empty box.
She nodded.
Can you tell me what they were? Sulfonal? Veronal?
No. They were bromide powders.
Ah. Thank you, miss. Good morning. We walked fast away from the house. I looked at him more than once. I had seen this before. When something excited him, his eyes changed color. They became green, like a cat's eyes. Now they were bright and shining. My friend, he said at last, I have a small idea. It is very strange. It may even be impossible. But it seems to fit. I lifted my shoulders. I often thought Poirot had too many strange ideas. This time, I felt the truth was very clear.
So that explains the empty label on the box, I said. It is very simple, as you said. I am surprised I did not think of it myself.
Poirot did not seem to hear me. They have found one more thing, he said. He pointed back towards Styles. Mr. Wells told me when we went upstairs.
What did they find?
In the desk in the boudoir, they found a will by Mrs. Inglethorp. It was written before her marriage. In it, she left her money to Alfred Inglethorp. She must have written it when they were engaged. This surprised both Wells and John Cavendish. It was written on a printed will paper. 2 servants signed it as witnesses. Dorcas was not one of them.
Did Mr. Inglethorp know about it?
He says he did not.
I am not sure I believe that, I said. All these wills are very confusing. Tell me this. How did those messy words on the envelope help you know a will was written yesterday afternoon?
Poirot smiled. My friend, have you ever stopped while writing because you were not sure how to spell a word?
Yes. Many times. Everyone has.
Exactly. And what do you do then? You often write the word on scrap paper to see if it looks right. That is what Mrs. Inglethorp did. You saw that the word possessed was first written with 1 s. Later, it was written with 2. That is correct. Then she wrote it in a full sentence, I am possessed. This told me something important. It told me she was writing the word possessed that afternoon. He paused and continued. I remembered the small piece of paper found in the fire. At once, I thought of a will. A will almost always uses that word. Then I noticed something else. That morning, the boudoir was not cleaned because of the confusion. Near the desk, there was brown soil and dirt. The weather had been dry for days. Normal shoes would not leave so much dirt. He went on. I walked to the window. I saw that the flower beds had just been planted. The soil there was the same as the dirt on the floor. You also told me they were planted yesterday afternoon. I then felt sure that one or both gardeners had gone into the boudoir. There were 2 sets of footprints. If Mrs. Inglethorp only wanted to speak to them, she would have stayed at the window. They would not have entered the room. So I was sure she had made a new will and asked the 2 gardeners to sign it. Later events showed that I was right.
That was very clever, I said. I must admit my own ideas from those words were wrong.
He smiled. You used your imagination too much. Imagination is useful, but it can also mislead. The simplest answer is usually the right one.
One more thing, I said. How did you know the key of the case was lost?
I did not know, he said. I guessed, and I was right. You saw the twisted wire on the handle. That made me think the key was pulled from a weak ring. If Mrs. Inglethorp had lost it and found it again, she would have put it back with her other keys. But on her key ring, I found a second key. It was new and shiny. That told me someone else had put the first key into the case.
Yes, I said. Alfred Inglethorp, of course.
Poirot looked at me in a strange way. You are very sure he is guilty?
Of course. Every new fact makes it clearer.
No, said Poirot calmly. There are several things that help him.
Oh, come on.
Yes.
I see only one.
And what is that?
That he was not in the house last night.
A bad choice, as you English say. That is the one fact that makes me suspect him more.
How so?
Because if Mr. Inglethorp knew his wife would be poisoned that night, he would make sure to be away. His reason for leaving was clearly false.
This gives us only two ideas. Either he knew what would happen, or he stayed away for his own reason. And what reason is that? I asked. I did not believe him.
Poirot lifted his shoulders. How can I know? It is likely something bad. This Mr. Inglethorp seems like a dishonest man. But that does not mean he killed anyone.
I shook my head. I was not convinced.
We do not agree, said Poirot. That is fine. Time will tell who is right. Now let us look at another part of the case. What do you think about the bedroom doors being locked from the inside?
Well, I said, thinking carefully. We must think clearly.
Yes.
I see it like this. The doors were locked. We saw that ourselves. But there was candle wax on the floor. The will was torn. This shows that someone came into the room during the night. Do you agree?
Completely. You explain it very well. Go on.
I felt more confident. The person did not come through the window. There was no magic way in. So the door must have been opened from inside. Mrs. Inglethorp must have opened it herself. This makes me think the visitor was her husband. She would open the door for him.
Poirot shook his head. Why would she do that? She locked the door to his room. That was very strange for her. She also had a very strong argument with him that afternoon. No, he was the last person she would let in.
But you agree the door was opened by Mrs. Inglethorp herself?
There is another idea. She may have forgotten to lock the door to the passage when she went to bed. Later, near morning, she could have got up and locked it then.
Poirot, do you really think that?
I do not say it is true. I only say it is possible. Now let us think about something else. What do you think about the short talk you heard between Mrs. Cavendish and her mother-in-law?
I forgot about that. I said slowly. It is still very strange. It is hard to believe that Mrs. Cavendish would act so strongly. She is usually proud and very quiet. It was not her business.
Exactly. It was very surprising behavior for a woman like her.
Yes, it is strange. I agreed. But it does not seem important. We can ignore it.
Poirot gave a loud sound of pain. What do I always tell you? Everything is important. If the facts do not fit your idea, then change the idea.
Well, we will see. I said, a little annoyed.
Yes, we will see.
We arrived at Leastways Cottage. Poirot took me upstairs to his room. He offered me one of his small Russian cigarettes. I smiled when I saw how carefully he put the used matches into a small china jar. My bad mood disappeared. Poirot put 2 chairs near the open window. We could see the village street below. Warm, fresh air came in. It was going to be a hot day. Suddenly I noticed a thin young man running fast down the street. His face looked strange. He seemed afraid and very nervous. Look, Poirot.
Poirot leaned forward. Ah, he said. It is Mr. Mace from the chemist's shop. He is coming here.
The young man stopped outside the cottage. He waited for a second, then knocked hard on the door.
One moment. Called Poirot from the window. I am coming.
He told me to follow him. We went quickly downstairs, and Poirot opened the door. Mr. Mace began to speak at once.
Oh, Mr. Poirot, I am sorry to trouble you. I heard you just came back from the hall?
Yes, we did.
The young man licked his lips. His face moved with worry.
Everyone in the village is talking about Mrs. Inglethorp dying so suddenly. They say. He lowered his voice. That it was poison.
Poirot's face did not change.
Only the doctors can say that, Mr. Mace.
Yes, of course, said the young man. He hesitated. Then he could not hold back. He grabbed Poirot's arm and whispered. Please tell me, Mr. Poirot. It was not strychnine, was it?
I did not clearly hear Poirot's answer. It was careful and did not say much. The young man left. When the door closed, Poirot looked at me.
Yes. He said seriously. He will have something important to say at the inquiry.
We went upstairs again, slowly. I was about to speak, but Poirot stopped me with his hand.
Not now, my friend. Not now. I need time to think. My thoughts are confused, and that is not good. Chapter 6. The Inquest.
For about 10 minutes, he sat very quiet. He did not move his body. Only his eyebrows moved a little. His eyes slowly looked more green. At last, he took a deep breath.
It is good. The bad moment is over. Now everything is in order. I do not like confusion. The case is still not clear. No. It is very difficult. It even confuses me. Me, Hercule Poirot. There are two important facts.
And what are they? I asked.
The first is the weather yesterday. This is very important.
But it was a beautiful day. I said. Poirot, you are joking.
No, not at all. The thermometer showed 80 degrees in the shade. Do not forget this, my friend. It is the key to the whole puzzle.
And the second fact? I asked.
The second important fact is that Monsieur Inglethorp wears strange clothes. He has a black beard. He also wears glasses.
Poirot, I cannot believe you are serious.
I am completely serious, my friend.
But this sounds silly.
No. It is very important.
And what if the jury says Alfred Inglethorp is guilty of murder? What happens to your ideas then?
That would not change anything. 12 foolish men can make a mistake. But that will not happen. A village jury does not like to take big responsibility. And Mr. Inglethorp is almost the most important man here. Also, he added calmly, I would not allow it.
You would not allow it?
No.
I looked at this strange little man. I felt both annoyed and amused. He was so sure of himself. He saw my thoughts and nodded.
Yes, my friend. I would do what I say. He stood up and put his hand on my shoulder. His face changed. Tears filled his eyes. I think of poor Mrs. Inglethorp. She is dead. People did not love her very much. But she was kind to us Belgians. I owe her something.
I tried to speak, but Poirot went on.
Listen, Hastings. She would never forgive me if I let her husband be arrested now, when one word from me could save him.
Before the inquest, Poirot was very busy. He met Mr. Wells in private 2 times. He also went for long walks in the countryside. I felt unhappy because he told me nothing. I did not understand what he was planning. I thought he might be asking questions at Rake's farm. On Wednesday evening, I went to Leastways cottage. Poirot was not there. So I walked across the fields to the farm, hoping to meet him. I did not see him. I did not want to go too close to the farm, so I turned back. On the way, I met an old country man. He smiled at me in a strange way.
"You're from the Hall, aren't you?" he asked.
"Yes," I said. "I am looking for a friend." I thought he might walk this way.
"A small man," he said. "He moves his hands when he talks. One of those Belgians from the village."
"Yes," I said quickly. "Has he been here?"
"Oh yes, he has been here. More than once. He is your friend. You gentlemen from the Hall are a funny group." He smiled again. "Do the gentlemen from the Hall come here often?" I asked, trying to sound calm. He winked at me. "One does, sir. I will not say names. He is very generous." He held out his hand. "Thank you kindly, sir."
I walked away fast. Evelyn Howard had been right. I felt sick when I thought about Alfred Inglethorp using another woman's money. Was the crime about love, or was it about money? Maybe it was both. Poirot had one strange idea. He said more than once that Dorcas was wrong about the time of the argument. He thought it was 4:30, not 4 o'clock, when she heard the voices. He told her this many times. But Dorcas did not change her story. She said a full hour, or even more, passed before 5 o'clock when she brought tea to her mistress. The inquest took place on Friday at the Stylites Arms in the village. Poirot and I sat together. We did not need to speak. First, the formal steps were done. The jury looked at the body. John Cavendish spoke and said it was his mother. He then told how he woke early in the morning and what he found. Next, the doctor spoke. The room was very quiet. Everyone looked at the famous doctor from London. He was well known for his knowledge of poisons. In a few short words, he gave the results of his examination. Without the medical terms, he said that Mrs. Inglethorp had died from poison.
Mrs. Inglethorp died because of strychnine poison. The doctor said she took a large amount. It was at least 3/4 of a grain, and maybe more. The coroner asked if she could have taken the poison by mistake. The doctor said this was very unlikely. Strychnine is not used in the home. It is hard to buy, and there are rules about selling it. The coroner asked if the doctor knew how the poison entered her body. The doctor said he did not know. The coroner then asked if the doctor arrived at Styles before Dr. Wilkins. The doctor said yes. A car met him near the gate, and he went inside very fast. The coroner asked him to explain what happened next. The doctor said he went into Mrs. Inglethorp's bedroom. She was having very bad body pains and could not control her muscles. She turned to him and said the name Alfred with great effort.
Alfred.
The coroner asked if the poison could have been in her coffee after dinner. Her husband brought her this coffee. The doctor said it was possible. But he explained that strychnine works quickly. Signs usually appear 1 or 2 hours after a person takes it. In this case, Mrs. Inglethorp drank her coffee at about 8 in the evening. But she did not become ill until very late at night. This made it seem that she took the poison much later. The coroner then said that Mrs. Inglethorp often drank cocoa during the night. He asked if the poison could have been in the cocoa. The doctor said no. He had tested the cocoa left in the pan. There was no poison in it. I heard Poirot give a quiet laugh. I asked him how he knew this. He told me to listen. The doctor said he was not surprised by this result. Someone asked him why. The doctor explained that strychnine tastes very bitter. People can taste even a very small amount. Only a strong flavor can hide it. Cocoa is too weak to hide the taste. One of the jury asked about coffee. The doctor said coffee is already bitter. It could hide the taste of strychnine. The coroner said that this made it more likely the poison was in the coffee, but that something caused the effect to come later. The doctor agreed. But he said the coffee cup was broken into pieces. Because of this, no one could test what was inside it. This ended Dr. Bauerstein's statement. Dr. Wilkins spoke next and agreed with everything. He strongly said that Mrs. Inglethorp did not kill herself. She had a weak heart, but she was healthy in other ways. She was usually happy and calm. He said she was not the kind of person to end her own life. Next, Lawrence Cavendish was called. He said nothing new. He only repeated what his brother had said. When he was about to leave, he stopped and spoke with some doubt. He said he would like to share an idea. He looked at the coroner, who told him to continue. Lawrence said it was only a thought and he might be wrong. He said he believed his mother's death could have happened naturally. The coroner asked him to explain. Lawrence said his mother had been taking a medicine. This medicine contained strychnine. The coroner reacted with interest. The jury also paid close attention. Lawrence said that sometimes a drug can slowly build up in the body and cause death. He also asked if it was possible that she took too much of her medicine by mistake. The coroner said this was the first time they heard about this medicine. He thanked Lawrence for the information. Dr. Wilkins was called back to speak again. He laughed at this idea and said it was not possible. The same juryman who spoke before then asked if the chemist could have made a mistake.
That is always possible,
said the doctor. But Dorcas, the next witness, removed even this idea. The medicine was not new. Mrs. Inglethorp had taken the last dose on the day she died. So they stopped talking about the tonic. The coroner then continued his work. Dorcas explained how the loud ringing of her mistress's bell woke her. She then woke the rest of the house. After that, the coroner asked about the argument the afternoon before. Dorcas's story was the same as what Poirot and I already knew, so I will not repeat it. The next witness was Mary Cavendish. She stood very straight. She spoke softly, clearly, and with calm control. She said that her alarm clock woke her at 4:30, as usual. She was getting dressed when she heard a loud crash. That would be the table by the bed?
I opened my door and listened. After a few minutes, a bell rang loudly. Dorcas ran downstairs and woke my husband. We all went to my mother-in-law's room, but the door was locked.
We do not need more details about that. We already know what happened next. But please tell us what you heard of the argument the day before. There was a sharp tone in her voice. She lifted her hand and touched the lace at her neck. She turned her head a little. At that moment, I had a clear thought she was trying to gain time. You were sitting on the bench outside the long window of the boudoir. You were reading there, correct? This surprised me. I looked at Poirot, and I think it surprised him too. She waited for a very short moment before answering.
Yes, that is correct.
And the boudoir window was open? Her face looked a little paler as she replied.
Yes.
Then you must have heard the voices inside. They were angry and loud. You would hear them better there than in the hall.
Perhaps.
Please tell us what you heard of the argument.
I do not remember hearing anything.
Do you mean you did not hear any voices?
Oh, I heard voices. But I did not hear the words. I do not listen to private talks.
You remember nothing at all? Nothing, Mrs. Cavendish? Not even one word that showed it was a private talk?
Yes, I remember something. Mrs. Inglethorp said something about causing trouble between husband and wife. I do not remember the exact words.
That matches what Dorcas heard. But tell me, Mrs. Cavendish, if you knew it was a private talk, why did you not move away? You stayed where you were? I saw a quick light in her brown eyes as she looked up. I felt sure she was very angry inside. But she answered quietly.
No. I was comfortable there. I kept my mind on my book.
And that is all you can tell us?
That is all.
The questioning ended. I do not think the coroner was fully satisfied. I believe he felt that Mary Cavendish knew more but chose not to speak. The next witness was Amy Hill, a shop assistant. She said that on the afternoon of the 17th, she sold a wool form to William Earl, the undergardener at Styles. William Earl and Manning spoke next. They said they saw a paper being signed. Manning said the time was about 4:30. William thought it was a little earlier. Then Cynthia Murdoch came. She had little to say. She said she knew nothing about the death until Mrs. Cavendish woke her up. Did you hear the table fall?
No, she said. I was sleeping very deeply.
The coroner smiled. People with a clear mind sleep well, he said. Thank you, Miss Murdoch. That is all. Miss Howard. Miss Howard gave the letter that Mrs. Inglethorp wrote to her on the evening of the 17th. Poirot and I had already read it. It did not tell us anything new. The note said this: Styles Court, Essex, handwritten note. July 17th. My dear Evelyn, can we not make peace? I found it hard to forgive what you said about my dear husband. But I am an old woman and I love you very much. Yours with love, Emily Inglethorp. The coroner gave the letter to the jury. They read it carefully. I am afraid this does not help us, said the coroner. It says nothing about what happened that afternoon.
It is very clear to me, said Miss Howard sharply. It shows she had just learned she was tricked.
It does not say that, said the coroner.
No, because Emily never liked to say she was wrong, Miss Howard replied. But I knew her. She wanted me back. She just did not want to say I was right. Many people do that. I don't like it.
Mr. Wells smiled a little. Some of the jury smiled too. Miss Howard was clearly well known.
All this talk is a waste of time, Miss Howard went on, looking at the jury with dislike. Talk and talk when we already know.
The coroner stopped her quickly. Thank you, Miss Howard. That is all. He looked very relieved when she sat down. Then came the most exciting moment of the day. The coroner called Albert Mace, the chemist's assistant. It was the nervous young man with the pale face. He said he was a trained pharmacist. He had only started work at this shop recently. The man before him had gone to the army. Then the coroner asked, Mr. Mace, have you sold strychnine to someone who was not allowed to buy it?
Yes, sir.
When did this happen?
Last Monday night.
Monday? Not Tuesday.
No, sir. Monday the 16th.
To whom did you sell it? The room became very quiet.
To Mr. Inglethorp, he said.
Everyone looked at Alfred Inglethorp. He sat still and showed no feeling. He moved slightly when he heard the words. For a moment, I thought he would stand up. Then he stayed seated and looked very surprised. "Are you sure?" asked the coroner.
Yes, sir.
"Do you often sell poison without care?"
The young man looked very uncomfortable. No, sir. Never. But it was Mr. Inglethorp from the hall. I thought it was safe. He said it was to kill a dog.
I felt sorry for him. Many people wanted to please someone important, especially if it helped business. "Do buyers of poison usually sign a book?" asked the coroner.
Yes, sir. Mr. Inglethorp signed it.
"Do you have the book here?"
Yes, sir.
The book was shown. The coroner spoke strongly to Mr. Mace, then sent him away. The room was silent as Alfred Inglethorp was called. I wondered if he knew how serious this was. The coroner spoke clearly. "On Monday evening, did you buy strychnine to kill a dog?"
No, said Inglethorp calmly. There is no sick dog at Styles.
"Do you deny buying strychnine from Albert Mace on Monday?"
Yes, I deny it.
"Do you also deny this?" asked the coroner, giving him the book with the signature.
Yes, said Inglethorp. That is not my writing. I will show you.
He took an old envelope from his pocket. He wrote his name and gave it to the jury. The two signatures looked very different. "Then how do you explain what Mr. Mace said?" asked the coroner.
He must be wrong, said Inglethorp quietly.
The coroner paused, then said, "Mr. Inglethorp, just as a form, where were you on Monday evening, July 16th?
I really cannot remember, said Inglethorp.
Chapter 7. Poirot pays his debts. "That is absurd, Mr. Inglethorp," said the coroner in a sharp voice. "Think again." Inglethorp shook his head.
I cannot say. I think I went for a walk.
"Which way did you go?"
I truly do not remember.
The coroner looked more serious. "Were you with anyone?"
No,
"Did you see anyone while you were walking?"
no.
"That is unfortunate," said the coroner in a cold voice. "So you refuse to say where you were at the time when Mr. Mace clearly saw you enter the shop to buy strychnine?"
If you wish to say it like that, yes.
"Be careful, Mr. Inglethorp." Poirot moved in his seat and looked uneasy.
Saker, he whispered. Does this foolish man want to be taken away by the police?
Inglethorp was making a very bad impression. His weak answers could not fool even a child. Still, the coroner quickly moved on to the next question. Poirot sighed with relief. "You argued with your wife on Tuesday afternoon?"
I must stop you there, said Alfred Inglethorp. You are wrong. I did not fight with my dear wife. This story is completely false. I was not in the house that afternoon.
"Can anyone prove that?"
You have my word, said Inglethorp proudly.
The coroner did not answer him. "There are two people who say they heard you arguing with Mrs. Inglethorp."
Those people are wrong.
I felt confused. He spoke so calmly and with such confidence that it surprised me. I looked at Poirot. He looked pleased, which I did not understand. Did he now believe Alfred Inglethorp was guilty? "Mr. Inglethorp," said the coroner, "you have heard your wife's last words. Can you explain them?"
Yes, I can.
"You can?"
It is very simple. The room was dark. Dr. Bauerstein is about my size. He looks like me and also has a beard. In the poor light, and in her pain, my wife thought he was me.
Ah. Poirot said softly to himself. That is an idea.
"Do you think it is true?" I asked quietly.
I do not say that, Poirot replied. But it is a clever thought.
You think my wife's last words were an attack on me, Inglethorp went on. But they were not. She was calling to me for help.
The coroner thought for a short time. Mr. Inglethorp, did you pour out the coffee and take it to your wife that evening?
I poured the coffee, yes. But I did not take it to her. I was going to do so, but someone told me there was a visitor at the front door. I put the coffee on the hall table. When I came back a few minutes later, it was gone.
This might have been true, or it might not. But it did not help Inglethorp much. He had plenty of time to add the poison. At that moment, Poirot gently touched my arm. He pointed to two men sitting near the door. One was small, dark, and sharp-looking. The other was tall and fair. I looked at Poirot with a question in my eyes. He leaned close to me.
Do you know who that small man is?
I shook my head.
That is Detective Inspector James Japp from Scotland Yard. The other man is also from Scotland Yard. Things are moving fast, my friend.
I watched the two men closely. They did not look like policemen at all. I would never have guessed who they were. I was still staring when I heard the decision being read out. Willful murder by some person or persons unknown. When we left the Stylites Arms, Poirot gently pulled me aside by the arm. I knew why he did this. He was waiting for the men from Scotland Yard. A few minutes later, they came out. Poirot walked straight up to the shorter man.
I fear you do not remember me, Inspector Japp.
Why, if it isn't Mr. Poirot? Cried the inspector. You have heard me speak of Mr. Poirot. In 1904, we worked together on the Abercrombie forgery case. That was when he was attacked in Brussels. Those were good days, monsieur. And do you remember Baron Altara? He was a clever criminal. He escaped many police forces in Europe. But we caught him in Antwerp, thanks to Mr. Poirot.
While they talked about the past, I stepped closer. Poirot introduced me to Inspector Japp. Japp then introduced us to his companion, Superintendent Summerhay.
I do not need to ask why you are here, said Poirot.
Japp closed one eye and smiled. No, not at all. It looks like a very clear case.
I do not agree with you.
Oh, come now, said Summerhay, speaking for the first time. Everything is clear. The man was caught in the act. I cannot understand how he could be so foolish.
But Japp was watching Poirot carefully. Hold your fire, Summerhay, he said with a light laugh. Monsieur and I know each other from before. I trust his judgment more than any other man's. I think he has something in mind. Is that right, Monsieur? Poirot smiled. Yes. I have made some ideas. Summerhay still looked doubtful. Japp kept watching Poirot closely.
This is how it looks, Japp said. So far, we have only seen the case from the outside. That is a problem for the police in a case like this. The murder only became clear after the inquest. It helps a lot to be there from the start. Mr. Poirot had that chance before us. We came quickly only because a clever doctor was there and spoke to the coroner. But you were there from the first day. You may have noticed small things. From the inquest, it looks certain that Mr. Inglethorp killed his wife. If anyone else said he was innocent, I would laugh. I am surprised the jury did not say at once that it was planned murder. They almost did, but the coroner seemed to slow them down.
Maybe you already have a paper to arrest him, Poirot said calmly.
Maybe I do, and maybe I don't, he said shortly.
Poirot looked at him with care. I very much want him not to be arrested.
I'm sure you do, Summerhay said in a sharp voice.
Japp looked confused but curious. Can you tell me a little more, Mr. Poirot? You understand things we don't. You were there first. We do not want to make mistakes.
Poirot nodded slowly. That is exactly my thought. So I will say this. Use your paper. Arrest Mr. Inglethorp. But it will not help you. The case against him will fail at once. He snapped his fingers. Japp's face turned serious. Summerhay made a sound of disbelief.
I was too surprised to speak. I thought Poirot had lost his mind.
Japp took out his handkerchief and wiped his forehead. I can't do that, Mr. Poirot. I would trust you, but my bosses will ask why. I need more reasons.
Poirot thought for a short time. It can be done, he said at last. I do not like it, but I must act. I wanted to work quietly for now. But you are right. My word alone is not enough. And Mr. Inglethorp must not be arrested. I promise that, and Hastings knows it. So listen, my friend. You are going back to Styles now?
In about half an hour. We will see the coroner and the doctor first.
Good. Please pick me up on the way. My house is the last one in the village. I will go with you. At Styles, Mr. Inglethorp will give you proof. If he refuses, which is likely, I will give you proof. It will show clearly that the case against him cannot stand. Do we agree?
We agree, Japp said warmly. Thank you from the police. I admit I see no weakness in the case now. But you always surprise me. Goodbye, Monsieur.
The two men walked away. Summerhay was still smiling in disbelief. My friend, Poirot said quickly, before I could speak. What do you think? My goodness. The court was not easy for me. I did not expect the man to be so stubborn and say nothing at all. That was a very foolish choice.
There may be other reasons, I said. If the case against him is true, maybe silence was his only way to defend himself.
Oh no, Poirot cried. There are many clever ways. For example, he could say that I did the murder. I can think of 7 good stories at once. Much better than his cold refusals.
I laughed. I am sure you could think of many more. But tell me seriously. After what you told the detectives, do you really still believe Alfred Inglethorp is innocent?
Yes. As much as before. Nothing has changed.
But the evidence is very strong.
Yes, said Poirot. Too strong. We turned into the gate of Leastways cottage and went up the stairs we knew so well. Yes, yes, Poirot said softly to himself. Too strong. Real proof is often unclear and not very helpful. People must study it with care. But here, everything looks too neat. No, my friend, this proof was made on purpose. It was made very cleverly. In fact, it is so clever that it makes trouble for the person who made it.
How do you mean?
When the proof against a man is weak and unclear, it is hard to show he is not guilty. But here, the criminal tried too hard. He pulled the net too tight. One small cut can now set Inglethorp free. I said nothing. After a short time, Poirot spoke again. Let us think about it like this. Imagine a man who plans to poison his wife. He has lived by being clever. So we believe he has some sense. He is not stupid. How would he act? Would he walk into the village shop and buy poison using his real name? Would he tell a silly story about a dog, a story that anyone can check and find false? Then he does not even use the poison that same night. No. He waits until he has a loud fight with his wife. Everyone in the house hears it. Of course, this makes people suspect him. He makes no plan to protect himself. He has no excuse about where he was. And he must know that the shop assistant will speak to the police. No, no. I cannot believe any man would act in such a foolish way. Only a mad person who wants to destroy himself would do this.
Still, I do not see, I began.
Neither do I see, said Poirot. I tell you, my friend, it confuses me. Me, Hercule Poirot.
But if you think he is not guilty, how do you explain him buying the poison?
Very easily. He did not buy it.
But Mace knew him.
Excuse me. He saw a man with a black beard like Mr. Inglethorp. The man wore glasses like him. He wore clothes like his, clothes that are easy to notice. But Mace did not really know him. He had only been in the village for 2 weeks. And Mrs. Inglethorp usually went to a different shop in another town.
Then you think?
My friend, do you remember the 2 points I spoke about before? Forget the first one for now. What was the second?
The important fact that Alfred Inglethorp wears strange clothes, has a black beard, and wears glasses, I said.
Exactly. Now think. If someone wanted to pretend to be John or Lawrence Cavendish, would it be easy?
No, I said slowly. Only an actor.
But Poirot stopped me at once. And why would it not be easy? I will tell you. Both men have no beard. To look like one of them in daylight, a person would need great skill and a similar face. But with Alfred Inglethorp, it is different. His clothes, his beard, and his glasses are the main things people see. They hide his face. Now think of the criminal. What does he want first? He wants people to stop suspecting him. How does he do that? He makes them suspect someone else. Here, there was a perfect person. Everyone was ready to believe Mr. Inglethorp was guilty. It was almost certain they would blame him. But to make it sure, there had to be clear proof, like proof that he bought the poison. With a man who looks so special, this was easy. Remember, Mace had never spoken to Mr. Inglethorp. Why would he doubt that the man in those clothes, with that beard and those glasses, was Alfred Inglethorp?
It could be true, I said, listening closely. But if that is so, why does he not say where he was at 6 o'clock on Monday evening?
Ah, yes, why? Said Poirot more calmly. If the police arrest him, he will likely speak. But I do not want that. I want him to understand how serious his danger is. There is something shameful behind his silence. Even if he did not kill his wife, he is still a bad man. He has his own secret to hide, apart from the death.
What can it be? I wondered. I was starting to agree with Poirot, though I still felt that the simple answer might be the right one.
Can you not guess? Asked Poirot, with a smile.
No. Can you?
Oh yes. I had an idea some time ago. And now I know it was right.
You never told me, I said, a little hurt.
Poirot lifted his hands. Forgive me, my friend. You were not very friendly then. He looked at me seriously. Do you see now why he must not be arrested?
Perhaps, I said slowly. I did not really care what happened to Alfred Inglethorp. I thought a good scare might even help him.
Poirot watched me and sighed. Come, my friend, he said, changing the subject. Leaving Mr. Inglethorp aside, what did you think of the evidence at the hearing?
Oh, it was much as I expected.
Did anything seem strange to you?
I thought at once of Mary Cavendish. I answered with care. In what way?
For example, Mr. Lawrence Cavendish's words.
I felt calmer. Oh, Lawrence? No. I did not notice anything strange. He is always nervous.
What about his idea that his mother died by mistake from the medicine she took? Did that not seem odd to you?
No, not really. The doctors laughed at it. But it was a normal idea for someone without training.
But Mr. Lawrence is not without training. You told me he studied medicine and finished his degree.
Yes, that is true. I was surprised. I did not think of that. It is strange.
Poirot nodded. From the start, his actions were strange. He is the only one in the house who could know the signs of poison. But he was the one who strongly said it was a natural death. If it was Mr. John, I could understand. He has no medical knowledge and little imagination. But Mr. Lawrence? No. And today he gave an idea he must have known was silly. This gives us something to think about, my friend.
It is very confusing, I said.
Then there is Mrs. Cavendish, Poirot went on. She is another person who is not telling everything. What do you think about her behavior?
I do not know. It seems impossible that she is protecting Alfred Inglethorp. But it looks like that.
Poirot nodded slowly. Yes, it is strange. One thing is clear. She heard much more of that private talker than she admitted.
And yet she is the last person I would think listens in on others.
Exactly. Her words showed me something else. I was wrong before. Dorcas was right. The argument happened earlier in the afternoon, around 4 o'clock.
I looked at him with interest. I never understood why he cared so much about that time.
Yes, many strange things came out today, Poirot said. And Dr. Bauerstein. Why was he awake and dressed so early in the morning? I am surprised no one mentioned it.
He cannot sleep well, I think, I said.
That is a very good answer, or a very bad one, Poirot replied. It explains everything and nothing. I will watch Dr. Bauerstein closely.
Do you see more problems in the evidence? I asked, with a smile.
My friend, Poirot said seriously, when people do not tell the truth, you must be careful. Today at the hearing, only one person, or at most two, spoke with full honesty.
Oh come, Poirot. I will not speak about Lawrence or Mrs. Cavendish. But John and Miss Howard surely told the truth.
Both of them? One, yes. But both? No.
His words shocked me. Miss Howard spoke in such a clear and direct way that I never doubted her honesty. Still, I trusted Poirot's sharp mind, except when I felt he was too stubborn. Do you really think so? I asked. Miss Howard always seemed very honest to me, almost too honest.
Poirot gave me a strange look. He seemed about to speak, then stopped.
And Miss Murdoch too, I said. There is nothing false about her.
No. But it is strange she heard nothing, even though she slept next door. Mrs. Cavendish, who was far away, heard the table fall clearly.
Well, she is young. She sleeps very deeply.
Ah, yes. She must be a very deep sleeper.
I did not like his tone. Just then, we heard a sharp knock. We looked out the window and saw two detectives waiting below. Poirot took his hat and twisted his moustache. He brushed his sleeve as if there was dust on it. Then he motioned for me to go first. We went downstairs and joined the detectives. Together we went to Styles. The two men from Scotland Yard surprised everyone, especially John. After the decision earlier, he knew this would happen one day. Still, seeing the detectives made it feel very real. Poirot had spoken quietly with Japp on the way. Japp then asked that everyone in the house, except the servants, come together in the drawing room. I understood what this meant. Poirot now had to prove his claim. I was not very hopeful. Chapter 8. Fresh suspicions. Poirot might have good reasons to believe that Inglethorp was innocent. But a man like Summerhay needed clear proof. I was not sure that Poirot could give this proof. Soon, we all went into the drawing room. Japp closed the door. Poirot kindly placed chairs for everyone. All eyes were on the men from Scotland Yard. For the first time, we understood this was real. This was not a bad dream. This was real life. We had read about crimes like this in newspapers. Now we were inside one. Soon, the papers all over England would print big headlines. Mysterious tragedy in Essex. Wealthy lady poisoned. There would be photos of Styles. There would be pictures of the family leaving the inquest. The village photographer was very busy. These things usually happen to other people. Now they had happened to us. A woman had been killed in this house. The detectives were sitting in front of us. Many common newspaper words came into my mind as we waited for Poirot to speak. Everyone was surprised that Poirot, not the official detectives, began the meeting.
"Ladies and gentlemen," said Poirot. He bowed like a famous speaker. "I have asked you all to come here for one reason. This reason is Mr. Alfred Inglethorp."
Inglethorp was sitting a little apart from the others. Without thinking, everyone had moved their chairs away from him. He jumped slightly when Poirot said his name.
"Mr. Inglethorp," said Poirot, looking at him. "A very dark feeling is over this house. A death has happened here."
Inglethorp shook his head slowly. "My poor wife," he said softly. "Poor Emily. It is terrible."
"I do not think," said Poirot calmly, "that you understand how serious this may be for you."
Inglethorp looked confused, so Poirot added,
"Mr. Inglethorp, you are in great danger."
The two detectives moved in their chairs. I could see that Summerhay almost warned him to be careful with his words. Poirot continued,
"Do you understand now?"
"No. What do you mean?"
"I mean," said Poirot slowly, "that people believe you may have poisoned your wife."
A quiet sound of shock went around the room.
"Incredible," cried Inglethorp, standing up. "What a terrible idea. I would never hurt my dear Emily."
"I do not think," said Poirot, watching him closely, "that you understand how bad your answers at the inquest sounded. Mr. Inglethorp, now that you know this, will you still refuse to say where you were at 6 o'clock on Monday afternoon?"
With a low sound, Inglethorp sat down again and covered his face with his hands. Poirot stepped closer.
"Speak," he said firmly.
Slowly, Inglethorp lifted his head. He shook it. "You will not speak." "No. I cannot believe anyone would accuse me of such a thing."
Poirot nodded, as if he had decided something. "Very well," he said. "Then I will speak for you."
Inglethorp jumped up again. "You? How can you speak? You do not know." He stopped suddenly.
Poirot turned to all of us.
"Ladies and gentlemen, listen. I, Hercule Poirot, say this. The man who went into the chemist's shop and bought poison at 6 o'clock on Monday was not Mr. Inglethorp. At that time, Mr. Inglethorp was walking with Mrs. Raikes and taking her back to her home from a nearby farm. I can bring 5 people who saw them together at 6 o'clock or just after. Mrs. Raikes' home is more than 2 miles from the village. There is no doubt at all. Mr. Inglethorp could not have been in the shop."
For a moment, nobody spoke. Everyone was shocked. Japp, who seemed less surprised than the others, spoke first.
"Well," he said, "you really are clever, Mr. Poirot. These witnesses of yours are reliable, I hope."
"Of course," said Poirot. "I have their names and addresses. You must speak to them." You will see that everything is correct.
I am sure it is, said Japp quietly. Thank you. It would have been a big mistake to arrest him. He turned to Inglethorp. But may I ask, sir, why you did not say this at the inquest?
I will explain, said Poirot before Inglethorp could answer. There was a certain story going around.
A very cruel and untrue story, said Inglethorp nervously.
And Mr. Inglethorp did not want this story to start again just now. Is that correct?
Yes, said Inglethorp. That is correct. Inglethorp nodded. My poor Emily is not even buried yet. You must understand why I was afraid of more false stories.
Between us, sir, I would rather hear many stories than be taken by the police for murder. I think your poor wife would agree. And if Mr. Poirot was not here, you would surely have been arrested.
I was wrong, I know, said Inglethorp in a low voice. But you do not know how people have spoken badly about me. He looked angrily at Evelyn Howard.
Now, sir, said Japp, turning quickly to John, I want to see the ladies' bedroom. After that, I will talk with the servants. Do not worry. Mr. Poirot will show me the way.
They all left the room. Poirot turned to me and made a small sign. He wanted me to follow him upstairs. There, he took my arm and pulled me aside.
Quick! Go to the other wing. Stand just before the green door. Do not move until I come back.
Then he turned fast and went back to the two detectives. I did what he said. I stood near the green door and felt confused. Why did he want me here? Why was this place important? I looked down the hallway. Then I thought of something. All the bedrooms were in this left wing, except Cynthia Murdoch's room. Was that the reason? Was I meant to watch who passed? I stayed where I was. Time passed. No one came. Nothing happened. After about 20 minutes, Poirot came back.
You did not move?
No. I stayed here the whole time. Nothing happened.
Ah. He was hard to read. Was he happy or not? You saw nothing at all?
No.
But maybe you heard something? A loud noise.
No.
Is that so? Ah, I am angry with myself. I am not usually so careless. I made a small movement with my left hand, and the table by the bed fell over.
He looked like a sad child. He was clearly upset. I tried to make him feel better. Never mind, my friend. It does not matter. Your success downstairs made you excited. We were all surprised. There must be more in this matter between Inglethorp and Mrs. Raikes than we thought. That is why he kept silent. What will you do now? Where are the men from Scotland Yard?
They have gone to speak with the servants. I showed them all the objects we found. I am not happy with Japp. He has no clear plan.
Look, I said, pointing to the window. Here comes Dr. Bauerstein. I think you are right about him, Poirot. I do not like him.
He is clever, said Poirot slowly.
Too clever. I was glad to see him in such a bad state on Tuesday. You should have seen him. He was covered in mud from head to toe.
You saw him then?
Yes. He did not want to come inside. It was after dinner. But Mr. Inglethorp made him come.
What? Was Dr. Bauerstein here on Tuesday evening? Here? And you did not tell me. Why did you not tell me? Why?
He was very upset. I had never seen him like this. My dear Poirot, I said. I did not think it mattered. I did not know it was important.
Important? It is very important. Dr. Bauerstein was here on Tuesday night, the night of the murder. Do you not see? That changes everything.
He let go of me. He slowly straightened some candlesticks and spoke to himself.
Yes, that changes everything. Suddenly he made up his mind. Come, he said. We must act now. Where is Mr. Cavendish?
John was in the smoking room. Poirot went straight to him.
Mr. Cavendish, I have important business in Tadminster. There is a new clue. May I use your car?
Of course. Do you want to go now?
Yes, please.
John rang the bell and asked for the car. 10 minutes later, we were driving fast through the park and onto the main road to Tadminster. Now, Poirot, I said. Perhaps you will tell me what this is all about?
Well, my friend, you can guess some of it. Now that Mr. Inglethorp is cleared, everything is different. We have a new problem. We know there is one person who did not buy the poison. We have removed the false clues. Now we look for the true ones. I have learned that anyone in the house, except Mrs. Cavendish, who was playing tennis with you, could have pretended to be Mr. Inglethorp on Monday evening. Also, we know he said he left the coffee in the hall. People did not think much about this before, but now it is very important.
We must learn who finally took the coffee to Mrs. Inglethorp, or who walked through the hall while it stood there. From what you told me, only 2 people clearly did not go near the coffee. They are Mrs. Cavendish and Miss Cynthia. Yes, that is true. I felt a great relief in my heart. Mary Cavendish could not be suspected.
When I proved Alfred Inglethorp was innocent, I had to act earlier than I wished. While people thought I was following him, the real criminal felt safe. Now that person will be much more careful. Yes, much more careful. He looked at me suddenly. Tell me, Hastings. Do you suspect anyone?
I stopped to think. To be honest, a strange idea had come to me more than once that morning. I knew it sounded foolish, but it did not leave my mind. I would not call it a real suspicion, I said softly. It sounds very silly.
Go on, said Poirot kindly. Do not be afraid. Say what you think. You should listen to your feelings.
Well, I said quickly, it is silly, but I think Miss Howard is not telling us everything.
Miss Howard?
Yes. You will laugh at me.
Why should I laugh? Said Poirot.
I feel, I said slowly, that we have not thought enough about her because she was away. But she was only 15 miles from Styles. A car could do that in half an hour. Are we sure she was not there that night?
Yes, my friend, said Poirot calmly. We are sure. One of the first things I did was call the hospital where she worked.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Miss Howard worked in the afternoon that Tuesday. Then some injured soldiers arrived suddenly. She kindly stayed to work at night as well. The hospital gladly agreed. So that idea is finished.
Oh, I said, feeling a little foolish. It was her strong anger against Inglethorp that made me think of her. She hates him so much. I felt she might do anything to harm him. I also thought she might know something about the destroyed will. She could have burned the wrong one by mistake. She is very bitter toward him.
You think her anger is not normal?
Yes. She is so extreme. I even wondered if she was not thinking clearly about him.
Poirot shook his head strongly. No, no. You are wrong there. Miss Howard is not weak or confused. She is strong, healthy, and sensible. She is very sane.
But her hatred of Inglethorp feels almost like an illness, I said. My idea was silly, I know. I thought she might have tried to poison him, and somehow Mrs. Inglethorp drank it instead. But I cannot see how that could happen. It all sounds very foolish.
You are right about one thing, said Poirot. It is wise to suspect everyone until you can clearly prove they are innocent. Now tell me, what reason is there why Miss Howard did not poison Mrs. Inglethorp?
She loved her very much, I said.
Ah! Cried Poirot impatiently. You think like a child. If Miss Howard could poison the old lady, she could also pretend to love her. No, we must look elsewhere. You are right that her anger toward Alfred Inglethorp is too strong to be natural. But you are wrong about what that means. I have my own ideas, but I will not speak of them yet. He paused, then continued. There is one clear reason why Miss Howard cannot be the murderer.
What is it?
Mrs. Inglethorpe's death could not help Miss Howard in any way. There is no murder without a reason.
I thought about this. Could Mrs. Inglethorpe not have left her money to Miss Howard in a will?
Poirot shook his head.
But you suggested that idea to Mr. Wells, I said.
Poirot smiled. I did that for a reason. I did not want to say the name of the person I was really thinking about. Miss Howard was in a similar position, so I used her name.
But Mrs. Inglethorpe could still have done it, I said. That will made on the afternoon of her death might.
Poirot shook his head so strongly that I stopped. No, my friend. I have my own thoughts about that will. But I can tell you this. It was not made for Miss Howard.
I accepted what he said, though I did not understand how he could be so sure. Well, I said with a sigh, then we must say Miss Howard is innocent. It is partly your fault that I ever suspected her. It was what you said about her words at the inquest that made me angry. Poirot looked confused.
What did I say about her words at the inquest?
Do you not remember? You said that she and John Cavendish were not suspects.
Oh, yes. He looked unsure for a moment, then smiled. By the way, Hastings, I want you to do something for me.
Of course. What do you want?
Next time you are alone with Lawrence Cavendish, say this to him. I have a message from Poirot. He says, find the extra coffee cup, and then you can rest in peace. Say only that.
Find the extra coffee cup, and then you can rest in peace. Is that correct? I asked. I felt very confused.
Perfect.
But what does it mean?
That is for you to think about. He said. You know the facts. Just say it to him and watch his face.
All right, but it sounds very strange. We were now driving into Tadminster. Poirot told the driver to stop at the shop of the analytical chemist. Poirot got out quickly and went inside. After a few minutes, he came back.
That is finished.
What did you do there? I asked with interest.
I left something to be tested.
Yes, but what?
The cocoa I took from the saucepan in the bedroom.
But that was tested already, I said in surprise. Dr. Bauerstein tested it. You even laughed at the idea that it had poison in it.
I know he tested it. Poirot said calmly.
Then why?
I want it tested again. That is all.
I could not make him say anything more. This action about the cocoa confused me a lot. I could not see any reason for it. Still, my trust in Poirot was strong again. He had been right about Alfred Inglethorpe being innocent, and that made me believe in him fully once more. Mrs. Inglethorpe's funeral was the next day. On Monday morning, I came down late for breakfast. John took me aside and spoke quietly.
Mr. Inglethorpe is leaving this morning. He will stay at the Stylites Arms until he finishes his plans. To be honest, Hastings, it is a great relief. Before, we thought he did it, and that was bad. But now it feels even worse. We all feel guilty for thinking so badly of him. We treated him very badly. Things looked very dark for him, so we cannot blame ourselves fully. Still, we were wrong. Now we feel we should say sorry, but that is hard when we still do not like him. The whole thing is very awkward. I am glad he decided to leave on his own. It is lucky that Styles did not belong to my mother to leave to him. I could not stand seeing him in charge here. He can have her money.
You will be able to keep the house?
Yes. He said. We must pay taxes, of course. But half of my father's money goes with the house. Lawrence will stay with us for now, so we also have his share. Money will be tight at first. As I told you before, I have money problems myself. But people will wait now.
Because Mr. Inglethorp was leaving, everyone felt lighter. Breakfast was the most pleasant we had had since the death. Cynthia looked bright and happy again. We all felt hopeful, except Lawrence. He still looked nervous and sad. The newspapers were full of the case. Big titles shouted about the crime. They printed stories about every person in the house. They hinted at secrets and said the police had clues. The war was quiet at that time, so the papers focused on this crime among rich people. The mysterious affair at Styles was everywhere. This was very hard for the Cavendish family. Reporters came to the house all the time. They were not allowed inside, but they waited in the village and near the grounds. They tried to take photos of anyone they saw. We felt watched all the time. Police officers from Scotland Yard came and went. They asked questions and looked at everything closely. They did not say much. We did not know if they had any real lead or not. After breakfast, Dorcas came to me quietly. She looked careful and asked to speak with me.
Of course. I said. What is it, Dorcas? Well, sir. She said. You may see the Belgian gentleman today.
I nodded. Yes, sir. You remember how he asked me many times if the lady of the house, or anyone else, had a green dress? Yes, yes. Did you find one? I felt very interested.
No, sir, not exactly. But after that, I remembered something. The young men, Dorcas still called John and Lawrence the young men, have what they call a dressing-up box. It is in the front attic, sir. It is a big chest. It is full of old clothes and costumes of all kinds. I suddenly thought there might be a green dress inside. So, if you could tell the Belgian gentleman.
I will tell him, Dorcas, I said.
Thank you kindly, sir. He is a very pleasant gentleman. He is very different from those two detectives from London, always looking around and asking questions. I do not usually trust foreigners. But from what the newspapers say, these brave Belgians are not like others. And he is very polite when he speaks.
Dear Dorcas. She stood there and looked up at me with her kind, honest face. I thought how good she was. Servants like her are rare now. I decided to go to the village at once to find Poirot. But I met him on the way, walking up to the house. I told him Dorcas's message at once.
Ah, brave Dorcas, he said. We will look at the chest. Perhaps it is not important, but still, we will check it.
We went into the house through a window. The hall was empty. We went straight up to the attic. The chest was there, just as Dorcas said. It was old and strong, with brass nails. It was full of many kinds of clothes. Poirot quickly took everything out and put it on the floor. There were some green clothes in different shades. Poirot looked at them and shook his head. He did not seem very hopeful. Then suddenly he made a small cry. "What is it?" I asked.
Look!
The chest was almost empty now. At the bottom, we saw a fine black beard.
Oh, said Poirot softly. Oh. He picked it up and looked at it carefully. New, he said. Yes, very new.
After a short pause, he put the beard back in the chest. He piled the clothes on top again. Then he went quickly downstairs. He went straight to the pantry. Dorcas was there, cleaning the silver.
Poirot greeted her very politely and said, "We looked inside the chest, Dorcas. Thank you for telling us about it. There are many fine things there. Are they used often?"
Well, sir, not very often now. But sometimes we have what the young men call a dress-up night. They can be very funny. Mr. Lawrence is very good at it. I will never forget one night. He dressed as a king from the East, or something like that. He carried a big paper knife. He said to me, "Be very careful, Dorcas. This is my sharp sword, and I will be angry if you do not show respect." Miss Cynthia dressed as a dangerous street person from France, I think. She looked very wild. You would not have known her at all.
"These evenings sound very enjoyable," said Poirot kindly. "Did Mr. Lawrence wear the fine black beard from the chest when he dressed as that king?"
He did wear a beard, sir, Dorcas said with a smile. I know that well, because he borrowed black wool from me to make it. It looked very real from far away. I did not know there was a beard in the chest. I think it must be new. I remember a red wig, but not much else. They usually use other things to change their faces, though it is hard to clean off later. Miss Cynthia once made her face very dark, and it caused her a lot of trouble.
"So Dorcas knows nothing about the black beard," said Poirot slowly as we walked back into the hall. "Do you think it is the one?" I asked quietly.
Poirot nodded. Yes. Did you notice it was cut?
No.
It was cut in the same shape as Mr. Inglethorpe's beard. I also found a few small cut hairs. Hastings, this case is very serious.
Who put it in the chest, I wonder?
Someone very clever, said Poirot calmly. He chose the one place in the house where it would not seem strange. Yes, he is clever. But we must be more clever. We must act so simply that he does not think we are clever at all.
I agreed.
My friend, he added, you will help me a great deal.
I was pleased to hear this. Sometimes I felt that Poirot did not see my true value.
Yes, he went on, looking at me with care. You will be very useful. This made me feel pleased. But Poirot's next words hurt me. I need a helper inside the house, he said slowly.
You have me, I said at once.
Yes, but that is not enough, he replied. I felt upset, and he saw it. Poirot spoke quickly to explain. You do not understand me. Everyone knows you work with me. I need someone who is not linked to us at all.
Oh, I understand now. What about John?
No, not him.
He is kind, but maybe not very clever, I said.
Poirot suddenly said, Here comes Miss Howard. She is the right person. She is angry with me because I helped Mr. Inglethorpe. But we can still try. Miss Howard agreed to talk with us for a few minutes. She did not look friendly. We went into the small morning room. Poirot closed the door.
Well, Monsieur Poirot, said Miss Howard in a sharp voice, what do you want? Say it quickly. I am busy.
Do you remember that I once asked you for help? Poirot asked.
Yes, she said. And I told you I would gladly help you to see Alfred Inglethorpe punished.
Poirot looked at her closely. Miss Howard, I will ask you one question. Please answer me honestly.
I never tell lies, she said.
Do you still believe that Mrs. Inglethorp was poisoned by her husband?
What do you mean? She said angrily. Your clever talks do not change my mind. I agree he did not buy the poison at the shop. But that means nothing. He could have used another way.
That other substance is different, said Poirot calmly.
What does that matter? She replied. It would still cause death. If I believe he did it, the way does not matter to me.
Yes, said Poirot softly. If you believe he did it. Let me ask in another way. Deep in your heart, did you ever truly believe that he killed her?
Goodness, cried Miss Howard. Have I not always said he was a bad man? Have I not said he would harm her? Have I not always hated him?
Yes, said Poirot. That supports my idea.
What idea?
Do you remember something you said when my friend first came here? You said that if someone you loved was killed, you would know by feeling who did it, even if you could not prove it.
Yes, I remember, she said. I still believe that. Do you think it is foolish?
No, not at all.
Then why do you not trust my feeling about Alfred Inglethorp?
Because, said Poirot shortly, your feeling is not against him.
What?
You want to believe he did it. You think he could do it. But your inner feeling tells you he did not. It tells you another name. Shall I go on? She stared at him and gave a small nod. You have spoken so strongly against Mr. Inglethorp because you are fighting your own feeling. You are trying to push it away. That feeling tells you someone else.
No, 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 cried Miss Howard. She raised her hands. Do not say it. Please do not say it. It is not true. It cannot be true. I do not know why such a terrible idea came into my head.
I am right, am I not? Poirot asked gently.
Yes, yes. You must be very clever to see it. But it cannot be so. It is too awful. It must be Alfred Inglethorp.
Poirot shook his head.
Do not ask me about it, Miss Howard went on. I will not speak of it. I will not even admit it to myself. I must be foolish to think such a thing.
Poirot nodded, as if this was enough. I will not ask you anything, he said. It is enough that I know the truth. I also have a feeling. We are working toward the same goal.
Do not ask me to help you, she said. I will not help.
You will help me without trying, said Poirot. I ask you for nothing. But you will be on my side. You cannot stop yourself. You will do the one thing I need.
And what is that? She asked.
You will watch. Evelyn Howard lowered her head.
Yes, she said quietly. I always watch. I always hope I am wrong.
If we are wrong, that is good, said Poirot. I will be very happy. But if we are right? If we are right, Miss Howard, whose side are you on then?
I do not know. I do not know.
Think carefully.
It could be kept quiet.
No, said Poirot firmly. It must not be kept quiet. Chapter 9. Dr. Bauerstein. But Emily herself, she stopped speaking. Miss Howard, Poirot said in a serious voice, this is not right for you. Suddenly, she lifted her face from her hands.
Yes, she said softly. That was not Evelyn Howard speaking. She raised her head with pride. This is Evelyn Howard. She stands with justice, no matter the cost. Then she walked out of the room with strong steps.
There she goes, said Poirot as he watched her leave. She is a very important helper. That woman has a good mind and a good heart.
I said nothing.
Instinct is a wonderful thing, Poirot said slowly. We cannot explain it, but we cannot ignore it.
You and Miss Howard seem to understand everything, I said coldly. But you may not see that I know nothing.
Is that true, my friend? He asked.
Yes. Please explain it to me.
Poirot looked at me for a short time. Then, to my surprise, he shook his head. No, my friend.
Why not?
Two people are enough to keep a secret.
I think it is not fair to hide things from me.
I am not hiding facts, he said. You know all the facts I know. You must think about them yourself. This time, it is about ideas.
Still, I would like to know.
Poirot looked at me seriously again and shook his head. You see, he said sadly, you do not have instinct.
You just spoke about intelligence, I said.
Often they come together, Poirot said in a strange way. His words made no sense to me, so I did not answer. But I decided that if I found something important, I would keep it to myself and surprise Poirot later. Sometimes, a person must stand up for himself. I had not yet given Poirot's message to Lawrence. Later, I walked out onto the lawn. I was still angry with Poirot for acting like a boss. Then I saw Lawrence on the croquet lawn. He was hitting old balls with a very old mallet, without any care. I thought this was a good time to give him the message. If I waited, Poirot might do it himself. I did not fully understand the message, but I hoped Lawrence's answer would help me understand it. So I went to him.
I have been looking for you, I said, though it was not true.
Have you? He asked.
Yes. I have a message for you from Poirot.
Yes?
He told me to speak to you when we were alone, I said quietly. I watched his face carefully. I believed I was good at creating a serious mood.
Well, he said.
His dark, sad face did not change. I wondered if he knew what was coming.
This is the message, I said in a low voice. Find the extra coffee cup, and you can rest in peace.
What does that mean? Lawrence looked truly surprised.
Don't you know?
Not at all. Do you?
I had to shake my head.
What extra coffee cup?
I don't know. He should ask Dorcas or the maids, said Lawrence. Coffee cups are their job, not mine. I only know that we have some cups we never use. They are very beautiful old china. Old Worcester. Do you like china, Hastings?
I shook my head.
You miss a lot, he said. A fine old cup is a joy to hold, or even to look at.
So what should I tell Poirot?
Tell him I don't understand him. It means nothing to me.
All right, I said.
I started to walk back to the house. Then Lawrence called me again.
Wait. What was the end of the message? Say it again.
Find the extra coffee cup, and you can rest in peace, I repeated. Are you sure you don't know what it means?
He shook his head slowly. No, he said. I don't. I wish I did.
Then we heard the gong from the house. It was time for lunch, so we went in together. Poirot had been asked to stay for lunch and was already at the table. Without speaking about it, we all avoided the sad event. We talked about the war and other outside matters. After the cheese and biscuits were served, Dorcas left the room. Then Poirot leaned toward Mrs. Cavendish. Please forgive me, madam, for speaking of sad things, he said. I have a small idea, and I would like to ask you a few questions.
Me? Of course, she said.
You are very kind, said Poirot. I want to ask this. The door between Mrs. Inglethorpe's room and Miss Cynthia's room, was it locked, as you said?
Certainly it was bolted, answered Mary Cavendish. She looked surprised. I said that at the inquest.
Bolted? Asked Poirot.
Yes. She looked confused.
I mean, said Poirot, are you sure it was bolted and not only locked?
Oh, I understand now. I am not sure. I said bolted because it was fastened and I could not open it. But I think they found all the doors fastened from the inside.
So for you, the door could also have been only locked.
Yes.
When you went into Mrs. Inglethorpe's room, did you notice if the door was bolted?
I think it was.
But you did not see it clearly.
No. I did not look.
But I did, said Laurent suddenly. I noticed that it was bolted.
Ah, then that decides it, said Poirot. He looked disappointed.
I felt pleased. For once, one of his small ideas had failed. After lunch, Poirot asked me to walk home with him. I agreed, but I was not very friendly.
You are angry, yes? He asked, while we walked through the park.
Not at all, I said in a cold voice.
That is good. It makes me feel much better, he said.
This was not what I wanted. I hoped he would see that I was upset. Still, his warm words made me feel calmer. I softened. I gave Laurent your message, I said.
And what did he say? He did not understand.
Yes. I am sure he had no idea what you meant. I thought Poirot would be unhappy, but he said that this was exactly what he expected. He said he was very glad. I did not ask why. Poirot changed the subject.
Mademoiselle Cynthia was not at lunch today. Why?
She is back at the hospital. She started work again today.
Ah, she works very hard. And she is pretty too. She reminds me of pictures from Italy. I would like to see her place of work. Do you think she would show it to me?
I am sure she would like that. It is an interesting place.
Does she go there every day?
She has Wednesdays free. On Saturdays she comes back for lunch. Those are her only free times.
I will remember. Women do important work now. Mademoiselle Cynthia is clever. She is very smart.
Yes. She passed a very difficult exam.
Of course. It is serious work. I suppose they keep strong poisons there.
Yes. She showed them to us. They are locked in a small cupboard. They are very careful. They always take the key when they leave.
Really? Is this cupboard near the window?
No. It is on the other side of the room. Why?
Poirot lifted his shoulders. I was just thinking. That is all. Will you come in?
We were at the cottage. No. I will go back now. I will walk the long way through the woods. The woods around Styles were very beautiful. After walking in the open park, it felt nice to walk slowly in the cool shade. There was almost no wind. Even the birds were quiet. I walked for a while and then sat down under a big old beech tree. I felt kind and calm. I even forgave Poirot for his strange secrets. I felt at peace. Then I yawned. I thought about the crime. It felt far away and unreal. I yawned again. Maybe it never really happened, I thought. Maybe it was only a bad dream. In truth, it was Lawrence who had killed Alfred Inglethorp with a croquet hammer. But John was making too much trouble about it. He was shouting, "I tell you I won't accept it." I woke up suddenly. At once I knew I was in a bad situation. About 12 feet away, John and Mary Cavendish were standing and facing each other. They were clearly arguing. They did not know I was there. Before I could move, John said again the words that woke me.
"I tell you, Mary, I won't accept it."
Mary spoke in a calm, smooth voice. "Do you have any right to judge what I do?"
"People in the village will talk. My mother was buried only on Saturday, and now you go out with that man."
"Oh," she said, moving her shoulders, "if you only care about village talk."
"But it's not only that. I am tired of him being around. He is a foreigner, anyway."
"A little foreign blood is not a bad thing," she said. She looked at him. "It helps wake up the dull thinking of ordinary English people."
Her eyes were angry, but her voice was cold. I was not surprised when John's face turned red.
"Mary."
"Well?"
Her voice stayed calm. His begging voice became quiet.
"So you will still meet Bauerstein, even if I say no?"
"Yes, if I want to."
"You go against me?"
"No. But you have no right to judge what I do. Do you have no friends that I might not like?"
John stepped back. The color left his face.
"What do you mean?" he asked. His voice shook.
"You see," Mary said softly. "You understand now. You have no right to tell me who my friends are."
John looked at her with sad eyes.
"No right? I have no right, Mary," he said in a weak voice. He held out his hands. "Mary."
For a moment, I thought she might change her mind. Her face grew gentle. Then she turned away, sharp and strong.
"None."
She walked away. John ran after her and took her arm.
"Mary," his voice was very quiet now, "you in love with this man Bauerstein?"
She stopped. A strange look crossed her face. It was old and young at the same time.
She gently pulled her arm free. She spoke without turning back. "Maybe," she said. Then she left the small clearing quickly.
John stood still, like a statue. I walked forward on purpose and stepped on some dry branches. They made noise. John turned to me. He thought I had just arrived.
"Hello, Hastings. Did you take the little man back to his cottage? Funny little fellow. Is he really any good?"
He was one of the best detectives in his time.
"Oh, then I guess he knows something. But what a terrible world it is."
You think so? I asked.
"Yes, very much. First, this awful case. Police come and go all the time. We never know where they will appear next. Big news stories in every paper. I hate journalists. This morning, a crowd stood at the gate and stared inside. Like a free show of horror. It is too much."
Try to stay calm, John, I said kindly. It will not last forever.
Will it not? It may last long enough to ruin us.
No, you are thinking too darkly.
Anyone would. Reporters follow us. People stare at us everywhere. But there is something worse.
What?
John spoke very quietly. "Have you ever thought about who did it? It feels like a bad dream to me. Sometimes I think it was an accident. Because who could have done it? Now that Inglethorp is gone, there is no one left. No one except one of us.
That thought was truly terrible. One of us? It seemed so, unless... A new idea came to me. I thought fast. Things became clear. Poirot's strange actions and hints now made sense. I felt foolish for not seeing it before. And it gave hope. "No, John," I said. "It was not one of us. How could it be?"
I know, but then who else?
"Can you guess?"
No?
I looked around and spoke softly. "Dr. Bauerstein," I said.
Impossible.
"Not impossible."
But why would he want my mother dead?
"I do not know," I said honestly. "But Poirot thinks so."
Poirot does. How do you know?
I told him how excited Poirot was when he heard that Dr. Bauerstein had been at Styles that night. I added. "He said twice, that changes everything. I have been thinking too. You remember Inglethorp said he put the coffee in the hall. At that moment, Bauerstein arrived. Maybe, as Inglethorp walked him through the hall, the doctor dropped something into the coffee."
said John. That would be very dangerous.
"Yes, but it could happen."
But how would he know it was her coffee? No, I do not think that works.
Then I remembered something else. You are right. That was not how it happened. Listen. I told him about the cocoa sample that Poirot sent to be tested.
John stopped me. But Bauerstein had already tested it himself.
Yes, that is the point. I did not see it before either. Do you understand now? Bauerstein tested it himself. If he was the killer, it was easy. He could change the cocoa sample. He could send normal cocoa to the lab. Of course, they would find no poison. No one would ever think that Bauerstein was guilty. No one would think to take another test. Only Poirot would think of that. I said this when I suddenly understood.
Yes, but what about the bitter taste? John asked. Cocoa cannot hide that.
Well, we only have his word, I said. And there are other ideas. He's one of the greatest experts in poisons.
One of the greatest what? John said. Say that again.
He knows a lot about poisons, I explained. Maybe he found a way to make strychnine have no taste. Or maybe it was not strychnine at all. It could be another drug that no one knows. It could cause the same signs.
Yes, that could be true, said John. But how did he get the cocoa? It was not downstairs, was it?
No, it was not, I said, not happy to admit it. Then a terrible idea came into my mind. I hoped John would not think of it too. I looked at him. He looked confused. I felt relief. The idea was this: maybe Dr. Bauerstein had help from another person. But that could not be true. Surely a woman as beautiful as Mary Cavendish could not be a killer. Still, beautiful women had used poison before. Then I remembered our first talk at tea on the day I arrived. I remembered the strange light in her eyes when she said poison was a woman's weapon. I remembered how nervous she was on that Tuesday evening. Had Mrs. Inglethorp found out something about her and Bauerstein? Had she threatened to tell her husband? Was the crime done to stop her? Then I thought about the strange talk between Poirot and Evelyn Howard. Was this what they meant? Was this the terrible idea that Evelyn did not want to believe? Everything seemed to fit. No wonder Miss Howard wanted to keep it quiet. Now I understood her broken words, Emily herself. In my heart, I agreed with her. Maybe Mrs. Inglethorp would rather not have justice than bring shame to the Cavendish name.
There is another thing, John said suddenly. His voice made me jump. Something that makes me doubt your idea.
What is it? I asked. I was glad he stopped talking about the cocoa.
Bauerstein asked for a post-mortem, John said. He did not need to do that. Little Wilkins was ready to say it was heart trouble.
Yes, I said slowly. But we do not know his reasons. Maybe he thought it was safer later. Someone might talk. Then the government might order the body to be dug up. Then everything would come out. People would not believe that a man like him could make such a mistake.
Yes, that could be, John said. Still, I cannot see why he would do it.
I felt afraid. Listen, I said. I may be wrong. And this must stay between us.
Of course, said John.
As we talked, we walked on. We went through the small gate into the garden. We heard voices. Tea was ready under the big tree, just like on the day I arrived. Cynthia was back from the hospital. I sat next to her and told her that Poirot wanted to visit the dispensary.
Of course, she said. I would love that. He should come for tea there one day. I must ask him. He is such a sweet little man. But he is funny. The other day, he made me take my brooch out and put it back again. He said it was not straight.
I laughed. He cares a lot about neat things, I said.
Yes, he does, she said.
We were quiet for a short time. Then Cynthia looked at Mary Cavendish and spoke softly.
Mr. Hastings, she said.
Yes? I answered.
After tea, I want to talk to you.
Her look at Mary made me think. I felt that Cynthia and Mary did not like each other much. For the first time, I thought about Cynthia's future. Mrs. Inglethorp had left her nothing. But I thought John and Mary would ask her to live with them, at least until the war ended. John liked her very much and would be sad to see her go. John came back from the house. His kind face looked angry.
Those detectives are terrible, he said. I do not know what they want. They went into every room. They moved everything around. It is very bad. I think they did it while we were out. I will speak to that man Japp when I see him.
Chapter 10, The Arrest.
Lot of Paul Priss, said Miss Howard in a rough voice.
Lawrence said they must look busy and do something.
Mary Cavendish said nothing at all.
After tea, I asked Cynthia to walk with me. We went slowly into the woods together. Well, I asked when the trees hid us from other people. Cynthia sat down with a tired sigh and took off her hat. Sunlight came through the leaves. It made her red hair shine like gold.
Mr. Hastings, you are always very kind. You know so much.
At that moment, I saw how pretty and sweet Cynthia was. She seemed warmer than Mary, who never spoke like this. Well, I asked again, in a gentle way.
I want your advice, she said. What should I do?
Do? I asked.
Yes. My Aunt Emily always said I would be safe and cared for. But she is gone now. She did not leave anything for me. I have nothing. I do not know what to do. Should I leave this place at once?
No, I said. They do not want you to leave.
Cynthia pulled grass from the ground with her small hands. Then she spoke softly. Mrs. Cavendish does. She does not like me.
Does not like you? I said in surprise.
Cynthia nodded. Yes. I do not know why. She cannot stand me. And he cannot either.
You are wrong, I said quickly. John likes you very much.
Oh no, not John. I mean Lawrence. I do not care if Lawrence dislikes me. Still, it is very sad when no one loves you.
But they do, I said. I am sure you are mistaken. Look, there is John, and there is Miss Howard.
Cynthia nodded, but she looked unhappy. Yes, John likes me, I think. And Evie is kind, even if she sounds rough. She would never hurt anyone. But Lawrence never talks to me if he can avoid it. Mary is cold and not friendly. She wants Evie to stay. She asks her again and again. But she does not want me. I do not know what to do.
Suddenly Cynthia began to cry. I do not know why, but I leaned forward and took her hand. "Marry me, Cynthia," I said, not thinking clearly. At once she sat up and pulled her hand away.
Do not be foolish, she said.
I felt upset. I am not foolish. I am asking you to be my wife. To my great surprise, Cynthia laughed.
You are funny and kind, she said. But you know you do not really want to marry me.
Yes, I do, I said. I have.
Never mind what you have, she said. You do not want to. And I do not want to either.
Well, I said stiffly. That ends it. But I do not see why this is funny.
No, said Cynthia. Maybe someone will say yes next time. Goodbye. You have made me feel much better.
She laughed again and ran away between the trees. When I thought about it later, the talk felt unsatisfying. Then I had a sudden idea. I decided to go to the village and see Bauerstein. Someone should watch him. Also, it would be wise to act friendly, so he would not feel suspected. Poirot trusted my calm manner. I went to the small house with apartment in the window. I knocked on the door. An old woman opened it. Good afternoon, I said. Is Dr. Bauerstein here?
She stared at me. Have you not heard?
Heard what?
About him.
What about him?
He is took.
Took. Is he dead?
No. Took by the police.
By the police? I said in shock. Do you mean they arrested him?
Yes, that is it.
I did not wait to hear more. I ran through the village to find Poirot. To my great annoyance, Poirot was not at home. An old Belgian man answered the door. He said Poirot had gone to London. I was very surprised. Why would Poirot go to London? Did he decide this suddenly? Or had he planned it before we parted a few hours earlier? I walked back to Styles, feeling uneasy. Without Poirot, I did not know what to do. Did he expect this arrest? Or had he caused it in some way? I could not answer these questions. I had another worry. Should I tell everyone at Styles about the arrest? Or should I keep it quiet? I did not want to think about it, but Mary Cavendish came to my mind. Would this news hurt her badly? For the moment, I pushed away all thoughts of suspicion about her. She could not be involved. If she was, I would have heard something before. Still, it was not possible to hide Dr. Bauerstein's arrest from her for long. It would be in all the newspapers the next day. I did not want to say it suddenly. I wished Poirot was here so I could ask him what to do. Why did he go to London like this? I did not understand it. Even so, I now saw how clever he was. I would never have thought the doctor was guilty if Poirot had not guided me. The little man was very smart. After thinking for a while, I chose to tell John the truth. I let him decide if he should tell others or not. When I told him, he made a loud sound of surprise.
Good heavens! So you were right? I did not believe it before.
Yes, it sounds strange at first. But then everything fits together. What should we do now? People will know tomorrow.
Let us say nothing for now, there is no hurry. The news will come out soon.
The next morning, I went down early and opened the newspapers with great interest. To my surprise, there was nothing about the arrest. There was a long article about the Styles case, but no new facts. I did not understand it. I thought maybe Japp wanted to keep it quiet. It made me uneasy. I wondered if the police planned more arrests. After breakfast, I decided to go to the village to see if Poirot had come back. Before I could leave, a familiar face appeared at the window. A familiar voice spoke.
Bonjour, my friend.
Poirot! I cried. I pulled him into the room and shook his hands. I am so happy to see you. I have told only John. Was that right?
My friend. I do not know what you mean.
Dr. Bauerstein's arrest. Is he arrested?
Did you not know? Not at all. Still, it does not surprise me. We are close to the sea.
The sea? What does that matter?
It is clear, is it not?
Not to me. I do not see how the sea connects to Mrs. Inglethorp's death.
It does not. But we were talking about Dr. Bauerstein's arrest.
Yes, he was arrested for killing Mrs. Inglethorp.
What? Dr. Bauerstein arrested for that?
Yes.
That is impossible. Who told you this?
No one said it clearly, but he is arrested.
Yes, that is likely, but for spying.
Spying?
Yes.
Not for poisoning Mrs. Inglethorp.
Only if Japp has lost his mind.
But I thought you believed it too.
Did you never think of it?
Never.
Did it not seem strange that a famous London doctor lived in a small village and walked outside late at night, fully dressed?
No, I never noticed.
He was born German. He worked here for many years, so people think of him as English. He became a citizen 15 years ago. He is very clever.
That terrible man.
Not at all. He is loyal to his country. He risks much. I respect him.
I could not agree. And Mrs. Cavendish spent so much time with him.
Yes, she was useful to him. While people talked about their friendship, they did not notice his other strange actions.
So you think he never truly cared for her? That, of course, I cannot say. But shall I tell you my own private thought, Hastings?
Yes.
Well, this is what I think. Mrs. Cavendish does not care about Dr. Bauerstein. She never has.
Do you really think so?
I felt happy and could not hide it.
I am very sure, he said. And I will tell you why.
Why?
Because she loves someone else, my friend.
Oh. I did not understand at once. But a warm feeling spread inside me. I am not proud with women. Still, I remembered small signs from before. At the time, I did not think they were important. Now they seemed to mean something. My nice thoughts stopped suddenly. Miss Howard came into the room very fast. She looked around quickly to see if we were alone. Then she took out an old piece of brown paper. She gave it to Poirot and spoke in a low voice.
On top of the wardrobe.
Then she left the room at once. Poirot opened the paper with great interest. He gave a happy sound. He put it flat on the table.
Come here, Hastings. Tell me, what is this first letter? Is it J or L?
The paper was not small and not large. It was dusty, as if it had been there for a long time. Poirot was looking at the label. At the top was the name of Parkson's, a famous costume shop. It was sent to Cavendish, Esquire, Styles Court, Styles St. Mary, Essex. The first letter of the name was not clear.
It could be T or L, I said after looking for a short time. But it is not J.
Good, said Poirot. He folded the paper again. I think the same. It is L, for sure.
Where did it come from? Is it important?
Yes, a little. It supports an idea I had. I thought it existed. So I asked Miss Howard to look for it. She found it.
What did she mean by on top of the wardrobe?
She meant exactly that, said Poirot. She found it on top of a wardrobe.
That is a strange place for old paper, I said.
Not strange at all, said Poirot. The top of a wardrobe is a good place for paper and boxes. I have used such places myself. If things are tidy, they do not look bad.
Poirot, I said seriously, have you decided about this crime?
Yes. I think I know how it happened.
Oh?
But sadly, I have no strong proof yet, only my idea, unless…
Suddenly he grabbed my arm and pulled me into the hall. He shouted in French with excitement.
Mademoiselle Dorcas! Mademoiselle Dorcas! One moment, please.
Dorcas came out of the pantry. She looked surprised by the noise.
My good Dorcas, said Poirot, I have a small idea. If it is right, it is a great chance. Tell me this. On Monday, not Tuesday, but Monday, the day before the tragedy, did anything go wrong with Mrs. Inglethorpe's bell? Dorcas looked very surprised. Yes, sir, now that you ask. It did go wrong. I don't know how you knew. A mouse or something bit the wire. A man fixed it on Tuesday morning.
Poirot gave a long happy cry. He led the way back to the morning room.
You see, he said, one should not always ask for proof from outside. Thinking is often enough. Still, it feels good to know one is right. My friend, I feel full of new strength. I want to run. I want to jump.
And he really did. He ran and jumped across the lawn outside the window.
What is your strange little friend doing?
I turned and saw Mary Cavendish next to me. She smiled, and I smiled too.
What is happening? She asked.
I really don't know, I said. He asked Dorcas about a bell. Her answer made him very happy. Now he is dancing like that.
Mary laughed. How silly. He is going through the gate. Is he coming back today?
I don't know, I said. I have stopped trying to guess what he will do.
Is he mad, Mr. Hastings?
I truly don't know, I said. Sometimes I think he is very mad. Then, at the same time, I see that he has a clear plan.
I understand, she said.
Even though she laughed, Mary looked quiet and serious. She seemed sad this morning. I thought it was a good time to speak to her about Cynthia. I started carefully, or so I thought. But very soon she stopped me in a firm way.
You speak well, Mr. Hastings, she said. But here it is not needed. Cynthia will not be treated badly by me.
I began to speak and say that I hoped she had not thought. But she stopped me again. Her next words surprised me so much that I forgot about Cynthia and all her problems.
Mr.
Hastings, she said, do you think my husband and I are happy together? Her question surprised me. I felt awkward. I said that it was not my place to judge their marriage.
Well, she said softly, it may not be your place, but I will tell you the truth. We are not happy.
I stayed silent. I could see that she wanted to say more. She began to walk slowly around the room. Her head was down. Her body moved gently as she walked. Then she stopped and looked at me.
You know nothing about me, do you? She asked. You do not know where I come from. You do not know who I was before I married John. You know nothing at all. I will tell you now. I trust you. You are kind. I am sure of that.
I did not feel pleased. I remembered that Cynthia had spoken to me in the same way before. Also, a person who hears secrets should be older. I was still young.
My father was English, Mrs. Cavendish said. My mother was Russian.
Oh, I said, now I understand.
Understand what?
I understand why you seem different. There has always been something unusual about you.
My mother was very beautiful, people say. I never knew her. She died when I was very young. There was a sad story about her death. She took too much sleeping medicine by mistake. After that, my father was full of sorrow. Soon he joined the consular service. I went everywhere with him. By the time I was 23, I had traveled almost all over the world. It was a wonderful life. I loved it.
She smiled as she spoke. Her head lifted. She was thinking of those happy times.
Then my father died. He left me with very little money. I had to live with some old aunts in Yorkshire. She shivered. For a girl like me, it was a terrible life. Everything was small and dull. Every day was the same. It almost broke my spirit. She stopped, then said quietly, and then I met John Cavendish.
Yes? I said.
My aunts thought it was a very good marriage for me. But that was not why I agreed. John was my way out. He was my escape from that dull life.
I did not speak. After a moment, she continued.
Do not misunderstand me. I was honest with him. I told him I liked him. I hoped I would grow to love him more. But I told him I was not deeply in love. He said that was enough for him. So we married.
She was silent for a long time. A small line showed on her forehead. She was thinking deeply.
I believe he cared for me at first. I am sure of it. But we were not right for each other. Very soon, we grew apart. He grew tired of me quickly. I made a small sound of protest, but she stopped me. Yes, he did. It hurts my pride, but it is true. It does not matter now. We have reached the end.
What do you mean? I asked.
She answered calmly. I mean that I will not stay at Styles.
You and John will not live here.
John may stay here. I will not.
You are leaving him.
Yes.
But why?
She was quiet for a long time. At last she said, perhaps because I want to be free.
As she said this, I imagined wide open places and new lands. I understood what freedom meant to her. For a moment, I saw her as a wild and proud person who could not live in a cage. She cried out softly.
You do not know how this place has felt like a prison to me.
I understand, I said. But please, do not act too quickly.
Oh, too quickly. Her voice showed no fear.
Then I suddenly said something foolish.
You know that Dr. Bauerstein has been taken by the police.
At once, her face became cold. All feeling left it.
John was kind enough to tell me this morning.
What do you think about it? I asked weakly.
Think about what?
About his arrest.
What should I think? They say he is a German spy. The gardener told John that.
Her voice was flat and calm. Her face showed nothing. I could not tell if she cared or not. She moved away and touched one of the flower vases.
These flowers are dead. I must change them. Would you mind moving? Thank you, Mr. Hastings.
She walked past me and went out through the window. She gave a small, cool nod to end the talk. No, she could not care about Dr. Bauerstein. No woman could hide her feelings so well. Poirot did not come the next morning. There was also no sign of the men from Scotland Yard.
But at lunchtime, something new arrived. It was not new proof, but missing proof. We had tried to find the fourth letter. Mrs. Inglethorp wrote it on the night before she died. We looked for it for a long time. We could not find it. At last, we stopped looking and hoped it would appear one day by itself. That is exactly what happened. A letter came by the second post. It was from a French music company. They thanked Mrs. Inglethorp for her check. They also said they could not find a certain group of Russian folk songs. So now we knew the truth. The letter was not important to the case. Our last hope to solve the mystery through her letters was gone. Just before tea, I went to tell Poirot this bad news. To my annoyance, he was not at home again. Gone to London again.
"Oh no, monsieur," said the man. "He has taken the train to Tadminster. He said he was going to see a young ladies' dispensary."
Silly man, I said loudly. I told him Wednesday is the one day she is not there. Tell him to come and see us tomorrow morning.
"Certainly, monsieur."
But the next day, Poirot did not come. I started to feel angry. He was not treating us well at all. After lunch, Lawrence took me aside. He asked if I was going down to see Poirot. "No," I said. "If he wants to see us, he can come here." Lawrence looked unsure. He seemed nervous and excited. That made me curious. "What is it?" I asked. "If something is important, I can go."
"It's not much," he said. Then he lowered his voice. "If you do go, will you tell him? I think I have found the extra coffee cup."
I had almost forgotten Poirot's strange message. Now my interest came back at once. Lawrence would say no more. So I decided to stop being proud and go to see Poirot again at Leastways Cottage. This time, I was welcomed with a smile. Monsieur Poirot was at home. I went upstairs. Poirot was sitting at the table. His head was in his hands. He jumped up when I came in. "What is it?" I asked kindly. "You are not ill, you?"
No, no. I am not ill, he said. But I am deciding something very important.
"Is it about catching the criminal?" I asked as a joke.
To my surprise, Poirot nodded seriously. To speak or not to speak, he said. That is the question.
I did not correct his words. "You are serious, Poirot?"
Very serious, he said. Something very important is at risk.
"And what is that?" I asked.
A woman's happiness, my friend, he said softly.
I did not know what to say.
The moment has come, Poirot said slowly. I do not know what to do. I am playing for something very big. Only I, Hercule Poirot, would try this. He touched his chest with pride.
After waiting a little, I told him Lawrence's message.
Ah, he cried. So he has found the extra coffee cup. That is good. Your long-faced Monsieur Lawrence is cleverer than he looks.
I did not agree, but I said nothing. I then reminded Poirot that I had told him which day Cynthia was not at work.
That is true, he said. I forget things easily. But the other young lady was very kind. She felt sorry for me and showed me everything.
Well, that is fine, I said. You can have tea with Cynthia another day. I told him about the letter from the music company.
I am sorry to hear that, he said. I had hopes for that letter. But it is finished now. This case must be solved from inside. He tapped his head. From these little grey cells. It is up to them, as you say here. Then he suddenly asked, "Do you know much about finger marks, my friend?"
No, I said, surprised. I know that no two finger marks are the same. That is all.
Exactly, he said. He opened a small drawer and took out some photographs. He put them on the table. I have numbered them 1, 2, and 3, he said. Please describe them to me.
I looked at them carefully. They are very large, I said. Number 1 looks like a man's finger marks. I see a thumb and a first finger. Number 2 looks like a woman's. They are smaller and very different. Number 3, I stopped and looked again. There are many marks together. But here, very clearly, are the marks from number 1.
They are on top of the others, he asked.
Yes.
You are sure they are the same, he asked.
Yes, I said. I am sure. Poirot nodded. He took the photographs back and locked them away. I guess, I said, you are not going to explain again.
Not at all, he said. Number 1 shows the fingerprints of Monsieur Lawrence. Number 2 shows those of Mademoiselle Cynthia. They are not important. I only took them to compare. Number 3 is more difficult.
Yes?
It is very large in the picture. You may see a cloudy line across it. I will not talk about the tools or the powder I used. The police know this method well. With it, you can take a picture of fingerprints very quickly. Now you have seen the marks. I must tell you where they were found.
Please go on. I feel very excited.
Well, said Poirot, picture number 3 shows the surface of a very small bottle. It was in the top poison cupboard in the dispensary at the Red Cross Hospital in Tadminster.
Good heavens! I cried. Why were Lawrence Cavendish's fingerprints on it? He did not go near the poison cupboard that day.
Yes, he did, said Poirot.
That is not possible. We were all together the whole time.
Poirot shook his head. No, my friend. There was a short time when you were not all together. There was a moment when you had to call Monsieur Lawrence to join you on the balcony.
I forgot that, I said. But it was very short.
Long enough, said Poirot.
Long enough for what?
Poirot smiled in a strange way. Long enough for a man who once studied medicine to look at something that interested him.
We looked at each other. Poirot's face was calm. He stood up and softly hummed a tune. I watched him closely. Poirot, I asked, what was in that small bottle?
Poirot looked out of the window. Hydrochloride of strychnine, he said quietly.
Good heavens, I said softly. I was not surprised. I had expected this. They do not use the pure drug very often. They mostly use a mixed liquid in medicines. That is why the fingerprints were still there. How did you take the picture? I asked.
I dropped my hat from the balcony, Poirot said simply. Visitors could not go downstairs then. So, even though I said sorry many times, Mademoiselle Cynthia's co-worker had to go down and get it for me.
So you knew what you would find?
No, said Poirot. I only saw that it was possible for Monsieur Lawrence to reach the poison cupboard. I needed to check if this was true or not.
Poirot, I said, your cheerful mood hides something. This is a very important clue.
I am not sure, he said. But one thing is clear. You may have noticed it too.
What is it?
There is too much strychnine in this case. It appears again and again. There was strychnine in Mrs. Inglethorp's tonic. There was strychnine sold at the village shop. Now we find more, touched by someone in the house. It is confusing, and I do not like confusion.
Before I could answer, another Belgian opened the door.
There is a lady downstairs asking for Mr. Hastings.
A lady? I stood up quickly. Poirot followed me down the narrow stairs. Mary Cavendish stood at the door.
I was visiting an old woman in the village, she said. Lawrence told me you were with Monsieur Poirot, so I came to get you.
Oh, madam, said Poirot, I hoped you came to visit me.
Perhaps one day, she said with a smile.
That is good, said Poirot. If you ever need someone to listen to your worries, remember Papa Poirot.
She moved slightly, as if surprised. She looked at him for a long moment, trying to understand his words. Then she turned away.
Will you walk back with us too, Monsieur Poirot?
With pleasure, he said.
On the way to Styles, Mary talked very fast. She seemed nervous when Poirot looked at her. The weather had changed. A cold wind blew, sharp and uncomfortable. Mary shivered and closed her black coat tighter. The wind moved through the trees with a sad sound. It felt heavy and lonely. When we reached the front door of Styles, we knew at once that something was wrong. Dorcas ran out to us. She was crying and twisting her hands. Other servants stood behind her, silent and watching.
I don't know how to tell you.
What is it, Dorcas? I asked quickly.
Chapter 11. The case for the prosecution. Tell us now.
It is those bad detectives. They have taken him. They have taken Mr. Cavendish.
Taken Lawrence. I cried. I felt shocked. I saw a strange look in Dorcas's eyes.
No, sir. Not Mr. Lawrence. Mr. John.
Behind me, Mary Cavendish gave a loud cry. She fell against me. I turned to hold her. At that moment, I saw a calm, pleased look in Poirot's eyes. The trial of John Cavendish for the death of his stepmother began 2 months later. I will not speak much about those weeks. But I must say this. I felt deep respect and kindness for Mary Cavendish. She stood strongly by her husband. She refused to believe he had done anything wrong. She fought for him with all her strength. I told Poirot that I admired her. He nodded slowly. Yes. He said. Some women are strongest in hard times. Trouble shows their best side. It shows what is kind and true in them. Her pride and her jealousy have. Jealousy? I asked. Yes. Did you not see it? She is a very jealous woman. But now her pride and jealousy are gone. She thinks only of her husband. She thinks of the danger over him. He spoke with deep feeling. I looked at him closely. I remembered that last afternoon. He had been thinking hard about whether to speak or not. He cared a lot about a woman's happiness. I felt glad the choice was no longer his. Even now. I said. I can hardly believe it. Until the last moment, I thought it was Lawrence. Poirot smiled. I know you did. But John. My old friend John. Every guilty man is someone's old friend. Said Poirot calmly. You must not mix feelings with facts. I think you could have warned me a little. Perhaps. He said gently. I did not warn you because he was your friend. This made me feel uneasy. I remembered how I had told John what I thought were Poirot's ideas about Bauer-Stein. Bauer-Stein, by the way, was found not guilty. The charge against him did not stand. Still, his future plans were now limited. I asked Poirot if he thought John would be found guilty. To my great surprise, he said no. He said John might well go free. But, Poirot, I said. My friend. He answered. I have told you many times. I have no clear proof. Knowing a man is guilty is one thing. Proving it is another. In this case, there is very little evidence. That is the problem. I know the truth, but I miss the final piece. Without that last piece. He shook his head. When did you first think John was guilty? I asked. Did you suspect him at all? No. He said. Not at first. Not after you heard that short talk between Mrs. Cavendish and her mother-in-law. And not after she was not open at the inquiry? No. Did you not think about it? If Alfred Inglethorp was not the man arguing with his wife, and he strongly denied it, then it had to be Lawrence or John. If it was Lawrence, Mary's behavior made no sense. But if it was John, then everything fit. So, I cried. As I understood at last. It was John who argued with his mother that afternoon? Yes. Exactly. And you have known this all the time? Yes. Only that could explain Mrs. Cavendish's actions. And still you say he may go free? Poirot lifted his shoulders. Yes. At the first court meeting, we will hear only the case against him. His lawyers will likely keep his answer for later. They will surprise us at the trial. And now, my friend, I must warn you of something. I must not appear in this case. What? No. Officially, I have nothing to do with it. Until I find that last piece, I must stay out of sight. Mrs. Cavendish must believe I am helping her husband, not working against him. That does not seem fair. I said. It is necessary. Poirot replied. We face a very clever man who cares little for rules. We must use every safe way we can. If not, he will escape. That is why I stay in the background. Japp has found all the evidence. Japp will receive all the praise. If I am asked to speak in court, he smiled widely. It will likely be for the defense. I could hardly believe what I heard. It is all correct. Poirot went on. Strange as it sounds, I can give proof that will break one part of the case for the police.
Which part?
The part about the will being destroyed. John Cavendish did not destroy the will.
Poirot spoke like a man who could see the future. I will not describe all the police court meetings. They were long and full of the same facts again and again. I will only say this. John Cavendish did not explain his defense at that time. The court sent him on for a full trial. In September, we were all in London. Mary rented a house in Kensington. Poirot lived there with the family. I had a job at the War Office. Because of this, I could visit them often. As the weeks passed, Poirot became more nervous each day. He often spoke about a last link that was still missing. In my heart, I hoped it would stay missing. If John was found guilty, Mary could never be happy. On September 15th, John Cavendish stood in the court at the Old Bailey. He was charged with the murder of Emily Agnes Inglethorp. He said he was not guilty. A famous lawyer, Sir Ernest Heatherweather, spoke for John. Another lawyer, Mr. Phillips, spoke for the Crown. Mr. Phillips said the murder was planned and calm. He said John had poisoned a kind woman who trusted him. She had been more than a mother to him. Since he was a boy, she had supported him. John and his wife lived at Styles Court in comfort. She gave them money, care, and help. Mr. Phillips said he would show that John spent money too freely and had no money left. He also said John was having a secret relationship with Mrs. Rakes, the wife of a nearby farmer. Mrs. Inglethorp learned about this. She spoke to John about it the afternoon before her death. They argued loudly, and part of this argument was heard by others. The day before her death, John bought strychnine at the village chemist. He wore clothes to hide who he was. Mr. Phillips said John did this to make people blame another man. That man was Alfred Inglethorp, Mrs. Inglethorp's husband, whom John disliked very much. But Alfred had a clear story that showed he was elsewhere at the time. Mr. Phillips then spoke about the will. On the afternoon of July 17, after the argument, Mrs. Inglethorp made a new will. The next morning, this will was found burned in the fireplace of her bedroom. Evidence showed that this new will gave her money to her husband. She had already made an older will for him before their marriage, but John did not know about it. Mr. Phillips said Mrs. Inglethorp might have forgotten the old will. Or she might have thought it was no longer valid after her marriage. She was old, and she may not have understood the law clearly. About a year earlier, she had made a will in John's favor. Mr. Phillips said that on the night she died, John gave her her coffee. Later, he tried to enter her room. At that time, Mr. Phillips believed John destroyed the new will. He thought this would make the older will in his favor valid again. John was arrested after the police found a bottle of strychnine in his room. Detective Inspector Japp found it. The chemist said it was the same bottle sold the day before the murder. Mr. Phillips ended by saying it was for the jury to decide if these facts clearly proved John's guilt. He then sat down and wiped his face. The first witnesses spoke again, just as they had at the earlier hearing. The doctor spoke first. Sir Ernest Heavyweather only asked him 2 questions. He asked if strychnine works quickly. The doctor said yes. He then asked if the doctor could explain why it worked slowly in this case. The doctor said no. Sir Ernest thanked him and sat down. Mr. Mace, the chemist, said the bottle shown in court was the one he sold to a man who called himself Mr. Inglethorp. When asked more, he said he only knew Mr. Inglethorp by sight. He had never spoken to him before. Sir Ernest did not ask him any questions. Alfred Inglethorp then spoke. He said he did not buy the poison. He also said he did not argue with his wife. Other witnesses spoke and said his words were true.
The gardeners gave their evidence about seeing the will. After that, Dorcas was called to speak. Dorcas stayed loyal to her young gentleman. She said strongly that the voice she heard was not John's voice. She said many times that it was Mr. Inglethorp who was in the small sitting room with her mistress. The man in the dock gave a small, sad smile. He knew her brave words could not help him. The defense was not trying to deny this point. Mrs. Cavendish could not be asked to speak against her own husband. After questions on other things, Mr. Phillips asked, "In the month of June, do you remember a parcel arriving for Mr. Lawrence Cavendish from Parkson's?"
Dorcas shook her head. "I don't remember, sir. It may have arrived, but Mr. Lawrence was away for part of June."
If a parcel arrived while he was away, what would happen to it?
"It would be put in his room, or it would be sent to him."
Would you do that?
"No, sir. I would leave it on the hall table. Miss Howard would take care of it."
Evelyn Howard was then called. After other questions, she was asked about the parcel.
"I don't remember. Many parcels arrive. I can't remember one special parcel."
You do not know if it was sent to Mr. Lawrence in Wales, or put in his room.
"I don't think it was sent to him. I would remember that."
If a parcel came from Mr. Lawrence and later went missing, would you notice?
"No, I don't think so. I would think someone else had taken it."
I believe, Miss Howard, that you found this sheet of brown paper. He held up the dusty paper seen earlier.
"Yes, I found it.
Why did you look for it?
The Belgian detective asked me to search for it."
Where did you find it?
"On top of a wardrobe.
On top of the prisoner's wardrobe.
I think so.
Did you find it yourself?
Yes.
Then you know where you found it.
Yes. It was on the prisoner's wardrobe.
That is clearer. A worker from Parkson's, who make theatre clothes, then spoke. He said that on June 29 they sent a black beard to Mr. L. Cavendish. It was ordered by letter, with payment inside. They no longer had the letter. All orders were written in their books. The beard was sent to L. Cavendish, Styles Court. Sir Ernest Heavyweather stood up. Where was the letter written from?
From Styles Court.
The same address you sent the parcel to?
Yes.
And the letter came from there?
Yes.
Sir Ernest spoke sharply. How do you know?
I don't understand.
How do you know the letter came from Styles? Did you see the postmark?
No, but...
So you did not see the postmark. Yet you say it came from Styles. It could have come from anywhere.
Yes.
It could even have been posted from Wales. The man agreed that this was possible. Sir Ernest sat down, looking pleased. Elizabeth Wells, the second housemaid, then spoke. She said that after going to bed, she remembered she had locked the front door. Mr. Inglethorp had asked her to leave it unlocked. So she went downstairs to change it. She heard a small noise in the west wing. She looked down the passage and saw Mr. John Cavendish knocking on Mrs. Inglethorp's door. Sir Ernest questioned her very strongly. She became confused and gave different answers. In the end, Sir Ernest sat down again with a satisfied smile. After Annie spoke about candle wax on the floor and about seeing the prisoner carry coffee into the small sitting room, the court stopped for the day. As we went home, Mary Cavendish spoke angrily about the lawyer for the other side.
That horrible man. He has trapped my poor John. He changed every small fact until it looked wrong.
Well, I said to comfort her, tomorrow it will be our turn.
Yes, she said slowly. Then she lowered her voice. Mr. Hastings, you don't think it could have been Lawrence? No, it cannot be.
I was unsure myself. When I was alone with Poirot, I asked him what Sir Ernest was trying to show. Ah, said Poirot with respect. Sir Ernest is a clever man.
Do you think he believes Lawrence is guilty?
I do not think he believes, or cares, at all. He is trying to confuse the jury. He wants them to argue about which brother did the crime. He wants them to think there is the same proof against Lawrence as against John. I am not sure he will fail. Detective Inspector Japp was the first person to speak when the trial started again. He spoke clearly and did not use many words. After he talked about earlier events, he went on. He said that he and Superintendent Summerhay searched the prisoner's room. They did this while the man was away from the house for a short time. In a chest of drawers, under some clothes, they found two things. First, they found gold glasses. They were like the ones Mr. Inglethorp wore. These were shown in court. Second, they found a small bottle. The bottle was already known to the chemist's helper. It was a tiny blue glass bottle. Inside was a small amount of white powder. The label said it was poison. The detectives also found new evidence after the first court meeting. They found a long piece of blotting paper. It was almost new. It was inside Mrs. Inglethorp's cheque-book. When it was held up to a mirror, words could be read. The words said that everything she owned would go to her husband Alfred Inglethorp. This showed clearly that the destroyed will was written in his favor. Japp then showed a burned piece of paper taken from the fireplace. He also spoke about the false beard found in the attic. This ended his evidence. Then Sir Ernest began his questions.
He asked Japp what day the room was searched. Sir Ernest said this was 1 week after the death. Sir Ernest asked if the drawer was locked. Sir Ernest asked if it seemed strange that a man who did a crime would keep such proof in an open drawer. Sir Ernest said a whole week had passed. He said the man had enough time to remove or destroy them. Sir Ernest said there was no maybe. He asked if the man had enough time or not. Sir Ernest asked if the clothes on top were heavy or light. Sir Ernest said they were winter clothes. He said the man would not likely open that drawer in summer. Sir Ernest asked again. He said it was very hot. Would the man open a drawer with winter clothes, yes or no? Sir Ernest then asked if it was possible that someone else put the items there. He asked if the prisoner did not know they were there. Sir Ernest said that was all.
Japp said it was Tuesday, the 24th of July. Japp agreed. Japp said it was not locked. Japp said the man might have hidden them quickly. Japp said maybe. Japp said yes. Japp said they were quite heavy. Japp said maybe not. Japp said no. Japp said he did not think it was likely. Japp said yes. More evidence was given. The court heard that the prisoner had money problems at the end of July. The court also heard about his secret relationship with Mrs. Raikes. This was painful to hear for a proud woman. Evelyn Howard had been right about the facts. But her hate for Alfred Inglethorp made her believe too quickly that he was guilty. Then Lawrence Cavendish was called to speak. He spoke softly. He answered Mr. Phillips's questions.
He said he did not order anything from Parkson's in June. On June 29th, he was away in Wales. Lawrence said he denied it. Lawrence said calmly that he supposed he would inherit it. Lawrence said yes. Lawrence said yes.
At once, Sir Ernest leaned forward. He asked if Lawrence denied ordering a black beard from Parkson's on that day. Sir Ernest then asked who would inherit Styles Court if something happened to his brother. Sir Ernest did not care. He told Lawrence to answer. Sir Ernest asked what he meant by suppose. He said the brother had no children. He said Lawrence would inherit it. Sir Ernest smiled in a hard way. He said Lawrence would also inherit a lot of money. Sir Ernest bowed. Then he went on. He asked if Lawrence went to the Red Cross Hospital on Tuesday, July 17th, with another guest. Sir Ernest asked if Lawrence was alone for a few seconds. He asked if Lawrence unlocked the poison cupboard and looked at the bottles. Sir Ernest said that he did do so. Sir Ernest then asked the next question very quickly.
The question was cruel. Lawrence's pale face turned red. The judge made a quiet sound to show he did not like the question. The prisoner in the dock leaned forward in anger. The judge said the questions were not important. Did you look closely at any one bottle?
No, I do not think so.
Be careful, Mr. Cavendish. I mean a small bottle of hydrochloride of strychnine.
Lawrence's face turned pale and green.
And no, I am sure I did not.
Then how do you explain that your finger marks are clearly on it?
The strong and hard way of speaking frightened him.
I suppose I picked up the bottle.
I think so too. Did you take any liquid from it?
No. Of course not.
Then why did you pick it up?
I once trained to be a doctor. Things like that interest me.
Oh, so poisons interest you, said the lawyer. And you waited until you were alone to enjoy this interest.
That was only chance. If others were there, I would have done the same.
But in fact, the others were not there.
No, but...
In fact, all afternoon you were alone for only 2 minutes. And it was exactly in those 2 minutes that you showed this interest in the poison.
Lawrence could hardly speak. I?
Sir Ernest smiled calmly and said, "I have no more questions for you, Mr. Cavendish."
This questioning caused great excitement in the court. Many well-dressed women whispered to each other. The noise grew loud. The judge became angry and warned them to be quiet or leave the room. There was not much more evidence. Experts were asked to study the writing of the name Alfred Inglethorp in the chemist's poison book. All agreed it was not his writing. They said it could be the prisoner's writing, but changed to look different. When questioned more, they admitted it could also be a clever copy. Sir Ernest Heavyweather then spoke for the defense. His speech was short but very strong. He said that in all his years, he had never seen a murder charge with such weak proof. All the evidence was based only on ideas, not clear facts. Much of it was not proven at all. He asked the jury to think carefully and fairly. The poison was found in a drawer in the prisoner's room. But the drawer was not locked. Anyone could have put it there. There was no proof that the prisoner hid it. It could have been a cruel plan by another person to make the prisoner look guilty. The lawyers for the case could not prove that the prisoner ordered the false beard from the shop. It was true that the prisoner and his stepmother had argued. But the fight, and his money problems, had been made to sound much worse than they really were. Sir Ernest also answered a point made earlier. It was said that if the prisoner was innocent, he would have spoken at the first hearing and said it was his voice in the argument, not Mr. Inglethorpe's. Sir Ernest said this was unfair. The real story was simple. On Tuesday evening, the prisoner came home and was told that Mr. and Mrs. Inglethorpe had a loud argument. He never imagined anyone could confuse his voice with Mr. Inglethorpe's. He thought his stepmother had argued twice that day. The case also said that on Monday, July 16th, the prisoner went into the village shop dressed like Mr. Inglethorpe. The prisoner said this was not true. At that time, he was at a quiet place called Marston's Spinney. He had received an anonymous note. The note asked for money and threatened to tell secrets to his wife if he did not obey. Because of this, he went to the place named in the note. He waited there for half an hour, but no one came. Then he went home. Sadly, he met no one who could confirm this story. But he had kept the note. It would be shown as proof. About the destroyed will, Sir Ernest said the prisoner once worked as a lawyer. He knew that a will made in his favor would lose its power when his stepmother married again. He would bring witnesses to show who really destroyed the will. This might change how the whole case was seen. At the end, he reminded the jury that there was evidence against other people too, not only against John Cavendish. He asked them to think carefully about all the facts.
Lawrence Cavendish spoke with great force, even more than when he spoke against his brother. He now asked the court to call the prisoner. John went into the witness box and spoke calmly. Sir Ernest asked questions in a careful way, and John told his story clearly. The note that John had received was shown. The jury looked at it closely. John spoke openly about his money problems and about his bad relationship with his stepmother. This made his words seem honest. At the end, John stopped for a moment and then spoke again.
I want to say one thing clearly. I do not accept or support what Sir Ernest suggests about my brother. I am sure my brother had nothing to do with this crime. He is no more guilty than I am.
Sir Ernest only smiled. He saw that John's words made the jury like him more. Then the hard questions began.
You say that you never thought the witnesses at the inquest could mistake your voice for Mr. Inglethorpe's voice. Is that not strange?
No, I do not think so. I was told there was a quarrel between my mother and Mr. Inglethorpe. I believed it was true.
Not even when the servant Dorcas repeated parts of the talk. Parts you should know well?
I did not know them.
Then your memory is very poor.
No. We were both angry that day. We said things without thinking. I did not listen closely to my mother's exact words.
Mr. Phillips made a sound to show he did not believe him. Then he spoke about the note.
You brought this note at a very helpful time. Tell me, does the writing look familiar to you?
No, it does not.
Do you not think it looks very much like your own writing, changed a little?
No, I do not.
I say that it is your own writing.
No.
I say that you wanted to prove you were not there. So you made up a strange meeting. You wrote this note yourself to support your story.
No.
Is it not true that, at the time you say you were waiting alone in a quiet place, you were really in the village shop? Did you buy poison there using Mr. Inglethorp's name?
No, that is not true.
I say that you were wearing Mr. Inglethorp's clothes. You also wore a dark beard to look like him. You signed the book with his name.
That is completely false.
Then I will leave it to the jury to think about the strong likeness between the writing in the note, the shop book, and your own writing,
said Mr. Phillips. He sat down, looking serious and shocked by what he believed was a lie. It was late by then, so the case was stopped until Monday. I saw that Poirot looked very unhappy. He had the small line between his eyes that I knew well. What is wrong, Poirot?
My friend, things are going very badly.
I felt relief in my heart. It seemed that John Cavendish might be found not guilty. When we returned to the house, Mary offered Poirot some tea. He thanked her but refused.
No, madam. I will go up to my room.
I went with him. He still looked worried. He went to his desk and took out a small pack of cards. He pulled a chair to the table. To my great surprise, he began to build little houses with the cards. I stared at him in shock. At once he spoke.
No, my friend, I am not becoming a child again. I do this to calm myself. This work needs careful fingers. Careful fingers help the mind to think clearly. I need that now more than ever.
What is the problem?
This is the problem, my friend. I can build card houses 7 levels high. But I cannot find that last answer I told you about.
I did not know what to say, so I stayed silent. Poirot slowly began to build the cards again. He spoke in short broken sentences as he worked.
It is done like this. One card on another. With exact care.
I watched the card house grow, level by level. His hands never stopped or shook. It almost looked like magic. You have very steady hands, I said. I think I have only seen your hand shake once.
Yes, said Poirot calmly. That was when I was very angry.
Indeed. You were extremely angry. Do you remember? It was when you found that the lock on the case in Mrs. Inglethorpe's room was broken. You stood by the fireplace, touching the small things there, and your hand shook badly.
Chapter 12. The last link. But I must say, I stopped speaking at once. Poirot gave a strange cry. His voice was rough and unclear. He knocked down his card house again. He put his hands over his eyes. His body moved back and forward. He looked like he was in great pain. Good heavens, Poirot! What is wrong? Are you sick? No, no, he said with difficulty. It is. I have an idea. Oh, I said. I felt much calmer. One of your little ideas? No, my friend, said Poirot honestly. This time the idea is very big. Very great. And you gave it to me. He suddenly put his arms around me. He kissed me on both cheeks. Before I could understand what was happening, he ran out of the room very fast. At that moment, Mary Cavendish came in.
What is wrong with Monsieur Poirot? He ran past me shouting, "A garage." Please, madam, tell me where a garage is. Before I could answer, he was already in the street.
I went quickly to the window. It was true. Poirot was running down the street. He had no hat. He waved his arms as he ran. I turned to Mary and made a helpless sign. A policeman will stop him very soon. I said, "Look, he is turning the corner." We looked at each other in silence. We did not know what to think.
What can be wrong with him?
I shook my head. I don't know. He was building houses with cards. Then he said he had an idea and ran away, just like that.
Well, said Mary, I think he will come back before dinner.
But evening came. Poirot did not return. Poirot's sudden leaving made us all very curious. Sunday morning passed, and he still did not come back. At about 3 o'clock, we heard a long and very loud noise outside. It was a car horn. We went to the window. We saw Poirot getting out of a car. Japp and Summerhay were with him. Poirot looked very different. He looked proud and very pleased with himself. He smiled a lot. He bowed deeply to Mary Cavendish. "Madam, may I have your permission to hold a small meeting in the drawing room? Everyone must be there."
You know, Monsieur Poirot, that you may do anything you wish.
"You are very kind, madam," said Poirot. Still smiling, Poirot led us all into the drawing room. He brought chairs and showed us where to sit. Miss Howard here. Miss Cynthia here. Mr. Lawrence. Dorcas. And Annie. Good. Now we must wait a few minutes. Mr. Inglethorp will come soon. I have sent him a note.
If that man comes into this house, I will leave.
No, no, said Poirot softly. He went to her and spoke quietly. After a short time, Miss Howard agreed and sat down again. A few minutes later, Alfred Inglethorp came into the room. When everyone was there, Poirot stood up. He looked like a man giving a talk. He bowed politely to us all. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "as you know, Mr. John Cavendish asked me to look into this case. First, I examined the bedroom of the dead lady. The doctors had said the room should stay locked. So everything was the same as on that night. I found 3 things. First, a small piece of green cloth. Second, a wet mark on the carpet near the window. Third, an empty box of bromide powders. Now I will speak about the green cloth. I found it caught in the door bolt between that room and the next room. The next room belonged to Miss Cynthia. I gave the cloth to the police. They did not think it was important. They did not know what it really was. It was a piece torn from a green garden armband. People moved in their chairs. They were excited. Only one person at Styles worked in the garden. Poirot went on. That person was Mrs. Cavendish. So it must have been Mrs. Cavendish who went into the dead lady's room through the door between the 2 rooms. But that door was locked from inside. When I saw the room, yes, said Poirot. But we only have her word for that. She was the one who tried the door and said it was locked. During the confusion, she could easily have locked it herself. I checked this idea soon after. First, the green cloth fits exactly with a tear in Mrs. Cavendish's armband. Also, at the court meeting, Mrs. Cavendish said she heard the small table fall over. She said she heard it from her own room. So I tested this. I asked my friend Hastings to stand outside Mrs. Cavendish's door. I went with the police to the dead lady's room. While there, I knocked over the same table. It seemed like an accident. But, as I thought, Hastings did not hear any sound at all. This showed me that Mrs. Cavendish was not telling the truth. She was not in her room dressing at the time of the death. I believed that Mrs. Cavendish was not in her own room. I believed she was in the dead woman's room when the alarm rang. I looked quickly at Mary. Her face was very white, but she was smiling. I then thought about it like this. Mrs. Cavendish is in her mother-in-law's room. She is looking for something, but she has not found it yet. Suddenly Mrs. Inglethorp wakes up. She feels very ill. She throws out her arm and knocks over the small table by the bed. Then she pulls hard on the bell. Mrs. Cavendish is shocked. She drops her candle. Hot wax falls on the carpet. She picks up the candle and runs into Miss Cynthia's room. She shuts the door. Then she goes quickly into the hall. The servants must not find her there. But it is already too late. She hears footsteps in the long hall that joins the two sides of the house. What can she do? She thinks very fast. She runs back into the young girl's room and shakes her to wake her up. Soon everyone comes into the hall. They all try to break open Mrs. Inglethorpe's door. No one notices that Mrs. Cavendish did not come with them. And this is important. I cannot find anyone who saw her come from the other side of the house. He looked at Mary Cavendish. Is this true, madam?
She bowed her head. Yes, monsieur. It is true. If I thought this would help my husband, I would have told it before. But I did not think it showed if he was guilty or not.
In one way, you are right, he said. But it helped me clear my thoughts. It helped me see other facts more clearly.
The will, cried Lawrence. Mary, was it you who destroyed the will?
She shook her head. Poirot also shook his head. No, he said softly. Only one person could destroy that will. It was Mrs. Inglethorpe herself. That cannot be true, I said. She made the will only that afternoon. Yes, said Poirot. But it was still her. There is one clear reason. On one of the hottest days of the year, Mrs. Inglethorpe asked for a fire in her room. I was shocked. We had been very foolish not to think how strange that fire was. Poirot went on. That day was very hot. It was about 80 degrees. Still, she wanted a fire. Why? Because she wanted to burn something. She had no other way to destroy it. At Styles, because of the war, they did not throw paper away. There was no way to get rid of a thick paper like a will. When I heard about the fire, I knew it was to burn an important paper, maybe a will. So I was not surprised when we found a burned piece in the fireplace. At that time, I did not know the will was made only that afternoon. When I learned this, I made a big mistake. I thought she destroyed the will because of the quarrel that afternoon. I thought the quarrel happened after the will, not before. That idea was wrong, so I had to give it up. I then looked at the problem in a new way. At 4 o'clock, Dorcas heard her mistress say angrily, "Do not think that fear of talk or trouble between husband and wife will stop me." I believed these words were not for her husband. They were for Mr. John Cavendish. At 5 o'clock, 1 hour later, she said almost the same thing, but with a different feeling. She told Dorcas, "I do not know what to do." Trouble between husband and wife is a terrible thing. At 4 o'clock, she was angry but calm. At 5 o'clock, she was very upset. She said she had a great shock. When I thought about her feelings, I reached one clear idea. The second trouble she spoke of was not the same as the first. This time, it was about herself. Let us put the events together. At 4 o'clock, Mrs. Inglethorp argues with her son. She threatens to tell his wife. His wife hears much of this talk. At 4:30, after a talk about wills, Mrs. Inglethorp makes a will for her husband. The two gardeners sign it. At 5 o'clock, Dorcas finds her mistress very upset. She is holding a small piece of paper. Dorcas thinks it is a letter. Then Mrs. Inglethorp orders a fire to be lit in her room. Presumably, then, between 4:30 and 5 o'clock, something happened that changed her feelings completely. Before, she wanted to make the will. Now, she wanted to destroy it. What caused this change? As far as we know, she was alone during that half hour. No one came in or went out of the small sitting room. So what made her change her mind so suddenly? We can only guess, but I believe my idea is right. Mrs. Inglethorp had no stamps in her own desk. We know this because later she asked Dorcas to bring her some. In the other corner of the room was her husband's desk. It was locked. She wanted stamps, so she tried her keys on his desk. One key worked. She opened the desk. While looking for stamps, she found something else. It was a small piece of paper. Dorcas later saw this paper in her hand. This paper was not meant for Mrs. Inglethorp to see. Mrs. Cavendish thought this paper was proof that her own husband was not faithful to her. She asked Mrs. Inglethorp to give it to her. Mrs. Inglethorp said it had nothing to do with that. This was true. But Mrs. Cavendish did not believe her. She thought her mother-in-law was protecting her stepson. Mrs. Cavendish was a strong woman. She was quiet on the outside, but inside she was very jealous of her husband. She decided she must get that paper, no matter what. By chance, she found the key to Mrs. Inglethorp's document case. This key had been lost earlier that morning. Mrs. Cavendish knew that her mother-in-law always kept important papers in this case. So she made her plan. She acted like a woman pushed too far by jealousy. Later that evening, she unlocked the door that led into Mademoiselle Cynthia's room. She may have put oil on the door, because when I tried it, it opened without sound. She waited until early morning to act. This was safer because the servants were used to hearing her move around at that time. She put on her outdoor clothes. Then she walked quietly through Mademoiselle Cynthia's room and into Mrs. Inglethorp's room. He stopped speaking for a moment. Then Cynthia spoke.
But I would have woken up if someone came through my room.
Not if you were given a sleeping drug, mademoiselle.
Given a drug?
Yes. You remember, he said to all of us, that during all the noise next door, Mademoiselle Cynthia slept. There are only two possible reasons. Either she was pretending to sleep, which I did not believe. Or her sleep was caused by something given to her. With this idea, I looked carefully at all the coffee cups. I remembered that Mrs. Cavendish brought Mademoiselle Cynthia her coffee the night before. I took a little from each cup and had it tested. Nothing was found. I counted the cups carefully. 6 people drank coffee, and 6 cups were there. I had to admit I was wrong. Then I saw my serious mistake. Coffee had been brought for 7 people, not 6. Dr. Bauerstein was there that evening. This changed everything. 1 cup was missing. The servants did not notice this. Annie brought in 7 cups. She did not know that Mr. Inglethorp never drank coffee. Dorcas cleared them away in the morning and found 6, as usual. In fact, she found 5, because 1 cup was broken in Mrs. Inglethorp's room. I was sure the missing cup belonged to Mademoiselle Cynthia. I had another reason to think so. All the cups we found had sugar in them. Mademoiselle Cynthia never put sugar in her coffee. I then remembered Annie's story about some salt on the tray of cocoa. She took this cocoa every night to Mrs. Inglethorp's room. I took a sample of that cocoa and sent it to be tested.
But Dr. Bauerstein already did that, said Lawrence quickly.
Not in the same way. He only asked if strychnine was present. He did not ask if there was a sleeping drug, as I did.
A sleeping drug?
Yes. Here is the report. Mrs. Cavendish gave a safe but strong sleeping medicine to both Mrs. Inglethorp and Mademoiselle Cynthia. It is possible that she then had a very bad moment. Imagine how she felt when her mother-in-law suddenly became ill and died. Then she heard the word poison. She believed the sleeping drink was harmless. But for one terrible moment, she must have feared that Mrs. Inglethorp died because of her actions. She feels sudden fear. It is very strong. She runs downstairs fast. She puts the coffee cup and plate used by Mademoiselle Cynthia into a large brass vase. She does this quickly. Later, Monsieur Lawrence finds them there. She does not touch the cocoa. She is too scared. Many people are watching her. Then she hears the word strychnine. She feels great relief. She understands that the death was not caused by her actions. Someone explains that a drug can slow poison. If a sleeping drug is taken with strychnine, the poison works later. Poirot stops speaking. Mary looks at him. Color comes slowly to her face.
All you say is true, Monsieur Poirot. She says. That hour was the worst of my life. I will never forget it. You are amazing. Now I understand.
You remember when I said you could speak safely to Papa Poirot? He asks. But you did not trust me.
I see everything now, says Lawrence. The cocoa had a drug in it. It was taken after the poisoned coffee. That explains the delay.
Yes, says Poirot. But here is the question. Was the coffee poisoned or not? Mrs. Inglethorp never drank the coffee. Everyone cries out in surprise. No, says Poirot. Do you remember the stain on the carpet in her room? That stain was strange. It was still wet. It smelled strongly of coffee. In the carpet, I found small pieces of broken china. I understood what happened. A short time before, I put my small case on a table near the window. The table tilted and the case fell to the floor. It fell in that exact spot. In the same way, Mrs. Inglethorp put her coffee cup on the table when she entered her room. The table moved, and the cup fell and broke. What happened next is my guess. Poirot continues. I think she picked up the broken cup. She put it on the table near her bed. She wanted something to give her energy. So she heated her cocoa and drank it there. Now we have a new problem. He says. The cocoa had no strychnine. The coffee was not drunk. But the strychnine was taken between 7 and 9 that evening. So how did she take it? There is one way that hides the taste very well. I am surprised no one thought of it. Poirot looks around the room. Then he answers. Her medicine.
Do you mean the killer put strychnine into her tonic? I ask.
There was no need, says Poirot. It was already there. The The strychnine that killed Mrs. Inglethorp was the same strychnine given by Dr. Wilkins. I will explain. I found a book about medicine at the Red Cross Hospital. It describes a famous case. He explains that in some mixtures, strychnine can sink to the bottom. It forms crystals after some hours. In one case, a woman died because she drank the last dose. That last dose held almost all the strychnine. There was no bromide in Dr. Wilkins's medicine. Poirot says. But you remember an empty box of bromide powders? If 1 or 2 powders were added to the bottle, the strychnine would sink to the bottom. Then it would all be taken in the final dose. You will later learn that the person who gave Mrs. Inglethorp her medicine was always careful. That person never shook the bottle. The thick part stayed at the bottom. From the start. Poirot continues. The plan was for the death to happen on Monday evening. That day, Mrs. Inglethorp's bell wire was cut. On Monday night, Mademoiselle Cynthia was away with friends. Mrs. Inglethorp would be alone in that wing of the house. No one could help her. She would likely die before a doctor arrived. But she was in a hurry to go to the village event. He says. She forgot to take her medicine. The next day, she ate lunch away from home. So the last and deadly dose was taken 1 day later than the killer planned. Because of this delay, I now have the final proof. The room is very quiet. Everyone listens closely. Poirot holds out 3 thin strips of paper.
A letter in the murderer's own handwriting, _Miss Amos, _ if the words had been a little clearer, Mrs. Inglethorp might have escaped. She understood that she was in danger, but she did not understand how it would happen. The room was very quiet. Poirot put the small pieces of paper together. He cleared his throat and began to read.
Dearest Evelyn, you may be worried because you hear nothing. Everything is fine, but it will happen tonight, not last night. You understand. A good time will come when the old woman is dead and gone. No one can prove the crime was mine. Your idea about the medicine was very clever. But we must be very careful. One wrong move.
Poirot stopped.
Here, my friends, the letter ends. The writer was likely stopped suddenly. But there is no doubt who wrote it. We all know this handwriting, Anne.
A loud cry filled the room.
You evil man. How did you get that letter?
A chair fell over. Poirot moved quickly to the side. There was a short struggle, and the man fell hard onto the floor.
Messrs. Mesdames said Poirot calmly, let me show you the murderer, Mr. Alfred Inglethorp.
Chapter 13. Poirot explains. Poirot, you terrible man, I said. I feel so angry I could shake you. Why did you trick me like this? We were sitting in the library. The last few days had been long and tiring. Downstairs, John and Mary were together again. Alfred Inglethorp and Miss Howard were now held by the police. At last, I was alone with Poirot. I wanted answers. Poirot was quiet for a moment. Then he spoke.
I did not trick you, my friend. I only let you trick yourself.
But why?
It is hard to explain. You are very honest. Your face shows your thoughts very clearly. If I had told you my ideas, the first time you met Mr. Inglethorp, you would have seen your feelings at once. Then we would have lost our chance to catch him.
I think I can hide my thoughts better than that.
My friend, said Poirot kindly, please do not be angry. Your help was very important. But your open nature made me careful.
Well, I said, feeling a little calmer, I still think you could have given me a small hint.
But I did, my friend. I gave you many hints. You did not notice them. Think now. Did I ever say that I believed John Cavendish was guilty? Did I not say that he would almost surely be set free?
Yes, but...
And after that, did I not speak about how hard it would be to punish the real murderer? Was it not clear that I was talking about two different people?
No, I said. It was not clear to me.
Then remember this, Poirot went on. At the start, did I not say many times that I did not want Mr. Inglethorp arrested yet? That should have told you something.
Do you mean you suspected him even then?
Yes. Of all people, Mrs. Inglethorpe's husband would gain the most from her death. That fact could not be ignored. When we first went to Styles, I did not know how the crime was done. But I thought it would be very hard to prove anything against Mr. Inglethorpe. When I arrived at the house, I saw at once that Mrs. Inglethorpe had burned the will. I tried to show you how important that fire was in the middle of summer.
Yes, yes, I said. Please go on.
At that time, my belief in Mr. Inglethorpe's guilt became weaker. There was so much evidence against him that I began to think he might be innocent.
So when did you change your mind?
When I saw that the more I tried to help him, the more he tried to get himself arrested. Later, I found out that Mr. Inglethorpe had no secret relationship with Mrs. Raikes. It was John Cavendish who cared about her. Then I was sure.
But why?
It is simple. If Mr. Inglethorpe had been involved with Mrs. Raikes, his silence would make sense. But everyone in the village already knew that John liked the farmer's wife. There was no danger for John. So his silence meant something else. This made me think very hard. Slowly, I saw the truth. Alfred Inglethorpe wanted to be arrested. From that moment, I decided that he must not be arrested.
Wait, I said. I do not understand. Why would he want that?
Because, my friend, it is the law in your country. When a man is found not guilty, he cannot be judged again for the same crime. This was his smart plan. He works in a careful way. He knew people would suspect him. So he made false clues against himself. He wanted the police to arrest him. Then he could show his strong proof that he was somewhere else. After that, he would be safe forever.
But I still do not understand how he could prove he was not there and still go to the chemist's shop.
Poirot looked at me with surprise. Is it possible? My poor friend. You still do not see it. It was Miss Howard who went to the chemist's shop.
Miss Howard?
Yes, of course. Who else could it be? It was easy for her. She is tall. Her voice is deep, almost like a man's. She is also his cousin, and they look alike. They walk in a similar way. It was very simple. They are both clever.
I am still not clear about how the bromide plan worked, I said.
Good. I will explain it as well as I can. I think Miss Howard was the main planner. You remember she once said her father was a doctor. Maybe she helped him with medicine. Or maybe she learned it from books when Cynthia was studying. Anyway, she knew that if bromide is added to a drink with strychnine, the strychnine will fall to the bottom. The idea may have come to her suddenly. Mrs. Inglethorpe had bromide powders. She sometimes took them at night. It was very easy to put one or more powders into Mrs. Inglethorpe's large medicine bottle when it came from the chemist. There was almost no risk. Nothing bad would happen for nearly 2 weeks. If anyone saw them touch the bottle, they would forget by then. By that time, Miss Howard would have had her fight and left the house. The time gap and her absence would stop suspicion. Yes, it was a clever plan. If they had stopped there, the crime might never have been solved. But they wanted to be too clever. That was their mistake. Poirot smoked his small cigarette and looked up at the ceiling. They made another plan to blame John Cavendish. They bought strychnine at the village chemist and signed the book in John's handwriting. On Monday, Mrs. Inglethorp would take the last dose of her medicine. So on Monday at 6 o'clock, Alfred Inglethorp made sure many people saw him far away from the village. Before this, Miss Howard told a false story about him and Mrs. Raikes to explain his later silence. At 6 o'clock, Miss Howard dressed like Alfred Inglethorp and went into the chemist's shop. She told a story about a dog, got the strychnine, and wrote Alfred Inglethorp's name in John's handwriting, which she had studied carefully. But it would not work if John could also prove he was somewhere else. So she wrote him a letter with no name, still copying his handwriting. This letter took him to a far place where no one was likely to see him. Everything went well at first. Miss Howard went back to Middlingham. Alfred Inglethorp returned to Styles. Nothing could connect him to the crime because Miss Howard had the strychnine. It was only used to make people suspect John Cavendish. But then something went wrong. Mrs. Inglethorp did not take her medicine that night. The broken bell and Cynthia being away were all useless. Then Alfred made a mistake. Mrs. Inglethorp was out, and he sat down to write to his partner. He was worried because the plan had not worked. Mrs. Inglethorp probably came back sooner than he expected. He was caught while writing and became nervous. He quickly shut and locked his desk. He was afraid he might need to open it again if he stayed, and that his wife might see the letter. So he went out to walk in the woods. He did not imagine that Mrs. Inglethorp would open the desk and find the letter. But that is what happened. Mrs. Inglethorp read it. She understood that her husband and Evelyn Howard had betrayed her. Sadly, the part about the bromides did not warn her clearly. She knew she was in danger, but she did not know how. She decided not to speak to her husband. She sat down and wrote to her lawyer, asking him to come the next day. She also decided to destroy the new will at once. She kept the dangerous letter.
So your idea is this? He broke open the case to find that letter.
Yes. He took a very big risk. This shows he knew the letter was very important. Without that letter, there was nothing to link him to the crime.
There is one thing I do not understand. Why did he not destroy the letter at once?
Because he was afraid of the biggest danger. He was afraid to keep it on his body.
I do not understand.
Think about it from his side. I learned that he had only 5 minutes to take the letter. These were the 5 minutes just before we arrived. Before that time, Annie was cleaning the stairs. She would have seen anyone going to the right side of the house. Now imagine the scene. He goes into the room. He opens the door with another key. All the keys were very similar. He rushes to the case. It is locked. The keys are missing. This is a bad shock for him. It means he cannot hide that he was in the room. But he knows he must take the letter at any cost. So he acts fast. He breaks the lock with a small knife. He looks through the papers until he finds the letter. But then a new problem appears. He cannot keep the letter with him. Someone may see him leave. Someone may search him. If they find the letter on him, everything is over for him. At that moment, he may also hear Mr. Wells and John coming downstairs. He must act at once. Where can he hide this terrible paper? The trash basket will be kept and checked. He cannot destroy the letter. And he cannot carry it. He looks around. And what does he see, my friend?
I shook my head.
In one quick moment, he tears the letter into long thin pieces. He rolls them into small paper sticks. Then he pushes them in with the other paper sticks in the vase on the shelf.
I cried out in surprise.
No one would think to look there, Poirot went on. Later, when it is safe, he can come back and destroy this one piece of proof against him.
So all that time, it was in the paper stick vase in Mrs. Inglethorpe's bedroom. Right in front of us, I said. Poirot nodded.
Yes, my friend. That is where I found my last clue. And I found it because of you.
Because of me?
Yes. Do you remember telling me my hand was shaking when I was fixing the small objects on the mantel?
Yes, but I do not understand.
You did not understand, but I did. Earlier that morning, you and I were together there. I had already put all the objects in order. So later, there was no reason to fix them again. That meant someone else had touched them after we left.
Oh, I said softly. So that explains your strange actions. You ran back to Styles and found it still there.
Yes. And I had to hurry.
But I still do not understand why Inglethorpe was so foolish. He had many chances to destroy it.
He had no chance, said Poirot. I made sure of that.
You?
Yes. Do you remember you were angry because I told the whole house about the problem?
Yes.
Well, I saw only one way. At that time, I was not sure Inglethorpe was guilty. But if he was, I believed he would not keep the paper with him. He would hide it. So I asked the whole house for help. In this way, everyone watched him all the time. He knew they were watching. He was afraid to act. So he could not destroy the paper. He had to leave the house and leave it hidden in the spill vase.
But Miss Howard could have helped him, I said.
She could have, Poirot agreed. But she did not know about the paper. They had a plan. She and Alfred Inglethorpe never spoke to each other. They acted like enemies. They were afraid to meet until John Cavendish was found guilty. I watched Inglethorpe closely. I hoped he would lead me to the hiding place. But he was careful. The paper was safe where it was. No one had looked there in the first week. So they were not likely to look later. Without your small comment, we might never have proved his guilt.
I see that now, I said. But when did you first begin to suspect Miss Howard?
When I learned she had lied at the hearing about a letter from Mrs. Inglethorpe.
Why would she lie about a letter?
You saw the letter, did you not? Do you remember how it looked?
Yes, more or less.
You remember that Mrs. Inglethorpe wrote in a clear way. She left wide spaces between her words. But look at the date at the top. July 17th looks different. Do you see?
No, I said. I do not.
That letter was not written on the 17th. It was written on the 7th. That was the day after Miss Howard left. The number 1 was added later to make it look like the 17th.
But why do that?
That was my question too. Why hide the real letter from the 17th and show a false one? Because she did not want anyone to see the true letter. At once, I began to doubt her. I told you it is wise to be careful with people who do not tell the truth.
And yet, I said angrily, after that, you gave me 2 reasons why Miss Howard could not have done the crime.
And they were good reasons, said Poirot. For a long time, they confused me. Then I remembered one important fact. She and Alfred Inglethorpe were cousins. She could not have done it alone. But she could help him. And her strong hatred for him was too much. It hid the opposite feeling. They cared for each other long before he came to Styles. They made a plan together. He would marry the rich old lady. He would make her leave him the money. Then they would act. If the plan had worked, they would have left England and lived together with her money. They were very clever and had no shame, Poirot went on. People suspected him, not her. She worked quietly. She came from Middlingham with dangerous items. No one watched her. No one cared where she went in the house. She hid the poison and the glasses in John's room. She put the false beard in the attic. She knew that one day, all these things would be found. I do not understand why they tried to blame John, I said. It would have been much easier to blame Lawrence. Yes, but that happened only by chance, Poirot said. The proof against him came by accident. This must have been very annoying for the two people who planned it.
His behavior was not helpful, I said.
Yes. And do you know why he acted like that?
No.
You did not see that he thought Mademoiselle Cynthia did the crime.
No. I cried. That cannot be true.
It is possible, Poirot said. I almost thought the same thing myself. I thought of it when I asked Mr. Wells about the will. Then there were the medicine powders she prepared. Also, she could dress and act like a man, as Dorcas told us. There was more proof against her than against anyone else.
You must be joking, Poirot.
No. Do you want to know why Monsieur Lawrence turned white when he first came into his mother's room that night? His mother was clearly poisoned. At that moment, he saw over your shoulder that the door to Mademoiselle Cynthia's room was not locked.
But he said he saw it locked. I said.
Exactly, Poirot said calmly. That is how I knew it was not locked. He was protecting Mademoiselle Cynthia.
But why would he protect her?
Because he loves her. I laughed.
No, Poirot. You are wrong. I know for sure that he does not love her. He dislikes her.
Who told you that, my friend?
Cynthia herself.
The poor young woman. And was she upset?
She said she did not care at all.
Then she cared very much, Poirot said. Women are like that.
What you say about Lawrence surprises me, I said. But why?
It was clear, Poirot replied. Did you not see his unhappy face every time Mademoiselle Cynthia talked and laughed with his brother? He believed she loved John. When he saw his mother poisoned, he decided that Cynthia must know something. He almost lost control. He broke the coffee cup under his feet. He remembered that she went upstairs with his mother the night before. He wanted to stop anyone from testing the coffee. After that, he strongly supported the idea of death from natural causes, even though it was wrong.
And what about the extra coffee cup? I asked.
I was almost sure Mrs. Cavendish hid it, Poirot said. But I needed proof. Monsieur Lawrence did not understand my question at first. Later, he realized that if he found the extra cup, the woman he loved would be free from suspicion. And he was right.
One more thing, I said. What did Mrs. Inglethorp mean by her last words?
They were an accusation against her husband, Poirot said.
Well, Poirot, I said with a sigh. You have explained everything. I am happy it ended well. Even John and his wife are together again.
Because of me, Poirot said.
What do you mean, because of you?
My dear friend, it was the trial that brought them back together. I was sure John still loved his wife. She loved him too. But they had grown apart. She married him without love, and he knew this. He is a gentleman. He did not push her when she did not want him. As he pulled away, her love began to grow. But both were very proud. Their pride kept them apart. He became close to Mrs. Raikes. She chose to spend time with Dr. Bauerstein. Do you remember the day John was arrested, when you saw me thinking deeply?
Yes. I saw you were very worried.
No, my friend, Poirot said. You did not understand at all. I was deciding if I should clear John at once. I could have done it. But then the real criminals might not be punished. They did not know my true plan until the very end. That helped me succeed.
You mean you could have stopped John from going to trial?
Yes. But I chose a woman's happiness. Only great danger could bring these two proud people together again. I looked at Poirot in silence. I could not believe him. Who else would think a murder trial could save a marriage? Poirot smiled. I know what you are thinking, my friend, he said. No one except Hercule Poirot would try something like this. And you are wrong to judge it. The joy of one man and one woman is the most important thing in the world.
His words made me think of what happened before. I saw Mary in my mind. She lay very pale and tired on the sofa. She was waiting and listening. Then we heard the bell ring downstairs. She sat up at once. Poirot opened the door. He looked into her painful eyes and gave a small kind nod.
Yes, madam, he said. I have brought him back to you.
He stepped aside. As I went out, I saw Mary's face when John Cavendish took his wife in his arms. Maybe you are right, Poirot, I said softly. Yes, it is the greatest thing in the world. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Cynthia looked inside a little.
I only.
Come in, I said quickly. She came inside but did not sit.
I only wanted to tell you something.
Yes? Cynthia played with a small tassel for a while. Then she cried, "You dear people." She kissed me, then kissed Poirot, and ran out of the room. What does that mean? I asked. I was glad about the kiss, but it felt strange with Poirot there.
It means she has learned that Monsieur Lawrence does not dislike her so much, Poirot said calmly.
But
there he is.
At that moment, Lawrence walked past the door.
Ah, Monsieur Lawrence, Poirot called. We must say well done to you, yes.
Lawrence turned red, then smiled in a shy way. A man in love often looks foolish. Cynthia had looked very pretty. I gave a quiet sigh.
What is wrong, my friend? Poirot asked.
Nothing, I said sadly. They are both lovely women.
And neither of them is for you. Poirot finished. Do not worry, my friend. One day we may search together again. Who knows? And then?
The end.